Hello, Internet. Tis I, TheRoschi, and I'm back with some more Genshin Impact reaction stuff. That's right, today we have the event True Tales of the Violet Garden. Now, this is almost a 4-hour long video of this event. And knowing me, it's gonna be twice as long, probably. I'm not sure how I'm gonna go about this. I might have to do this in sessions. I may have to take various breaks. It might have to be uploaded in chunks. I do not know how I am tackling this. I just have to do it because it's been sitting there for such a long time, and I've been wanting to see it. It's just I've being perfectly honest, I've been a little burnt out and under the weather recently. Right now, I'm doing my best to talk normal. My throat is bothering me just a little bit. If I were to talk normal, then I would sound like this. This is me not trying to change my voice at all right now. But I'm going to do my best to be as presenterly as possible. I have some warm tea with me. And everything else is fine. Just in case if you're wondering, I'm good. I am. I just, for some reason, I've got a cough and some slight sore throat action the last couple days, and that has been slowing me down on my productivity, just because it doesn't feel good, obviously. But I'm doing my best, and I'll be fine. So I'm getting ready. I want to watch this. Let's get into it, and we'll see how it goes. All right, let's start this thing.
Hi, Catherine. We heard that you have a new commission for us.
That's correct. There's a requester who has submitted a designated commission for the two of you.
A designated commission? Sounds like it must be pretty important. What kind of task is it exactly?
There's no need to worry. This commission is not dangerous by any means. Perhaps you have heard that Inazuma will soon be holding a major festival, the magnificent Irodori Festival.
Yay! A festival! Oh, come to think of it, we haven't attended a festival in Inazuma for a while.
The Yashiro Commission and Lady Yae are responsible for all the festival preparations. The one who has requested your help is none other than Lady Yae herself.
You know Miko. She always has some unusual ideas in her head. You can bet a festival planned by her is gonna be one to remember. We'd better go to Grand Narukami Shrine and see what she needs us to do.
Lady Yae is currently at Yae Publishing House in Hanamizaka, so there is no need to go all the way to the shrine. In fact, she has instructed me to have you directly meet with her there.
Oh, well that's convenient enough. Let's go then.
All right, so Yae Miko's doing her shenanigans again. This time with this kind of festival.
Aratani and Kuroda, how are things coming along?
All the books and commission prints for Yae Publishing House were bound and sent out yesterday afternoon, Lady Yae.
Very good. And Murata?
We have already received word from Apekusu and Sailing Breeze that the materials are all in place for Shogun Almighty reborn as Raiden with unlimited power and Pretty Please Kitsune Guji.
Well done. And what about you, Onodera? Ahem. Onodera?
Oh, yes, Lady Yae. Everything is ready for the new issue release party.
You are the one who organized the plans for this release party. In other words, you are the team's fearless leader now. So please, show some confidence.
Yeah.
Besides, there's no need to be nervous. This project is destined for success. I feel quite optimistic about it. I shall specially grant you leave for the next couple of days, Onodera. Please take the opportunity to have a good rest. After all, you will be very busy on the day of the release party.
Yes, Lady Yae. Thank you very much.
All right then. Is everyone clear about their assignments? Good. We are running out of time, so let's get moving. Chop chop! Hello, little ones. I take it you have received my commission, hmm?
Some organizer you are! It's nearly time for the festival and you're still over here ramping things up for your light novel business! Shouldn't you be getting back to the Grand Narukami Shrine? You weren't thinking of dumping all the festival preparations on us, were you? If so, then you can forget it! Paimon won't accept such a commission!
My, such harsh words. It hurts to hear that kind of talk from you two. But as you can clearly see, I'm here working like a dog for the festival, yet you say I'm not doing my job. Let me ask you, little ones, whoever said that the festival must involve the Grand Narukami Shrine?
Huh? But isn't that a given? This is Inazuma after all.
Yes, that is true. But now that the Sokoku decree has been lifted, Inazuma is no longer the same nation that once resisted change tooth and nail. Therefore, rather than sticking to the same old traditional festival, the Yashiro Commission and I have decided to shake things up a little. This time, we'll be holding an international cultural festival, distinctly Inazuman, but with a unique twist.
Cultural festival.
I suppose I should start by telling you the origins of the Iridori Festival. Legend has it that there were 5 poets in ancient Inazuma who were supremely gifted in singing and writing poetry. They are known as the 5 Kasen. Every year, one of the 5 would present a collection of the group's poems to the shogun for review, which would then spark culture discussions regarding those works. Thanks to them, Inazuma's culture blossomed and gained great influence at that time. As time passed, people began creating various tales based on the 5 Kasen. The Iridori Festival was also developed as a result to show appreciation for their works, which so greatly enriched our lives.
Sounds like a festival that's really rooted in culture.
Indeed. To describe it in the words of the ancients, it'd be refined elegance. Unfortunately, with the flow of time, people have gradually forgotten about the 5 Kasen and the festival. Which is precisely why I've decided to revive the Iridori Festival by holding a cultural convention featuring light novels.
But, wait a minute! Light novels?
Please stop looking at me with those baffled expressions. In ancient times, poetry was all the rage, but nowadays, the entertainment format of choice is light novels. The important thing is not the format, but the creative work itself. It is impossible to come up with anything fresh if you're stuck using some rigid format of the past. Speaking of which, don't you think that the concept of focusing on the now perfectly suits the current Inazuma? And besides, it's a great opportunity to reintroduce Inazuma to all Teyvat through light novels. As they say, it's 2 birds with 1 stone.
Whoa, that was close. Paimon was nearly carried away by Miko's persuasive tongue. Come on, Miko! You can't fool us. We know you by now. This is all definitely stemming from your own personal interest.
I can't deny that my hobbies had no part to play in this. However, regardless of whether it's light novels or a festival, catching people's attention with a fresh concept is the essence here. Well, what do you say? Aren't you two even a little curious about what interesting things you might see at the festival?
Maybe a little. Oh, all right. Paimon's super curious now.
Come, let's pay a visit to the venue in Rito together. I promise that it will give you a whole new perspective on the festival. There we'll meet a special someone who will tell you more about your tasks.
Okay.
During the
Sorry, Yai Miko. I need to I need to talk about a few things. So already, Yai Miko, great character. Love Yaimiko. I've gushed about Yaimiko's character a lot before, but I can't help but do it some more. Yeah, the role that she plays, how she gets things done, she girl bosses it. I don't know. She's a really cool character, and how there's always that. Of course, she has her own plans and her own intentions and stuff, but how she truly does care about things deep down. She doesn't want to show that and all that jazz. Yeah, it's she's a character that I think is very, very interesting, and man, ever since her story quest, even that much more appreciation for her. However, now the next thing I want to say is, actually, I'm not going to get into it too much because I've already ranted before and no one cares anymore because everyone already knows. Paimon's annoying again. Because, yeah, they try to do a funny joke like, we're not going to have it. And even the Traveler and all that stuff. And it's like, harumph. And I'm like, yeah, it's not funny. I mean, whatever. It's fine. They're like kids. Essentially, mentally anyway, at least. But yeah, it's just I didn't find that amusing. And this is why. This isn't to necessarily, the next thing that I'm saying, it's not to bash the Traveler or Paimon. But I'm going to put myself in their shoes for this example. And I think a lot of people, if they actually think about it, if you go through what they have, everything involving like the Raiden Shogun and all that stuff, who helped you with that? Who made things even possible for you to do anything at all? Kind of Yaimiko. She helped you when you were in the Euthymia the first time. Not the very first time, but you know, when you went to go deal with that whole thing and she showed up and kind of supported you in there, and then the things happened and the whatever, talk some sense into A afterwards, like that whole thing. Like, yeah, you think that was going to work out without her? No. Anyone who says otherwise, you're lying or you're not looking close enough. That's not how that works. She was the negotiator. We just showed up to like fight her. We weren't going to talk any sense. Traveler doesn't even talk half the time. So what do you mean? Anyway, so there's that. And then there's the second time where we got kicked out of the Euthymia when Raiden and her puppet were having like the battle for essentially all over time and space, eternity itself, whatever that is. Yaimiko opened the portal back up for us so we could, and sent us in. Probably wasn't going to happen that way without her. And she also expresses how important it is to save her god. So this running joke where it's like, we're not falling for your schemes, Yaimiko. I don't know. I feel like they can't, like it has to be a joke. Like they can't be serious, right? Like they can't be, because you're indebted to her. I would be indebted to her. Like if she'd asked me like, hey, I need you to help me with this thing, I'd be like, yeah, because you literally helped me save this whole nation. I guess I will. I guess I'll help you sell a book or two. You know what I mean? It's not a big deal. And it's like, and it's not. It's whatever. It's fine. But I'm just kind of like, I feel like when Yaimiko asks you something at this point in time, we drop the act and we're like, okay. But of course they have it here because it's supposed to be comical and whatever. And like, oh, Yaimiko doing her, she's been a schemer again. Crazy. I don't know. It's just not. Yeah, I guess. But that's how they have to deal with this character, I suppose. I don't know. It's whatever. But my point is that I like her a lot. And I would help her. It has nothing to do with the fact that she has pink hair and she's a kitsune, and she's like very attractive and stuff. It has nothing to do with that. We're just gonna shut up.
Iridori Festival, the area around the Outlander Affairs Agency will become the main exhibition space for light novels. Once things are in full swing, not only will there be lots of official and fan-created work on display, there'll also be exclusive giveaways, prizes, and new release parties.
Has nothing to do with her voice either. It does.
This small plaza in front of the International Trade Association will be called the Five Kasen Plaza during the festival, and nearby shops will be selling special light novel merchandise. You certainly won't want to miss out.
Wow. How should Paimon put this? It's definitely not your typical festival, but it sure looks like it'll be quite the party.
Light novel paradise.
Huh. Miko, what are these blank boards in the center of the plaza?
Yes, those are...
Yes.
Ah, Lady I did mention that there would be some reliable helpers coming to assist with the festivities. It appears she meant you two.
The schemers.
At last we meet again, Traveler and Paimon. Tell me, how are you faring recently?
Oh, it's Ayato! Wow, so even a busy guy like yourself is here to attend the Iridori Festival.
Preparing festivals falls under the Yashiro Commission's scope of responsibilities. Seeing as Lady Yae has poured her heart and soul into the preparations, I'm obliged to be equally dedicated.
Come now, Ayato. We're not strangers here. There's no need to sound so formal.
They are the party organizers.
We were just about to discuss the boards over here. They're related to our little helper's tasks, so I'll let you give them a detailed rundown.
Certainly. I assume you two already know that the Iridori Festival originated from the Five Kasen. These 5 boards are here for painting their portraits. This Iridori Festival is not only the first major festival to be held in Inazuma since the lifting of the Sakoku decree, it is also an event deeply rooted in culture and the arts. Therefore, the Yashiro Commission has personally invited several cultural celebrities from other nations. For example, the artist we have invited to paint these portraits hails from the distant land of Mondstadt. The Yashiro Commission will arrange accommodations and food in Inazuma for each of the distinguished guests. However, we fear that staying in a foreign land may feel a little uncomfortable, which is precisely why it would be ideal to have someone familiar with both Inazuma and other nations of Teyvat to serve as a guide for our guests.
I get it now.
I knew you would catch on. It is our hope that you would be able to guide the guests from the harbor to their residence at the International Trade Association, while providing any necessary assistance along the way. This arrival schedule includes the details of the ships on which the guests will be arriving. All you simply have to do is go to the docks at the indicated times.
Oh, hold on. Let me read this. All right. Arrival schedule. 2 days before the festival, ship and guests. Large passenger ship. Bards from Mondstadt. A guest painter. Calx. And his dependent. Huh. Estimated arrival time, 8 a.m. I gotta be up at 8 a.m.? I woke up at 8 a.m. today. I gotta wake up before 8 a.m. so I could be there? God, this is... Second day of the festival. Ship and guests. Large passenger ship. Calligraphers. Painters from Liyue. Theater mechanicus players. And a guest writer, Zenyu. Estimated arrival time, 10 a.m. This is better. This is better. Third day of the festival. Ship and guests. Large cargo ship. Stopover. 1 person. Estimated arrival time, 9 a.m. The day following the release event. Ship and guests. Small passenger ship. 2 persons. Estimated arrival time, 10 a.m. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Now, I'm wondering. I'm feeling like this is how we're going to get additional cameos from other places into this event. That's my guess. I don't know who Calx is. I don't know if I should know who Calx is. But if I had to guess, it could just be like bards and theater people, musicians. Maybe we'll get some, whatever. But like, I'm feeling like this is a venti call. Bards from Mondstadt, like he might be in a group of bards, maybe potentially. Then here, calligraphers, painters from Liyue, theater mechanicus, and guest writer Zenyu. So Zenyu's gonna be someone that we meet, I guess. This would be hilarious if it was Xingqiu, right? For a calligrapher, because his calligraphy sucks, but that'd be really funny. And then of course they could have either or both Yunjin and Xinyan. Like that they could potentially be within this group as well. And then cargo ship stopover, one person. Yeah, this one doesn't have a name of a place connected to it. Who would travel by themselves? Child. But what would he be doing here? I don't know. These are just guesses. And two persons. Yeah, I mean, they don't... listen. There's so many other ways they could have cameos in this. This is just my guess of how they are introducing people from other areas into this event. Anyway, we're only 11 minutes in. We gotta keep going.
It's settled then. My, look at the time. I have to meet with my editors, so I must be going now.
Goodbye.
During the festival, most of the Yae Publishing House's editors will be staying near the Outlander Affairs Agency. If you run into any problems, you may find them there.
This festival requires the full cooperation of the Tri-Commission, and there are still many minor details which require my attention, so I must excuse myself for now. I'll leave the guests in your hands.
Okay.
All the details we need about the ships are on the timetable that Ayato gave us. Let's take a closer look and be sure to pick up the passengers according to the times written on it.
So we're definitely going to go back to the Onodero guy in the beginning that Yamiko was talking about. He's going to be a thing at some point.
According to the arrival schedule, there will be a ship arriving from Mondstadt today. The artists for the 5 Kasim portraits should be on board.
Oh, they also said
The boat
painter.
should be
We're going to get
arriving soon,
Albedo
so
up in
let's
here.
head down to the docks.
He might have been on the cover, actually. So that would make sense. Oh, that'd be sick if it actually is Albedo stuff. You know how I feel about Albedo stuff. Venti and Albedo. That's the call.
Hello, you must be here to take part in the Iridori Festival. We're the festival guides, and we'll show you around.
Yes, that's right. We are bards from Mondstadt.
Fair.
Word has it that Inazuma has undergone many changes of late. We hope to find fresh inspiration here.
Paimon, what the hell are you doing?
These guests are all bards, aren't they? Well, where's Tondeaf Bard then?
That's what I'm saying.
Huh. Strange. He's pretty famous in Mondstadt. Do you think he didn't receive an invitation?
There's a chance he wouldn't show up. Because he's him.
Huh? Why's that?
You know, he's special.
Oh, Paimon sees what you're getting at. Even though Venti no longer rules over Mondstadt, he's still an Archon.
Well,
If he came rushing to Inazuma at the first mention of a festival, not only would it seem a little childish, it would also sort of be shameless of him too.
I have a feeling Klee shouldn't be here.
Honorary knight, Paimon! It's Klee! Were you also invited to the Iridori Festival?
Did you stow away?
No, Albedo's the
Oh.
one who received the invitation.
Duh.
But because everyone in the Knights of Favonius has been really busy these days, Albedo arranged for someone here to issue me a dependent pass.
Greetings, traveler in Paimon. After hearing that Inazuma was making preparations for the Irodori Festival, I predicted that I might run into you here.
Wait. Diamond. Okay, just had to check.
Ha! Paimon knew it! Albedo's the one they've invited to paint the 5 Kasen!
It seems that you already know why I'm here. Just so you're aware, I'll be using my pen name in Inazuma, Calx.
Oh!
By the way, do you know where the International Trade Association is? I'll be meeting with the editorial director of the Yae Publishing House there.
Yeah, the International Trade Association is where you'll be staying in Inazuma. We'll be heading there too.
I'm looking up the
Great.
thing. I'm paying attention. Don't worry
Let's
about
get going then.
it. Alright. Does Calx mean anything?
Wow, it's so beautiful here! So many things I've never seen before.
Oh!
Slow down, Klee. Please be careful.
I don't think... I might have known this, but I'm not sure. Either way, I know it now. Calx. Probably pronouncing that wrong. A powdery metallic oxide formed when an ore or mineral has been heated. Okay, then. That makes sense because alchemy.
Careful not
And
to
other
bump into
things.
others. Telling Klee so many stories about Inazuma during the trip was probably not the best idea. As a result, she could hardly sleep all the way here. It appears she's even more excited now that we've arrived. Strange.
Oh, I just clicked on all sorts of stuff. Uh-oh. Sorry about that. My bad. I think we're okay. Yeah, and I looked further. It's also Latin for chalk. What do you know? You learn something new every day, guys. I'm happy about it. It's good. It's a good thing. Anyway, sorry, I'm not distracted anymore. I'm watching.
It seems that the editorial director, Mr. Hiroyama, isn't here yet. I'm certain he said that he'd be sure to arrive before me. This might be a problem. Well, Mr. Hiroyama was supposed to meet with me and give me some reference materials about the 5 Kasen today. That way, I could better visualize the content for my paintings.
You mean you had no idea what you'd be painting before you arrived in Inazuma?
I only know of the 5 Kasen by name. Because of the sheer age of the tale, very little has been passed down to this day. So Mr. Hiroyama decided to help me collect some more information. I'm the type of painter who can complete a painting quickly as long as I'm inspired. So I agreed on only receiving the details today.
Where the hell did Cleve
So
just
when
go?
do the paintings have to be done by?
According to the festival plans, the portraits will be revealed one at a time throughout the various stages of the Irodori Festival. The first one, depicting Suiko, will need to be done before the festival's official opening ceremony, which is the day after tomorrow.
The day after tomorrow? Then you're already running out of time!
There's no need to panic. When I was working on light novel illustrations, because the manuscripts are shipped by boat, things were always tight and finished at the last minute. Just last month, to ensure the latest book of A Legend of Sword would be finished for the Irodori Festival, I had to complete the final chapter's illustrations the same day I received the manuscript. I heard that my illustrations were sent to print as soon as they arrived in Inazuma. I still don't know how well they turned out.
Paimon isn't sure if she should feel sympathetic for your working conditions or compliment you on your artistic genius.
Both.
Of course, I would still prefer to receive any possible reference materials in advance, so that I can be better prepared.
Miko did mention a thing.
Oh, right! The editors of the Yae Publishing House will all be around the Outlander Affairs Agency these next few days. Who knows? Maybe Mr. Hiroyama's over there too. We'll take you over there to see if we can find him, Albedo.
Alright, it's worth a try. Klee, you haven't slept for a while now. Please stay at our residence in the International Trade Association and get some rest. We will be back soon.
Okie dokie. Don't worry, Albedo. I'll be on my best behavior.
Inazuma's gonna burn to the ground.
This can't be happening. The moment we need to contact Onodera is when he's on special leave. Kuroda and I will go back to Inazuma City for an emergency printing run. The demand for this book is so high, though. Even with the emergency prints, it still might not be enough.
But it's something.
Despite everything, we're still lucky that we found out today. If this had happened a few days later, then we'd really be in boiling water. Hey, do you think that suspicious guy they found in the warehouse has anything to do with this?
What?
Well, the editorial director is on his way over there to investigate the situation as we speak.
Sorry to interrupt, but what's going on here?
Oh, hey, Traveler. Don't worry. It's nothing, just an internal issue. That's all. How can I help you?
I'm looking for the editorial director, Mr. Hirayama. Does anyone know where he is now?
Mr. Hirayama is currently at the warehouse down by the harbor.
Oh, hold on a second, Murata. Excuse me, but you must be Calx, the one who was invited to paint the 5 Kasen for the festival?
Yes, that's me.
My name is Kuroda. You must be inquiring about information regarding the 5 Kasen. I do apologize, but please make yourself comfortable at the International Trade Association, and I will let Mr. Hirayama know to send you the materials right away.
Oh, no need. You guys look super busy, so we can go find him ourselves.
About that.
Excuse me, but is there something wrong with the latest volume of A Legend of Sword?
Huh? How did you know?
Because you're acting weird.
Since you were all aware that Mr. Hirayama needed to send me some supporting materials, that means the editorial director didn't forget about it. Instead, something urgent must have cropped up. To add to that, despite being aware that I am Calx, you were still unwilling to let me go to Mr. Hirayama directly. After considering these factors, the only reason you would try to stall me is if something happened to A Legend of Sword, which I did the illustrations for.
Okay. One moment. I have to take a quick break. My bad. I'll be right back. Hey, sorry about that, folks. Let's go back just a little bit. Real life distractions and such. They happen.
To send me some supporting materials, that means the editorial director didn't forget about it. Instead, something urgent must have cropped up. To add to that, despite being aware that I am Calx, you were still unwilling to let me go to Mr. Hirayama directly. After considering these factors, the only reason you would try to stall me is if something happened to A Legend of Sword, which I did the illustrations for.
Well, I'm very sorry. The situation is just as you said, Calx. I suppose it doesn't hurt to tell you now. Earlier today, someone spotted a suspicious outlander sneaking around inside the Iridori Festival warehouse down by the docks. So they promptly alerted the Tenryou Commission. The Tenryou Commission was concerned about potential cargo theft, so they contacted everyone who was renting space in the warehouse. It was then that we realized that the latest copies of A Legend of Sword had suddenly gone missing.
What? The books are missing?
Shh, not so loud. Not only is this book an eagerly anticipated release in the last phase of the Iridori Festival, but the author, Jinyu, will be personally attending the release party as well.
Because of the dire situation, Mr. Hirayama immediately hurried to the warehouse to determine whether the theft was related to that suspicious outlander.
I see. It would be a great misfortune if A Legend of Sword would not be released on schedule. And quite a disappointment for Jinyu as well. If Mr. Hirayama has gone to the warehouse at the docks, then I'll go down to see if I can be of any help.
So the author of A Legend of Sword is Jinyu. Sounds familiar. Hey, isn't that Shincho's pen name?
Do you know him?
Shincho would definitely be upset if he discovers his books are missing. Let's accompany Albedo to the warehouse too.
So, I don't know if I guess I was supposed to know that, but I mean, guys, there's so many characters, I'm gonna forget. that Xingqiu's pen name is Zhenyu. I said Zhenyu before. I forget. I know there's like Zhongli and he has the Z and it's like a Z sound with the Z and the Chinese. My bad. Okay, anyway, Zhenyu. Yeah, I probably learned that somewhere before and I completely forgot. Whoops. I don't know if I was supposed to know that Albedo's pen name for his paintings was Calx. Not, but I know now, and I know what it means, and that's cool. Zhenyu probably means something as well that's related to that, for all I know. But okay, yeah. So we have an Outlander, someone sneaking around taking stuff. I'm wondering if this is just going to be something weird, like not weird, like is it some treasure hoarder related thing, or is it actually just going to be like another cameo from someone who is of someone who's not from Inazuma? So, I mean, it can only be those two things, right? Yeah, I'm on top of it.
Aratani and Kuroda are going back to Inazuma City to start printing extra copies of A Legend of Sword. I'll stay here and hold down the fort. Of course, I still hope those novels can be found soon and that things won't take a turn for the worse.
Kujo-Sara! Venti! Hell yeah. Okay.
Huh? It's you!
Yeah, it's him. So... it's Venti sneaking around. Ah.
Ew! Why are you here?
I'm here on behalf of the Tenryou Commission, of course. Is that surprising?
No, Sarah, Paimon wasn't talking about you!
Okay, I was gonna say.
So, Tone-Deaf Bard. The suspicious Outlander in the warehouse wouldn't happen to be you, would it?
Considering the evidence, it appears that the suspicious Outlander is... indeed me.
Hell yeah.
As I have told you, you are a suspect. Before your allegations of theft and illegal entry as a stowaway are cleared, you are to remain silent. Don't make me say it again. Traveler, Paimon, do you know this self-proclaimed bard from Mondstadt?
I do.
What? Listen, Sarah. Knowing him, it's safe to say that he wasn't behind the theft. But what's this about being a stowaway?
Although he claims to be a special guest for the Iridori Festival, he's failed to present his invitation letter. Therefore, we can only suspect that he might have entered the country illegally. And just a moment ago, we caught him in a dandelion wine crate near the Sailing Breeze.
Can we ask him a few questions?
If it would help shed any light on the situation, then please, be my guest.
Venti!
Oh,
what you doing?
Venti! You didn't really come here illegally, did you?
Ouch! Your words wound me. We've been apart for so long, and the moment we meet again, all I'm greeted with is grilling questions and suspicious glares.
I know, terrible.
You arrived in Inazuma via similar means, or so I heard. You of all people should be more understanding, don't you think?
Similar means?
You know.
I merely jest. Fear not, for the person who sent me the invitation is none other than Kamisato Ayato of Yashiro Commission. It's unlikely that someone acquainted with the likes of him would ever be here illegally, right?
But why weren't you on the same ship as the other bards?
Well, once I received the invitation letter, I couldn't help but want to come to Inazuma a little early. It was then that I happened upon a cargo ship bound for Inazuma transporting dandelion wine. So, naturally, I decided to set sail with them. Once aboard, I found the captain to be a kindred spirit, and I was treated to an abundance of fine liquor along the way. I must have fallen asleep in the cargo crate while carefully comparing the tastes of dandelion wine and Inazuman sake. And when I woke up, I found myself in this warehouse with a Tenryou Commission general glaring at me from atop the grate.
Coming from Venti, this story is quite believable. But It still feels a bit...
Shameless?
Excuse me, I'm the owner of the stolen goods from the IA publishing house, and there are some questions I would like to ask you. Based on what you just said, it seems you've been in the warehouse for some time now. If that's the case, did you happen to hear anything unusual?
Actually, I did hear some faint footsteps around me a couple of times, but I didn't consider the sound anything out of the ordinary.
Hmm? But if you clearly heard something, why didn't you feel it was unusual?
Oh, I seem to understand now.
Huh? What did you notice, Albedo?
When it comes to burglars, they are generally associated with prying or rummaging through things. What Venti means is that he did not hear anything unusual like that. As for the sound of footsteps, because this is a warehouse where many goods are coming in and out each day, it is quite normal for people to be walking around.
I see. But if that's the case, then we're back to square one regarding the stolen books.
No, not quite. From the facts that have been presented to us, we can draw at least 3 conclusions now. First, whoever took the novels is not a spur-of-the-moment burglar. They had their sights on the books from the very beginning. Second, the culprit was very familiar with the warehouse, and might even have a key. And third... I knew you'd catch on, Traveler. One person couldn't possibly transport so many heavy books in such a short window of time. It must have been a team effort. It goes without saying that Venti clearly does not match up with our culprits.
Yes, I agree with your reasoning. Mr. Hirayama, the Tenryo Commission will continue by investigating the warehouse staff. If you come across any further clues, please notify us immediately.
Yes, understood. I'll leave it to you then.
I suppose I'm free as a bird then.
Not so fast. Even though we've cleared the theft allegations, we still haven't ascertained whether your arrival in Inazuma was legal or not.
Aw, 'tis a shame. I thought surely after my honest account you might let me off the hook.
Sara's quite the meticulous one. So, where's your invitation letter, Venti?
Yes, the invitation letter. I'm truly sorry. I can't seem to remember where I may have put it.
How could you lose something so important?
Don't be mistaken. I was well aware of how important it was. But I didn't bring any luggage with me, and the letter was too big to fit in my pocket. So I kept it in my hand the whole trip. Strange. Though I had a little too much to drink, I know that I kept it in a secure place. I even recall being most pleased at coming up with a good idea at the time.
If you were holding the invitation in your hand the whole time, then why did you put it down?
Well, to properly compare the taste of Mondstadt wine and Inazuman sake, I had to hold a glass in each hand.
Fair.
I couldn't both hold the invitation and a glass at the same time. But surely I wouldn't put it in just any random place. It could easily be misplaced.
In which case, I believe there's only one place it could be. Have you figured it out, Traveler?
Huh? You're way ahead of Paimon. Do you two already know where the invitation letter is?
His hat. His hat would be the easiest to access.
Ah, yes! I remember now. I knew you'd help me find it.
How would you not feel it there, though? That would annoy the shit out of me.
This is indeed an invitation letter issued by the Yashiro Commission. Now that we've confirmed this guest's identity, I have no further questions. However, starting tonight, I would advise you to stay at the International Trade Association. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be leaving now.
All right. So, real quick, man, it's going to be hard to get through this because there's so much to talk about. I can see people seeing this cutscene and be like, man, and along with other cutscenes, I'm like, man, Kujo Sara, she's mean. She's so rough. What? I don't know. She's doing her job. Like, I don't Like, sure, yeah, it is comical with Venti and stuff, and I guess it just depends on like if you have any biases towards any of these characters, where you're just like, oh no, leave Venti alone, or like, yeah, screw Venti, that drunk bard, like whatever, like, you know, depending. Um, and then Kujo Sara, where it's like, oh no, she's doing her job, or oh no, she's mean, like whatever. It's, but I like this, like the dynamic, like what they showed there, how she's very strict in doing her job, and Venti is the super aloof bard that he is, or how he chooses to appear to be. I don't know. I like this whole interaction with them. Once again, the bringing up the whole how we too arrived illegally, uninvited, was funny. That was a good thing that they did that. What I didn't like about that is that we kept being hypocritical, and by we I mean Paimon. It's I don't know. This event's great so far. It's just the jokes that a certain character is making are very forced and not funny. But let's keep going.
There goes Sara. All right, let's go talk to Mr. Hirayama about Albedo's reference materials.
Mr. Hiroyama, I'm Calx. We had originally arranged to meet today.
Ah, yes, so you are Calx. I'm very sorry that you've arrived in Inazuma only to find such a mess. These are the materials regarding the 5 Kassen. All the information that we could find is compiled here.
Oh, Jesus! Oh, are you gonna let me read it though? Are you gonna scroll? I'm gonna read what I can, and we'll see if they scroll. 5 Kazen summary. About the 5 Kazen. Long ago, there were 5 legendary poets in Inazuma, supremely gifted in music and writing, and they were honored as the 5 Kazen, meaning 5 fairies of singing and poetry. Oh, it is said that the shogun loved their works profoundly, and that every year one of them would go to Tenshukaku and present their new poetry collection for the shogun's perusal. The 5 Kazen are known as Suiko, Aoi no Okina, Akahito, Sumizome, and Kuronushi. Kuronushi. I don't know if you would say the new or if the U would be super quick and or silent in this one. Kuronushi, respectfully. Kuronushi. I think that's how you would say it. All right. But their real names were lost in history. According to a widely accepted theory, tales of the 5 Kazen had once been repeatedly adapted and performed on stage, with the 5 characters each dressed in a distinct color: green, blue, red, white, and black. Over time, theatergoers started referring to them by these colors, hence the names we see today. Still, there exist other theories. For instance, some believe Suiko was named after his dwelling, a thatched cottage called Suiko Hut. Some also say that the Aka in Akahito was derived from the poet's habit of marking his works with a scarlet red seal. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, so this would make sense. Kuro is black, Aoi's blue, Aka's red. Yeah. And yeah, okay. I wanted to scroll down, but it's not. I'm not playing the game. I'm watching a thing. Do you scroll down? Oh, you do! Oh my god, what a legend. Yes, more. Alright, slow down. Calm yourself. Okay. About the tales of the 5 Kazen. Everyone in Inazuma knows the tale of the 5 Kazen, and stories featuring them were once all the rage in Inazuma. What is fortunate, however, is that despite their popularity and abundance of the time, At the time, not much detail survived till today. Most were probably lost during the Great Calamity 500 years ago. According to existing literature, during the Golden Age when many such stories were being created. They usually followed the same set of rules, 4 poems in succession, each telling a fragment of the story from a cousin's point of view, with the 4 together completing the whole tale. What was curious was that no single chapter seemed to be narrated from Kuronishi's perspective. Huh. Interesting. More. Stop. Okay. Suiko. A free, sake-loving soul born into an ordinary family. Some say he got the name Suiko from Suiko Hut, the thatched cottage he lived in. Okay. Aoi no Okina, an old man accomplished in chess. In addition to poems, he has also left behind a few novels. Some say he was actually a shogunate official who had not made a name until his senior years. Others say he was not a human, but a very old kitsune in human form. Akahito, a talented swordsman who most likely came from a martial family. Some say his name was derived from his habit of marking his works with a scarlet red seal. Okay, we heard that. Sumizome. She was once a shrine maiden skilled in floral arts and dancing. Later, she became the shogun's personal attendant. Some say she resigned from her position after she became famous and devoted herself to artistic creation. Others say she kept serving the shogun into her old age. And then the last one, Kronshi. Little is known about him, nor does anyone know who he really is. Maybe this explains the more varied versions of his identity and personality from story to story as compared to the other 4 Kasen. Interesting. Okay. Alright.
Let's see here. Yes, it's just as I had suspected. Monikers such as Suiko and Aoi no Okina aren't the real names of the 5 Kasen.
No.
Though there were once many stories regarding each of the 5 Kasen, the validity of their contents can no longer be verified in present times. Alas, what a shame. But at the very least, we know that most of the stories were written according to a similar style, so there is still something we may glean from this.
So, is the info useful for your paintings, Albedo?
To some extent, yes. However, I must admit that it is still lacking and fails to fulfill the most crucial element. Inspiration.
No! I am sorry that this information is not as exhaustive as you had hoped. However, it is not possible to gather anything more at the moment. Though, Lady Yae did say that there are many variations of the story about the 5 Kasen, and everyone has a different story in their heart. So all you need to do is follow through with what's in your own heart, and create something that you yourself find interesting.
That does sound like something Miko would say.
Thank you, Mr. Hirayama. No need to worry. I'll find inspiration for the portraits.
Great. I'll leave it to you then, Calx. Oh, and there's one more thing I need to ask of everyone. Tomorrow morning, Mr. Genyu, the author of A Legend of Sword, will be arriving in Inazuma by boat. If you see him, please do not mention the stolen novels for the time being. Whether the stolen books are eventually recovered or not, the Yae Publishing House will do its best to ensure that the novel's release is a success.
I get it now.
You have my gratitude. I'll be going then.
Well, seems there's nothing more we can do here. Let's go.
What are you doing, Venti?
Huh? Venti? What are you doing over there? You don't want us to leave you behind, do you?
Well, here's the thing. I did not say this before. I don't know if anything's going to come from it, but I'm going to have my fingers crossed. I'm going to hope. I'm also going to be very sad because this is an event that is no longer around, and you have to watch a YouTube video in order to experience it. And if you don't bother to do that, then you could potentially miss out on some cool lore and information. I'm not sure if there is going to be any of that, but I hope there is, because Venti is in Inazuma right now. Let me repeat that. Venti is in Inazuma right now. So, if you know what I might be thinking, then you can imagine why I would be somewhat excited. There could be some Thousand Winds information, more of that around, potentially, you know, because of things, and yeah. So, I hope we get a little bit of that. I think it's kind of a big deal. I am always pretty excited when Venti is on screen because of how mysterious this guy is, and also simultaneously the stuff he tends to drop on us at the same time. Like, yeah, I'm repeating myself at this point. We're going to continue.
Traveler, Albedo, would you mind coming over here for a moment? There's something peculiar that I think you should see.
What is it, Venti? A piece of paper?
Indeed. When I awakened to find myself in the warehouse this morning, I discovered this paper in the cargo crate where I was sleeping. I didn't think much of it then. I thought it was merely a scrap piece of paper that had fallen into the cargo. After a quick glance, I stuffed it into a place nearby. But on second thought, I think it's worth having you take a look at what's written on it.
Oh. No, hold on. Okay. The 5 Kazen Splendor. Suiko. I'm thinking of Suika. Suika is watermelon. Well, this is Suiko. It's different. Okay. Mine dwelling was far from the wider world, but for my fame, my peace was disturbed. In blue clad, I went before Tenshukaku to present our work, but Aoi's work was missing a page. I knelt and begged for divine wrath to be stilled, and I told what I knew of how it was lost. The previous night, I had been drunk, and then a person's shadow had passed over me. Some treacherous scoundrel must have stolen the poem, leading to my great loss of face. Oh. The mystery deepens.
Let me see. Suiko chapter. Wait a minute. Isn't Suiko the name of one of the 5 Kazen?
No.
The story told in this poem roughly boils down to Suiko getting tipsy and letting some poems that were meant for the Shogun get stolen.
Imagine.
This story sounds familiar to my ear. Where have I heard it?
Seriously? It's literally the same story you just experienced yesterday!
Oh, indeed it is. Interesting, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I concur. The person who left this paper could quite possibly be the criminal, or even a witness to the theft. But why leave the paper here in such a fashion? And if the one who left it here was a witness, why didn't they attempt to stop the burglary?
Alright, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Meeting together in Inazuma like this is a most rare occasion. Since we've been busy from the start of the day, let us find an inn with good drink to keep our thirst at bay.
Hey! You just sobered up and you're already thinking about more drinks? And let's not forget that Albedo still has a portrait to complete. We don't have time to be slacking off!
We don't have to be there for
it's
his
fine.
portrait to be completed.
Let's all go for a drink together. It'll be my treat.
Hell yeah, Albedo.
Wait a minute! What about your portrait?
As I mentioned before, I'm the kind of artist who can work quickly once I'm inspired. And now, It seems I've found my source of inspiration.
Also, as someone who I'd like to consider myself an artist, although I haven't done any art in a really long time, but a tip: if you don't mind drinking alcohol and you are having trouble with drawing or painting or sketching or creating something, whatever that is, a little bit of alcohol helps. Just a little bit. I'm not saying to go get wasted, but if you are second guessing yourself or you have nerves and are just unsure of how to start, sometimes one drink could actually help you. Now, I'm not telling anyone to go drink. You should not drink if you're underage. And yeah, don't just be responsible and stuff. But one of thing that I've heard from professionals and that I have tried myself when I would struggle with doing something is that I would have a beer or something, right? Or I'd make myself a pretty light mixed drink or something, and I would just sip on that as I'm working on the thing, and it kind of just calms you down and removes the nerves that you may have. Because you could be there with your blank canvas, just like being like, I just don't know how to start. I don't know what to do. I can't do anything. I don't trust myself. And then by doing something like that, you kind of loosen up a little bit and you just go with the flow and you end up with some kind of result. Is it the result you want at the end of the day? It might not be. You might wake up the next day and be like, oh man, that's kind of garbage. I don't like that. But at the same time, you still did something, and that means you put practice in. So it's not a bad thing. So that is my recommendation to any artist above the age of what's legal for alcohol consumption who may be interested in finding ways to loosen up a bit. Yeah. So Albedo here just kind of like, get a drink. It's fine. We're all just good. It's fine. Who knows if he's even drinking alcohol? But anyway, the other thing I want to say about this is, here's the other thing about having Venti in this event. Can't believe a word the guy says at all. How he told his story about how he got here and all that stuff. How it's very similar to what he just picked up off the ground. And then he's like, oh, haha, imagine that, crazy. Like, I don't know. It's just, they do it on purpose because it could be nothing or it could really be like something. Because if I had to guess, Venti does what he does. When Venti's on screen, I feel like he's usually there for a reason, for some purpose, to show you something without directly telling you, and there's a reason why he's in Inazuma. I don't think it's just for being a bard. It could be nothing. But because it's an event, and Venti's who he is, anyway. Yeah, that was my thoughts and bad advice. Let's continue.
If I use a model as reference for the piece, we must pay him back with the appropriate recompense.
In that case, we'll need to order more dishes. One year, the poet Suiko made his way to Tenshukaku and presented the Kasen's work for the shogun's perusal. But a page from the works of Aoi no Okina had been torn out, and Suiko was questioned regarding the matter. Suiko pleaded guilty. He admitted to drinking at the tavern the night before, and vaguely recalled a mysterious figure approaching while he was intoxicated.
A blade is like a... Wow, you really came through, Albedo. you were able to complete the first portrait before the opening ceremony.
Yes, it really is a sight to behold. Not only does it harken to the traditional style of Inazuma, but it also makes use of modern aesthetics. My figure is particularly striking. Even though I'm sound asleep in the portrait, I still appear as glorious as always.
Oh boy.
Hey, don't get too full of yourself, Tone Deaf Bard. You were just a model. The person in the artwork isn't actually you. Well, Albedo, who will be your next portrait?
The next one will be Aoi no Okina of the 5 Kasen.
Albedo, might I suggest waiting a little before starting on the next one? Who knows? You might soon discover another story.
Another story?
I believe he's referring to the possibility of finding another paper with tales of the 5 Kasen. According to the reference materials I was given, we've only found the first of a total of 4 chapters.
Do you think the mysterious person who left the first paper will strike again?
It certainly is a possibility. Also, there are some points regarding the stories of the 5 Kasen that have left me rather curious. For example, the reference materials make mention of 5 legendary figures, yet all the popular stories only consist of 4 parts.
It's because of the
It appears that throughout all the stories, there is never a chapter dedicated to Kuronushi.
Yes, I'm also curious about these stories myself. But who knows? They may merely be akin to the old saying in Mondstadt. Seeds of stories brought by the wind and cultivated by time. So for now, we need but just wait patiently.
Yup. Oh boy, okay, that was Act 1. Jeez. Alright. Oh man. Oh man. I'm thinking. Yeah, guys, I mean, we have to. We definitely have to be getting into Thousand Wind stuff, right? Istaroth, like we have to. Ah. He just said the thing. He said the thing though. He said the thing. All right. I'm going to take another little break, and I'm going to be back, and I'm going to continue this. See you in half a second. All right, we're back for some more of this. Let's see if we can get through another act. All right. What you got for me? Ooh. Nice.
What a coincidence. I was wondering where I might be able to find you.
Hold up.
Here you are.
Did I not do this before? It's on. I mean, I think we're good, but still, yeah, we're fine. Always forget to check
Yes,
that.
indeed. I believe Klee has missed you tremendously.
Oh.
All right. As much as I'd like to sit and chat with you, this time I'm here mainly for Klee. Before bringing Klee here, I told her many stories about Inazuma. It got her very excited to experience the local culture here. However, I've got other things to do in Inazuma this time besides painting the portraits of the 5 Kasen. Over the next couple of days, I won't have the time to show her around. Inazuma is not like Mondstadt.
No.
I can't just let Klee wander off by herself when I'm busy with other things. So I had to have her stay at the International Trade Association while I finish my work. She hasn't complained, but I can tell she's not enjoying being stuck there on her own. Fortunately, I now have you and Paimon. So,
Yay, Mr. Honorary Knight's here! What you talking about, Mr. Honorary Knight? Are we gonna go play?
Would you like to go and play, Klee?
Yeah! But Albedo is really busy. I can't go too far away or he'll be worried about me.
Duh.
Aw, Klee, you're such a thoughtful kid.
Unlike Paimon.
Paimon's very thoughtful you whenever she's eating a delicious slime. Yeah, that's more like it. Anyway,
I don't think I'd want to be caught
pretty cruel not to
during
let
that
Klee
moment.
go out when she was so excited to come here. Yep. Allow the almighty traveler and dependable Paimon to bring Klee on a tour of Inazuma.
Klee, do you want to go play with Mr. Honorary Knight?
Yes, you bet I do.
As you know, Klee is our Spark Knight. You must keep her safe and sound. By which I mean, try to keep her out of trouble. For instance, if a mountain in Inazuma was to lose one of its peaks, or if there were an explosion somewhere in the city, Klee could very well get in trouble.
Got it. No explosions.
Glad to hear it.
I promise I'll bring you back an awesome souvenir, Mr. Albedo.
Great. I look forward to it.
There are loads of cool things to do in Inazuma. Try the local cuisine, visit a shrine. What do you want to do, Klee? Cuisine? What's that?
Food.
You know, food and drink. Paimon just meant we could take you to a local restaurant. A restaurant? Yay! Snack time! Got it! All right, snack time it is. Let's go.
Thank you for taking care of Klee. I heard lighting fires is strictly prohibited in both Rito and Inazuma during the Irodori festival. Please keep a close watch on her. Klee's already run off. You'd better catch up with her.
Wow, something smells so good. I think it's coming from this steaming thingy. Mr. Honorary Knight, look at this noodly soup. It's so pretty. There's so many nice things inside.
Looks like ramen.
It's not noodly soup. It's tonkotsu ramen, actually.
Oh, so, what are those yellow and red thingies on that plate?
You're kidding, right? Those are tri-flavored skewers.
Whoa. Hold on, kid. She's not from here. You got. I'll kill you.
And what about this little yellow cake?
That's an egg roll. They're amazing. Have you really not tried one before?
He's actually not being mean. He's just excited.
Tonkotsu ramen, tri-flavored skewers, and egg rolls. They all sound delicious.
They sure are. Guess you're not from around here if you haven't tried any of these before.
There you go.
Let me buy you an egg roll with my allowance so you can get a taste of our Inazuman food.
I'm the asshole. The kid is super nice. God. I'm like a commenter on one of my own videos who didn't wait like 5 more seconds to find out the thing that I was going to say. And God, you know, now I know what it feels like. Jesus.
Really? But Master Jean said I shouldn't go taking other people's things. Also, that's your allowance, right? Taking another kid's allowance just seems kind of wrong.
Oh, I remember you. You're Yoimiya's friend.
Yes.
How come you know how to make egg rolls?
Because I'm skilled.
Egg rolls are a piece of cake for this guy. Why don't you make some for Klee and Iwao?
Sure.
Really? Wow, Paimon is so touched. You're learning. All right, we'll be waiting on those egg rolls.
Okay, hold on. Alright, Paimon got me there. That was funny. That was funny. God, I keep unplugging my headset. Jesus. Oh, man. That was funny, though. Even though it's like... I don't think she should be that surprised. I'm sure we make her food all the time, but... It's just... you're learning! It's just such a funny thing to say to someone. Anyway, that was good. Make that egg roll. Do it. Yeah.
Mr. Honorary Knight, what do egg rolls taste like?
Egg. And they're kind of sweet. And they're called something else.
Wow, you really can cook them. You're awesome, mister.
Thanks, man.
It's sweet. So yummy.
Yes, it is.
Yep. It's delicious. Traveler, you are the best.
Thanks.
Yeah, these egg rolls are pretty good, but I still think Yoimiya's are better.
Well, go have hers then.
Who is Yoimiya?
She's really
she
cool.
Makes egg rolls too?
Yeah, and you'd get along with her.
Yoimiya can do anything. She tells stories, keeps goldfish, makes fireworks, and gives us candy too. Yoimiya's pretty much the best and most awesome person ever.
I imagine we're gonna see her
The
soon.
best, most awesome person in the world is my mom. And Klee knows loads of other great people too, like Mr. Albedo, Mr. Honorary Knight, Master Jean, Kaya. Surely she's not going to name everyone she knows.
No, she's going to leave out Diluc. She doesn't think he's awesome. Anyway, yeah, we're definitely gonna get Yoimiya any moment now, and Klee and her are gonna interact, and it's gonna be funny. And I hope there's a reference to Yoimiya being all like, "Oh, you're so-and-so's kid? Yeah, I know Alice. We hung out and made fireworks together." Because that's a thing that totally happened in the Teyvat travel guide. Kind of cool. Also, by the way, I heard this somewhere. I can't remember. It must have been in a comment or something. The Teyvat travel guides, it ends after Inazuma? Have they not done... Am I understanding that wrong? Did I hear that incorrectly? Is there a Sumeru region thing portion? Is there a Fontaine portion? Is there a Natlan portion? Because to all of a sudden not continue the book would be kind of bullshit, in my opinion. Maybe there's a reason for it that I find out. But it's been such a kind of little tiny side thing for so long for me, I feel like, because I've always been excited to read it, and I do every time. I can't remember what video I read it in, if it was a video that everyone got to see or not. But regardless, I read it, and I remember someone being all like, "Yeah, it's a shame they don't continue this." And I'm like, okay, sure. The hell, Alice. Anyway, I forgot what I was talking about. Stuff.
Oh, well, I don't know any of those people. But anyways, I still want to introduce you to Yoimiya. If you want, I'll take you to find her. In most festivals, Yoimiya's so busy that you can never find her. But this festival's different. She has free time, so she can play with us. She seems like she hasn't been in a great mood recently, but maybe seeing you will cheer her up.
Oh, what happened?
Okay, let's go play with Yoimiya.
Yoimiya, what happened?
Don't be sad. Oh, I know. Let me tell you something that'll cheer you up. Yesterday, I won 3 beetle fights in a row against that guy with the horns on his head.
Wow, Matsuzaka. Nice work. It's not easy to beat Ito.
It is, though.
Don't worry, Yoimiya. Maybe you can't light fireworks during the Iridori Festival, but there are still lots of other fun things to do.
Oh, that's why.
I know. Thanks, you guys. It's just that fireworks are banned in the city for a few days. I'm not that upset, really.
Yoimiya, it's me! I want to introduce you to a new friend, an Outlander girl. I just met her. Wait, what's your name again?
Klee. My name is Klee.
Nice to meet you, Klee. I'm Yuimiya, and I run Naganahara Fireworks.
Hello.
I love the cute outfit, with the hat and the cool little symbols. So unique. And your backpack, wow, it's really well made.
That's a 4-leaf clover. Mom and Master Jean said it can bring me good luck.
Really? That's awesome! I bet everyone would love one of those. Also, that little fairy on your backpack is super cute, too.
That's Dodoko, my best friend. We always go fish blasting together in Starfell Lake.
Oh, Dodoko? What an interesting name. I really like it.
Yep. My mom says that when a Dodoko is born, it rides the wind and goes off on a big adventure.
Ride the wind and go off on a big adventure? Klee, your mom sounds like a very cool person.
You know her.
Yep, my mom is the best and most awesome person ever. And Yuimiya, Iwao was right. You're a really cool person too.
Thanks, Klee. I feel like we really get each other. We'll be great friends, I'm sure of it.
It's so heartwarming watching these two chat away.
Hey, Klee! Since you like 4-leaf clovers so much, why don't I make a firework with a 4-leaf clover pattern and set it off for you?
Well...
Yeah! And after the fireworks, we can go fish blasting with Dodoko!
Guys!
Hold on a second. Fish blasting? No way! Albedo was pretty clear about that!
No explosions allowed.
Oh, oops. I got so excited that I completely forgot about that. The folks from the Yashiro Commission specifically warned me that no fireworks are allowed in Inazuma during the Iridori Festival.
God damn it, Ayato.
What? It's not allowed? But... Aww... Okay, then. Hey, come on! You just made a new friend! This is a happy occasion. Why are you suddenly so upset?
Don't be sad.
Yeah,
Just stop it.
We still have lots of things we can do.
Let's go check out the festival.
Right! Just like Saika said, there are lots of fun things to do.
What do you say, Klee? Sounds like the Iridori Festival could be a real blast.
Okay, then. Let's go!
Take flight!
Now they're all frozen
I still
and
don't
dying.
get why Yoimiya is upset.
Dummy, Yoimiya is upset because she can't set off fireworks for everyone during the Iridori Festival.
Yeah, idiot. Sorry.
Here we are, the venue of the Iridori Festival. Look at all these stalls. It looks super fun, doesn't it?
I really want to find this
Outlander Brigade. When the wind of death blew towards the blonde samurai? Oh, what a long name. Must be a new one. I've never heard of it.
By Kawabunga Iki. Yoimiya, this is a really strange name.
Who's this Kawabunga? It's pronounced Kayabuki Ike. That would be me.
Oh.
Outlander Brigade is a new series of mine, and When the Wind of Death Blew Towards the Blonde Samurai is the first volume.
Oh boy, this guy.
Outlander's Brigade? Is it a story about the best of friends? Kaya says that every good story has to have best friends in it.
Absolutely not. I would never allow such cliches in one of my novels.
Oh boy.
This is a book about betrayal, blood, and tears. A long and lonely struggle. A stubborn samurai's path to the truth. This is the kind of story that needs to be told.
Oh, is that right? Well, I'm not sure that's a very, suitable story for Klee. We might keep looking around.
Hey, miss! Don't go! Are you sure you don't want a copy? I'll give you 40% off.
Yeah, about that. Guy was weird. First he's trying to be a Ninja Turtle, then he's trying to sell some actual pretty graphic stuff to a kid.
For Princess Fischl. Oh look!
Ooh.
It's Fischl's story!
That's right! Flowers for Princess Fischl. Have you read this book before, Klee?
Nope, but I know Fischl's story. Fischl always hangs out with Oz. Everyone in the Adventurers Guild knows. It's just like how me and Todoko are always together. I wonder if Todoko is getting bored now.
This is Klee's way of saying, I'm fucking bored, let's do something. I'm kidding. Yeah, so, man, I wish my memory wasn't failing me so much. It feels like it's been happening more and more these days. It's crazy. I read that book. I can't remember when. I can't remember if it was ever uploaded. It might have been for my Discord. So, I mean, for those of you not in my Discord, I recommend you do that. I mean, more than just members will be seeing this video at some point in time. So if you happen to be seeing this and you're not signed up, then I suggest maybe that's the thing that you might want to do. And yeah, any tier gets you into the Discord if you like, and Scholar Tier and Up gets you the exclusive uncut content. And one of the things is that sometimes I will do lore reading stuff, or it's something I'm trying to do more often these days. I'm going to try to incorporate that more in my Discord, and also upload those videos afterwards for members. And there will be some things, of course, that I will still read in front of everybody. I think I plan on making like compilations of just reading a bunch of stuff and uploading like big videos at a time of just going into book after book after book. For those who just want to enjoy my poor performance of a story time, considering I stumble over my words all the time. But still, it's something that I don't think you normally get with this kind of thing. So yeah, you will be probably seeing that eventually. But yeah, anyway, I read Flowers for Princess Fischl, and I think that is super interesting and cool, and it definitely alludes to the summer event, and definitely explains how Fischl is who she is. I take it as in her being very inspired by this this character essentially becoming them in a way. And of course there is more to it than just that as well. But we'll get into Fischl theories and all that stuff when we do the summer event, because I know that the one that's coming up is about her. And imagine if they were replayable. Anyway, let's continue this.
Oh, Klee, I'm afraid it can't be helped. There are a lot of flammable items at the festival, and we have to be careful not to start a fire.
Yeah.
Darn. It seems like even the Iridori Festival can't cheer Klee and you and me up. There must be plenty of things you can do with Dodoko besides lighting fireworks and going fish blasting.
What if you lit them up by the Kawabunga stall? That might be okay.
Like,
I don't think anyone would care. Like writing a story.
Wait, so that's what you're suggesting?
Yeah, storytelling.
That's right! The Iridori Festival is a place for putting your work on display. You could show Dodoko's story for everyone here! Bingo! What do you think of that idea, Klee? Mr. Albedo taught me how to paint. I can paint the story of Dodoko's adventure in Inazuma.
There you go.
That's very imaginative. I think it's a great idea. We could even put the finished story on display at the festival.
There you go.
Yay! Great! Dodoko will be so happy.
Perfect. Okay, so I have some paper, paintbrushes, and paint at the shop. Let's go to the shop and paint your story there.
Yay! Let's go, let's go!
Those two can run so fast when they're motivated. We better catch up.
Yoimiya and Klee could
Klee
be
and I just had a
devastating.
discussion, and we've decided
We're gonna keep the content of the story a secret from you guys for now.
But why?
obviously I can't tell you why. Or you'll see. Don't worry.
Shit, she's
You
right.
can keep exploring the festival while we're busy in the shop. We'll be here when you get back.
Come on, Yoimiya, we should get going. Let's go inside and start painting. Oh, Paimon was hoping that we could all paint together. So unfair.
We're not as cool.
Actually, Paimon's got an idea. Come on, let's go around to the windows and take a sneaky peek.
That's not very... I don't know the word I'm looking for. Polite?
So, what does Dodoko do after getting to Inazuma?
Dodoko goes to eat tri-flavored skewers, tonkatsu ramen, and egg rolls.
Ooh, that sounds great! Is that what you're painting? It looks beautiful! Once you're done painting, let's go get it printed. We'll print a whole bunch of copies and go hand them out at the festival. Although it'll cost a lot more to get it printed. Let me see if I've got enough saved up.
It's okay, Yoimiya. I have some more. Look.
50 more is probably not quite enough. Well, if we don't have enough, we can ask the Traveler for ideas.
Mr. Honorary Knight has helped a lot already. I don't want to trouble him. So, I think I should just go fish blasting to earn some more.
No. What the fuck?
No fish blasting.
Okay.
Paimon and the Traveler said so.
Oh, then we've got no choice. We'll have to go see Mr. Albedo.
Who's Mr. Albedo?
He's my older brother. He's super duper smart. He can do anything. And he knows how to paint, too. He paints Hilly Churls, Kaya, and even Dodoko. That's why he came to Inazuma this time, to do paintings for everyone.
Oh, is that right? Then I guess Mr. Albedo must be an artist working with the iPublishing House.
An artist? Oh, that means he has 2 jobs. One as an alchemist, teaching Sucrose alchemy, and the other as an artist, doing paintings for people. Yoimiya, let me show you something. Mr. Albedo taught me you can paint Dodoko's color like this.
Wow, I can see the resemblance. All right, I'll paint the streets, and Klee, you fill in Dodoko's colors. Hey, you can even write the story over here to explain what's happening in the painting.
Okay, let's write this.
Oh.
Shoot! Paimon didn't hear the last part.
A while later. Okay, hold on. I gotta talk about some things here. First of all, super wholesome between Yoimiya and Klee, and how Yoimiya is just very into helping Klee and just well, she's having fun too, obviously, right? But I don't know. I just overhear that was kind of cool. And then talking about Albedo, that was neat too. And when she gave examples as to the things that he paints, like I knew about stuff, but also said Kaya. He's painted Kaya before? I imagine he's painted a few different people before, but she specifically said Kaya. And I guess that's because Klee really likes Kaya. Which is also interesting. Because when I did research on Kaya, when I made that the key to Conria video that featured Kaya and how his character in general gave me a lot of clues about Conria itself. If you haven't seen that video, I recommend you go do so. It's fun. At least I think so. But I listened to... I don't know if it actually made it into the video because I don't think I had to connect it anyway. But when I was researching and I listened to Kaya voice lines, you can listen to what the characters have to say about other characters. And, you know, when you get to Klee and Kaya is just kind of like, you know, blah, 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 gets into trouble, all that stuff. Don't rat me out, like, you know. And then when he talks about Albedo, it's a lot more passive aggressive sounding. I'm not sure what that's about. It's not like he insults Albedo in any way, but he has a very like kind of tone when he's talking about him. Just kind of like, oh yeah, Mr. Perfect. Mm-hmm. He's good at everything. You know, like there was a little, if I remember correctly, there was a little bit of that. So it's interesting. I want to hear Albedo talk about his process of painting again. I don't know if I'd have to go back to some events and stuff, because I feel like there's just like a little bit tidbit, there's a little something there, because he chooses things for a reason to paint. And if Kaya was a subject at one time, it could be like trying to potentially discover something about him through the act of painting him. You know what I mean? Like there maybe I'm not sure. It's just a thought that came to my head. I don't think Albedo would have any reason to do that or have anything against Kaya in general, but Kaya seemed a little annoyed with Albedo being who he is. Anyway, I could be misremembering too, but let's continue.
Rico sure had a lot of fun in Inazuma.
Those two sound like they really did go on an adventure with Dodoko. They couldn't be happier.
Now, we have to get Dodoko's story printed. Come on, let's go to the Publishing House.
You made a story.
Here we are. This is the Yai Publishing House.
Yai Publishing House.
Ooh, it's Auntie Aratani. I know Auntie Aratani.
Auntie? Who's that calling me Auntie? Oh, it's the little girl who came with Mr. Calx. How can I help you, little girl?
Auntie Aratani, can you help me get Dodoko's story printed so that everybody can see it?
Dodoko? Oh, so you've been writing a story, huh? Is Dodoko the main character?
Not only that, Dodoko is also real. Look!
Huh? I don't quite understand.
She's a little girl with a big imagination.
Explain this to her.
It's not hard to understand.
Oh, I see. Oh, I'd love to help you make this wish come true, but I'm sorry.
What the hell?
The deadline has passed for accepting printing orders for the Iridori Festival.
Make an exception.
Auntie, are you saying Dodoko won't be able to meet everyone after all?
Look at her.
Oh, I'm sorry, little girl.
Oh, Klee, don't be upset. We still have me and the Traveler. We'll think of something.
This is the plan. We're going to head them off at the pass. They're on their way to publish these books, right? We're going to find the cart. We're going to ambush the cart. And we're going to add Klee's story to it. If they're like, no, we can't. Well, then we'll just have to nix them, throw them in the river, and take their spot. We will become them, and we will transport the things to where they need to be in order to get published properly. It's the perfect plan. I will burn this place down for sorry.
Miss Aratani, is there any way at all we can still get this printed? We can pay extra. And if you're short on staff to help with the printing, I can pitch in.
Miss Yoimiya, I understand your sentiment, but I'm afraid it's not as simple as that. We've been printing many people's personal works for this festival, and a lot of the books are already well behind schedule. The printing press is already working overtime to try and catch up. At a time like this, we really can't squeeze any more jobs in.
What do we do? Seems like we might have to give up on this idea.
Here's the plan. We start a rival printing company. And we run them out of business. Yeah. Yeah. Doable.
No, I won't let that happen. I remember this one time when I was little. Pop said he'd take me to the festival, but he was so busy with work that he forgot all about it. I waited and waited and kept wondering when Pops was finally gonna take me there. Eventually, people started coming home from the festival. That night, I cried miserably. To this day, I still remember how sad I felt. I don't want Klee to feel the same way. If we can't get it printed, then we'll just have to find our own way. I can paint. Over the next few days, I'll paint as many as I can. Then we'll take those to the festival.
My. Yoimiya has quite a determined spirit. I like it very much.
It's Miko and Albedo too.
We heard everything.
Oh, Lady Ai.
It's okay, I know. You were just following the rules. Plus, we really are quite behind schedule with the printing. But our mission at Yai Publishing House is to bring dreams and happiness to the masses. It would be a crying shame if we couldn't even help one adorable little girl fulfill her wish. Let me think. Oh, I know. Yoimiya, little girl, you can print your book, but on one condition, okay?
Your souls belong to me.
Of course, Lady Guji. Just tell us. Whatever this condition is, I am ready to face it.
Dear me, it's nothing that horrendous. You make it sound like I'm some sort of wicked witch. Well, all I mean is, if you want to get your work printed now, there is only one way. You have to combine it with another print. However, there is only a small amount of space remaining in the book in question. Your book is too big, so you have to reduce it to about half the size to make it fit. Is this a sacrifice that you're willing to make?
Klee, Lady Guji is saying that we can print the book if we shrink it to half the size. Are you okay with that?
Yup, I am. Thanks, Miss Guji lady.
What an adorable little girl. Well, that settles it. Aratani, make sure it gets printed with tonight's batch.
Yes, Lady Ai. I'll get right on it.
Miko, you know Klee's
Combining
mom
the prints is a plausible solution, but it'll cause a lot of extra work for the printing press. I am terribly sorry about that.
No problem. Just think of it as my greeting gift for little Klee. Besides, the Yai Publishing House will need your help with the illustrations again next time, Mr. Calx. You could also consider it as my investment in you, All right, I won't disturb you two any longer. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Yay! Everything worked out perfectly. Now, we just need to wait for an update from the Yai Publishing House.
Yoimiya, Traveler. Thank you for keeping Klee so exceptionally well entertained for me.
No worries.
You should spend time with her too,
you're right. Klee is family, after all.
Look, Mr. Honorary Knight, Auntie Aratani brought us Dodoko's story.
Now we can finally see what secrets Klee and Yoimiya were keeping from us.
Oh, it's really nothing that exciting.
It's the story of Dodoko and me.
And me. And you guys.
We're in the book. Oh! Let's go, Dodoko. All Dodokos must someday ride the wind and the waves and go on an adventure. A gentle and beautiful mother once said that. And just as she had predicted, our Dodoko was so happy when its best friend Klee said that she was going to the Nation of Lightning for an adventure. Of course, Dodoko loves eating delicious food with Klee at Good Hunter and loves listening to the bards sing. But Dodoko loves counting the stars in the sky and twisting flowers into garlands together with Klee more. After all Dodokos long to ride the wind and waves on an adventure. To get to Inazuma, one needs to pass through the wild winds and pass over the great waves, but Dodoko did not fear the howling wind, for that was the blessing of the Animo Archon. Dodoko did not worry about the rolling waves either, for it was very brave. Of course, Dodoko didn't want Klee to have to brave such dangers, but as bestest friends, they were bound to protect each other, and Dodoko didn't want to be apart from Klee anyway. Without Klee, adventures would be like sweet flowers that cannot bloom, lonely and sad things. Even if Dodoko were to cover every inch of Tevat by land or sea, it would be meaningless. So there was no point in hesitating. Dodoko and its best friend Klee were off on an adventure. If they rode on a boat, they would be able to fly freely in the sky or swim happily in the sea. But they'd have Klee's smile and Albedo's stories, and that was a good trade. There's quite a bit to this. Nice! Look at that! That's nice art! That's good art! I like that! I genuinely like that. That's very cute. Hell yeah. In Inazuma, the Nation of Lightning, the flowers and grasses are all purple, and the fish and the birds are also purple. Everything is purple! Albedo would probably run out of purple paint trying to paint it all. Unfortunately, he couldn't be around to draw with Klee and Dodoko. Albedo was an adult, after all, and sometimes adults have to do adult things. Fortunately, Dodoko still had Klee. Klee would often find happy things to do. As long as Dodoko was with Klee, Dodoko would never be bored. Klee also had lots of friends in Inazuma, like Mr. Honorary Knight, Paimon, and Yoimiya, and so they all joined Dodoko for most fun adventure ever in Inazuma. Hooray for adventure! Mr. Honorary Knight took Dodoko up the tall Mount Yogo. When they got to the sacred Sakura, they were so tired from all that climbing that they fell asleep. And when they woke up, everyone had grown wings like a tengu. Klee's wings were red, Yoimiya's were gold, and Mr. Honorary Knight's were blue. As for Paimon, Paimon can fly without wings, so Paimon didn't grow any. Fuck Paimon. Whoa, Klee, chill. Everyone opened their... I'm kidding. Everyone opened their wings up, causing a huge gust of wind to roll forth. Shoom. And the Shrine Maiden's hair was all messed up. Oh no, she looked angry. Better run, quick! Ah, adventure truly was fun, but with a growl, Klee's stomach started calling out. Oh no, how could they have forgotten? Eating is an important part of adventuring too. Nom, 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 nom. And so everyone ate the onigiri they brought along, and they all had a great time. Dodoko and Paimon finished their share very quickly, and as the very, very full Dodoko looked Klee's smile, it couldn't help but think. Meeting Klee and the others is the most happiest thing that ever happened to Dodoko. Nice. They got some dongo. Cool. Oh yes, if you are reading this, you too are surely part of this big adventure. Me? Adventuring together, laughing together, enjoying food together. If you experience this together with everyone, then you must be their good friend. In which case, my throat's dying, your invitation to Yoimiya's fireworks show as well. Let's see more art. That's very cute. Oh, I like that. That's adorable. Klee, you're huge. How'd you get so tall? What the fuck? I mean, they're all sitting, but still. Anyway, that was cool. It's a cool little fun story that she wrote there. Neat. Oh, there's more. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was not done yet. Okay, sorry. I got this. While everyone was happily watching the fireworks, Yoimiya said, "As long as our imaginations don't run dry, our minds will be freer than all others." And Klee blurted out, "We'll always be best friends." See, Dodoko was so happy to be together with its good friends. And now, you are Dodoko's friends too. So you, too, should go on a grand adventure with your friends. Do it. Do it right now. Hurry up. The end.
In the story too! This is Paimon's first time featuring in a printed book! Woohoo! Paimon's gonna be famous!
Of course we included Paimon. This is the story of everyone's big happy adventure with Dodoko.
This story is me and Yoimiya's gift for Mr. Honorary Knight.
Aw.
Lady Yai wanted me to inform you that since this book was printed together with another work, there are many more copies than you may have anticipated. We won't charge you a printing fee, but in exchange, the extra copies of your book will be included as a free gift with purchases of the other book. Is that okay with you?
Oh, are you sure? I mean, it's fine by us, but what does the author of the book think?
Actually, the book that yours was printed with is called the Teyvat Travel Guide.
Hey, that's Mommy's book! So, Klee's mother is a writer? Huh.
Klee's mother, Alice, is a renowned adventurer in Teyvat, and the Inazuma edition of her popular Teyvat Travel Guide series is set to be released imminently. Lady Yai has already decided on how to promote it. A joint endeavor by Teyvat's biggest and best mother-daughter adventure duo. It's sure to be a huge hit.
Paimon knew it! Miko would never do anything for free.
A typical move by Lady Yai. It works out well for everybody, doesn't it?
Yup! I'm super happy because my book gets to be released together with Mommy's book. It's like me and Mommy going on an adventure together.
Yeah, imagine.
Oh, I'm so glad I came. The Iridori Festival is the best!
I wanted Yoimiya to... Now unplug my headphones again. I wanted Yoimiya to make the connection. I wanted her to make the connection so bad. Oh, God. I mean, I guess. But if she picked it up and read it, she'd be like, hey, she's literally talking about me in this one part. For like a while. Ah! And I guess, and Yaimiko just knew, right? she knew that Klee was the daughter of Alice, which is why she's doing her thing right now. Like that's cool too. And that's a good reference as well. How Alice used to like kind of used to rustle the jimmies, if you will, of Yae Miko when Yae Miko was younger. And over time, it kind of flipped itself on its head, and now Yae Miko is a lot more craftier and not easily as flustered as Alice used to believe. As you know, Alice used to remember her by. Excuse me, my throat is making all sorts of gurgly noises right now. And yeah, and then like they had like their whole drinking thing, and Alice got drunk under the table and all that stuff, and drank under the table. Anyway, you know what I'm trying to say. Yae Miko now has the upper hand over their whatever their little relationship is, and how she's definitely aware of Klee and that whole thing. And yeah, it's cute. It's cool. Oh man, I was not expecting them to bring up the travel guide at all in this. And now I'm even more like, ugh, because I don't know if it ever comes back later. I want more. Still, I shouldn't even get into it. But I am anyway, because I'm just honest. Still, I mean, there are a lot of things that are interesting about Alice. But there's also a lot of mistakes with her character as well. And that's weird to say. That doesn't feel right to say. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say a character, because a character is usually written a certain way. I know. I mean, it's... So there's a lot of stuff in this game where it's obviously changed over time. This is a criticism I have of Genshin Impact. They, for a lot of things, and I'm just being honest, they think ahead, right? And it's good. There's a lot of planning and stuff. There's a lot of things that are hinting to other things that have been there the whole time that you can, or either that, or they're taking things from earlier on and they are using that to make it seem like it has been a thing the whole time. Whatever, it's like, it's their illusion, it's their thing, it's what they're doing, and it's great when we figure things out. However, there are certain things that are very forced. There are things that just happen because they need to happen, or appear a certain way because they don't want you to think bad about a certain thing. Like there's kind of a little bit of that. So, for example, one of the biggest problems is actually, I already talked about before, so I'll move on from it quickly, but the whole Paimon thing. She is there literally to provide the emotion or the attitude or the joke or the exposition that is necessary in order to continue the story. Her actual personality is very random. And that's not to say that she has to have a specific type of personality, but hers flips way too often depending on what the scene needs, and it doesn't feel natural to me. She is literally there just to be there. And that's annoying when it's a character that is always with you, right? Her writing is really bad. When it's good, it's really fucking good, because she's had some really great moments with the Traveler and some more emotional scenes. But then she'll be angry for no reason, or she'll be greedy for no reason, and she'll go back and forth between all of these different things and swap and be like your best friend and then hate you the next, and it's really weird. Not actually hate you, but you know what I mean. Be like antagonistic. It's a little too. I mean, it's either that, or we just have to accept that she has an extreme case of being bipolar, which maybe is a thing, and I'll feel bad about that. But with other things, same thing with Alice. In my opinion, Alice was not a character that was very thought out. Alice was a character that was supposed to be a mystery, I think, and they start revealing more and more about her, and because we have Klee and all that stuff, and you do kind of find more, but it feels like they made the narrative go a certain way so you would still like her character, when I don't think there's a lot to like about her character from a logical standpoint. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I don't care if you like her or dislike her. I think she's a very interesting character. I don't think she's a good person. She has her inventions. She creates things. She tests things. She does all sorts of stuff to people, to other living things, in very crazy ways, like straight up torturing hilichurls, or at least coming up with ideas on how to do so, when you fully know at this point in time that she's aware of what that whole situation is. Kind of fucked up. Yeah, we go around and we kill them all the time. The game also forces you to do it. There's no way you can actually do this game without eliminating hilichurls. There's guaranteed to be a mission where you have to clear an area before you can move on to the next thing. You know what I mean? Anyway, so and we're not supposed to know anything. Meanwhile, Alice does. She's freaking Erisu. Like, she's been around. You know what I mean? Like, she's but yeah. And then it's the mother-daughter thing. And I need to talk to more elves in the game and find out like what their actual culture and shit is like. 'Cause they kind of explain it, but also the way they did it, I didn't like it. And I talked about this before. In the Golden Archipelago summer event with Klee, and it was Alice's whole like making a little adventure for her and stuff, and she had like a 20-minute segment at the end where she's talking through a recording on a through like a speaker thing, like whatever it's called. I forget the name of that. A record player almost. And that was cool, like how that happened and stuff, and finding out about that. But it was literally just there to punch you in the face for calling her out on her stuff, because they made Jean an example, where Jean's just kind of like, you mean she went through all of this, but she didn't spend time with her own kid to do it with her? Like, what the fuck? Like, you know, like Jean calls her out. And then like the next line is like, oh, but you know, we elves are just like this and this is fine. We're okay with it. And it's like, I don't necessarily agree. Just because you say it's like that, is that true? Or is just that how you perceive it? That's your opinion. And Klee's so young that she's easily going to be persuaded a certain way, especially by her mom. And but then they went on and on, like, oh, but I come around and visit often. What, you never noticed? You haven't seen me? Ha ha ha. And it's like, yeah, you're full of shit. I don't believe. I mean, yes, obviously the game says it's a thing, so it's a thing, right? I can't argue that. That's what that is. But for me, I'm over here like, it's such a cop-out. I'd almost rather if they just accepted that she was a shit mom, but like a brilliant inventor. So her character for me, although interesting, is kind of like, she's a goddamn Mary Sue, and that's a boring character. So I'm back and forth between this, man, I really want to know more about Alice and what she's up to and what she's doing and like her point of view on things, because it is interesting. But how the game went about presenting her as like this person who is just absolutely perfect and everyone accepts it is kind of bullshit. Because that's not how it works. That's not how any of this should work. If I don't know. That's maybe that's just weird. I'm not even like angry about anymore. It's just I'm more disappointed, and I feel like that was a mistake that they made. Whether or not it's retconned at this point, I don't know, but I can't, I watched the event and it's just like in my head. So now whenever Alice comes up, I'm just kind of like, okay, yeah, you're just like the perfect character who can do like crazy supernatural things and unhinged things, but it's still, everyone is just like, okay, at the end of the day. And I'm like, meanwhile, I'm over here like, you're kind of a threat, but no one sees that. Not saying she is a bad guy, but I'm like, why wouldn't you be concerned with what she's capable of? She does have a great comic relief moments, and I like it when she interacts with other characters in the world, and we do find out about that through the Teyvat travel guide. So I don't know. There's positives and negatives, as there is to everything that there is inside this game and outside and all that stuff. This isn't so much as a rant as an observation of just what Genshin does, where they build up this thing that could be so powerful in a story sense, and then they pull away and make it like, oh, but it's okay now. Same thing with Child. Kind of, right? Guy's a fucking war criminal. He's a terrorist. Interesting, morally gray character. And we got to learn about him a little more in that god-awful event that he was in. But, like, we're still around him. We're still finding excuses to be like, yeah, let's work together. And you can argue that's a situation that they're in. But there are other story beats that could have been taken to make it more interesting and still reasonable for the characters to approach certain things in a logical way. Where the enemy of my enemy is my friend and we can work together for now, but that doesn't mean that we're cool. Meanwhile, it's just like, oh no, but we're just fine. We're friends. Yeah, sure. Don't want to address that he almost just submerged an entire city of people because he wanted to do his job, right? I guess. I mean, he's doing his thing, but still, it's bad. It's a bad guy. I don't care what his reasons are. I mean, if I ran around and just started murdering people and I said, oh, but it was to protect my family, did I or did I not attempt to kill people? Am I a bad guy? I was doing it for my family. Just saying. Think. Anyway, that's all I want. I just want to say. I hope when I continue this game and go through it that these characters, that there's, I guess what I'm trying to say is not everyone needs to be your friend. You can still have characters in the game and they don't have to be your friend. And I want to see what they do with this more often. I am terrified about Wanderer because I know he's a bad guy right now, and I know he becomes a friend later. So that makes me nervous because I know he does a lot of shit in Sumeru. So I'm like, okay, let's hopefully it works out. I'm just being honest with you guys. That's what my brain is doing right now, because I care about character development and story, and when things just kind of get brushed under the rug, I start calling things out. So that's all that is. We're going to continue now, and I'm going to stop talking about that because that's not what this is about. Anyway, sorry. I just had to express that. That was a tangent and a half.
The passenger ship from Liyue that we're supposed to meet should be arriving soon. Let's go to the docks.
Okay.
Xingqiu will be on board, right? So we should be careful not to say anything about the stolen novels.
She's gonna immediately say something about the stolen novels. Or make it very obvious that she's talking about them. Because that's what she does. If she doesn't, I'll be surprised. I'll eat my sock.
Hi there!
Right on camera.
You must be visiting from Liyue to participate in the Iridori Festival. We'll be your guides, and we'll take you onto the island. Huh? Is it Paimon, or have we met somewhere before?
Yes, in fact we have. I'm Hues from Feiyun Commerce Guild. Aboard this ship we have calligraphers, painters, and even players of Theater Mechanicus. The inventor of Theater Mechanicus previously came to the Feiyun Commerce Guild seeking investment. Although the guild manager was not interested, Master still wanted to support them. We heard that they'd be demonstrating the game and letting people try Theater Mechanicus at the Iridori Festival. So the guild manager instructed Master and I to take the opportunity to come to Inazuma and investigate the product's potential.
Oh, speaking of which, where's the young master?
Master, he's,
Seasick?
Whoa! Xingqiu's just sitting there, sound asleep.
What? Oh. It's the Traveler and Paimon. I presume you are guests in Inazuma as well? It seems fate has destined our paths to cross once again.
Oh, we aren't actually guests. We're actually guides for the Iridori Festival.
How you doing?
Please, no need to worry. I was a little too caught up in a novel on the voyage here. When I finally realized what time it was, the first rays of dawn were already peeking over the horizon. Yes, now that we've arrived, the Kanjo Commission will likely wish to inspect our invitation letter. Let's keep it in hand, shall we? Huh? That's odd.
What's wrong?
There was a piece of paper underneath my bag. Strange. I don't recall seeing it there before.
Ah.
Oh, let Paimon have a look.
More reading. Hold on. The 5 Kazen Splendor. Ali no Okina. Glorious court life was my youth, and my old age of moonlight haze. My old age a moonlight haze. I had not wished to behave so treacherously, but my very life was threatened. So I sought out my old work, and hid them in my clothes. I do not understand the reason behind all that has happened, only that the mysterious person's motives must be perverse. This poem was dedicated to Akihito, who, to my great sorrow, was banished. Ooh.
There's no doubt about it. It's from the same series as the story we found before. Even the handwriting looks exactly the same.
The story you found before?
Oh, yeah! In the warehouse down by the... by the poem hunt competition! Yeah, that's it! A friend of ours is on Rito to paint portraits of the 5 Kasen. You know, as part of the Iridori Festival. Poetic stories about the 5 Kasen have been hidden in various places nearby. If you can find one of the stories and give it to this friend of ours, then there's a chance you'll become the model for the next portrait.
Wait a moment. So you mean that...
He's on to us.
Hey! It's hard coming up with stuff on the spot like that.
You didn't even have to talk that much, though.
There's a chance of meeting Calx in person?
Huh? Oh, yeah. You could say that.
Really? That's wonderful! I knew that Calx would attend the Irodori Festival, but convincing my father to let me come to Inazuma was proving to be quite the high hurdle. I had to really rack my mind to come up with the excuse of evaluating the investment value of Theater Mechanicus. Just a few days later, word then came that Calx would be busy painting portraits of the 5 Kasen during the festival. It is a most rare opportunity for both Calx and I to be in Inazuma together, but it seemed he would be too busy with the portraits to meet with me. So, I felt quite disappointed for some time now.
Don't worry, Shinjo. Even though Calx has work to do, he still has time to see friends. We can take you to see him right now. Also, we heard that Calx did illustrations for your A Legend of Sword novel.
Ah, so you've already heard. To be honest, my works have drawn little interest in Liyue. However, the novels are selling quite well in Inazuma with the help of Calx's beautiful illustrations. Calx is not only a skilled artist, but he also carries out his craft with great alacrity. I heard that it took him merely a few hours to finish the illustrations for the latest chapter. But when I looked at the art, the brushwork did not even look the slightest bit rushed. His work is truly exquisite. Oh my, I was beginning to get carried away there. Let us depart, quickly now.
I love how Singcho is like a fan of this Calx, which is Albedo. And just how he also like got him to illustrate his book and all that stuff, and now he's actually going to meet him in person. I don't know, something like that. That's cool. I like that. I think that's going to be some interesting character chemistry. Ha! It's alchemy and science, and I said chemistry.
Luckily, the idea of meeting Albedo managed to draw Shincho's attention and keep the situation under wraps.
Shut up! You're
Let's
too
just
loud.
hope we don't let anything slip while meeting Albedo.
Shut up. Thank you. What the blue flowers left behind?
Traveler.
Wait, hold on a second. Sorry.
I heard that it took him merely a few hours to finish the illustrations for the latest chapter. But when I looked at... carried away there.
Luckily, the idea of meeting Albedo managed to draw Shincho's attention and keep the situation under wraps. Let's just hope we don't let anything slip while meeting Albedo.
Traveler, Paimon, how are you? And who is this accompanying you?
You must be Calx. It's a great pleasure to finally meet you. I am the author of A Legend of Sword, forgive me. It's rude of me to introduce myself by my pen name when meeting in person. Please, call me Singcho.
And you may call me Albedo, then.
No, that would be most improper.
Why not? Seeing as we're both friends of the Traveler, it'd be more convenient for us to use our real names. Besides, we've already corresponded with each other many times before. In fact, I feel a bit self-conscious seeing you act so politely.
It's not just you, Albedo. We haven't seen Shinjo act this awkward before either.
It's a real eye-opener.
You guys, it's certainly not good taste for you two to be teasing me like that.
That's fine.
Oh, by the way, we happened to find a story from the poem hunt competition at the docks. I heard that you are collecting them.
Poem hunt?
You know, that thing where we have to find pieces of paper with stories of the 5 Kasen? Venti found one, and then he was allowed to be a model for one of your portraits.
Huh? Oh, yes, that's right.
Quick to catch on that Albedo.
I understand the story now. Thank you. It's very helpful.
Splendid. Though, I'm still piecing together the story myself. Would you kindly explain it to me in more detail?
If all of you are free, why don't we discuss this over a meal?
Well, about that.
Do you have other plans, Shinjo?
No, not at all. Speaking of dining, Shimura's unagi chasuke is quite delicious. Would you like to go there?
Shimura's? Unfortunately, today is a bit windy. How about Uyu Restaurant instead?
That's perfectly fine with me. But I must first unpack my luggage. Let's meet later at Uyu Restaurant.
Something didn't quite add up just now.
Huh? No way! Paimon thinks we acted well together. Did we say something we weren't supposed to?
A few things,
No, Paimon, I'm not referring to us. Traveler, what are your thoughts?
Xingqiu's a little sus.
Huh? Xingqiu's suspicious? Hey, what are you two talking about?
Paimon, you read the poem, right?
Whoa.
Although it may
Music
seem
just
confusing
cut
to
and restarted.
Xingqiu on its own, what if we read it together with a previous poem we found?
Read them together? Let's see. Suiko lost Aoi no Okina's poem in a drunken stupor. So, Aoi no Okina recovered the poem and gave it to some mysterious person. Huh? Wait a minute. Could today's story be hinting that the one who stole the latest copies of A Legend of Sword is Xingqiu himself? No way! That can't be right! Xingqiu only arrived in Inazuma this morning!
And that is precisely the point of suspicion. If Xingqiu had only just arrived in Inazuma, how could he recommend Shimura's Chazuke? Moreover, he didn't raise any questions when I suggested another place because of the windy weather. This means he knows that Shimura's is an open-air restaurant.
He has knowledge of the place.
Are you saying that Xingqiu has already been in Inazuma for some time, and that he's only pretending he just arrived?
Yes, that is indeed my conclusion.
But how could...
Also, he was sleepy on the boat. I mean, sure, you could just be sleepy, but if you're up all night doing things, might be a little tired the next day. Just saying.
Xingqiu be the book thief? His mission is to fight for justice, isn't it? There's no way he'd do something against his own ideals.
Calm down, Paimon. Even though this is the first time I've met Xingqiu in person, we've communicated via letters for some time now. I do have some understanding of his character. I think there must be some deeper motive at play here. The story also tells us that Aoi no Okina flees with a poem because of a threat.
Oh? Could Xingqiu be in danger?
It's difficult to say at this point. But given that Uyu Restaurant is indoors, it'll be easy for us to detect anyone following or eavesdropping on us. I think it should be safe for us to talk there. I'll be relying on your assistance to get to the bottom of this matter. Good. Then let's head to Uyu Restaurant.
Also, we have these, the kansen, the 5 kansen, right? And they're associated with colors. These colors are also symbolizing the elements, because the first one is green, and you have venti, there's animo, green, all that stuff. Next one is blue. Now we have Xingqiu, hydro. Yeah, you see. So there's also going to be yellow and red, where it's going to be a geo and a pyro. And then there's black, which is the big mysterious one. So it's like, yeah, you know, something, maybe something a little weird, something a little crazy. Could be us. Could be us. I don't know. Symbolically, of course.
I don't see anyone suspicious around. It seems clear for the moment. Let's go inside and wait for Xingqiu.
Oh, this whole thing's starting to make Paimon a little nervous. What do we do? And what do we talk about when Xingqiu gets here?
First, we must ascertain whether Xingqiu was already in Inazuma or not. If we can find evidence of him deceiving us, then we can use it as leverage to persuade him to tell us the truth. Since we're still waiting for him, why don't you go and chat with other guests in the restaurant and see if you can learn anything useful?
The last phase of the Irodori Festival is when they release the all-new publications. The one I'm really looking forward to is A Legend of Sword.
That's right. A signed first edition is going to become quite the collectible. I've got to get my hands on a copy.
I've seen Gen Yu's signature before. His handwriting is super neat. He must be really diligent about his style.
What?
He'll be there in person on the day of the release, so we'll get a good look at him then. I hear that he's actually pretty young.
Wait a minute. Did you just hear that? Not only will Shincho be signing novels at the release, but his handwriting is super neat?
Yeah.
Hello there. What can I get for you?
Did someone else write it for him?
Do you have any special recommendations
He's got
today?
a ghostwriter?
Why, of course. I'd personally recommend our freshly caught seafood. It's been pouring these past few days, so the fishing boats haven't been able to sail at all. But the weather finally cleared up today, so we have some fresh catch.
So the weather at sea has been bad these past few days?
It sure has. A few guests from Liyue were just telling me that their boat was heaving and rolling all the way here. They couldn't do anything but sleep the entire trip.
Oh, this might be some useful information.
Mm-hmm. You could reference the...
Albedo, what should we talk about when Shincho gets here? Any ideas?
I will try to break the ice by talking about our work on novels and illustrations. If he really is hiding something, then he might feel even more nervous than we do. If we start by talking about our work creating novels, perhaps he will lower his guard.
Oh, come to think of it, Shincho mentioned that he'd like to thank you for finishing the illustrations on time. He said they looked amazing despite the time you had.
Is that so? That is also a very valuable clue.
We just gotta be like, so Shincho, how was your trip? How was the
delicious.
weather?
Inazuman cuisine largely consists of fresh seafood, which is certainly to my liking.
That's good. We were worried you might not have an appetite because you didn't sleep well. Now's our chance. Let's talk to Shincho and see if he says anything useful. Maybe we could start by asking him about the journey.
Do the thing.
Well, I've never embarked on such a long journey before. Though I was quite excited when we set off, the long days at sea quickly became most monotonous.
Speaking of the journey, did anything noteworthy happen along the way?
Well, to be honest, I spent most of the trip with my nose in a novel.
Well, that didn't tell us much.
Nope.
By the way, Shincho, what book were you reading on the way here?
Oh, I was reading a novel called Pretty Please Kitsune Guji. It was sent to me by my editor.
Didn't you feel dizzy while reading on the ship?
It was nothing I couldn't handle. Don't forget, I'm proficient in the arts of the Guhua clan. That being said, there were quite a few people aboard who felt seasick.
Well, there doesn't seem to be anything suspicious about what he said so far.
So, for you guys out there, do you get motion sickness when you try to read something in like a moving situation, whether it's in a car, on a boat, in a plane, when you're traveling in general? Because I enjoy reading when I can, but I can't. I can't do it when I'm in a freaking... Actually, that's weird. I can't do it in a car. A plane, I'm not too sure. But I can read on a train. I wonder if there's any reason for that. Anyway, I just thought I'd ask. Sorry to interrupt.
To be honest, there wasn't much to see. Just water all around, morning to night. The sheer monotony of the trip caused everyone to grow a little impatient.
Aha!
So, when the peak of Mount Yogo finally appeared in the distance as we approached the islands of Inazuma, everyone crowded the deck to have a look. However, the ship sailed along at a crawling pace. It took a whole day from the time we saw the mountain peak to the time we docked.
Paimon didn't catch anything suspicious so far.
What do you mean? What do you...
Oh, right!
What do you mean? We just heard the storm. Maybe that's what they're about to get into right now. If you had a bad storm, there's no way you're not going to mention it. And they just said they all gathered up outside to look at the thing, and the Paimon, pay attention. Come on. This is important.
If it took an entire day to reach the docks, then it would have been pouring rain at the time they saw the top of the mountain.
Exactly.
We learned a couple of things from his account, but we still require more evidence. Let's discuss creating novels with Xingqiu.
We're all just whispering in front of him. God.
While it is entertaining to read novels, writing one is an endeavor of its own. You must give great thought to every detail, from the layout of the plot to the rhythm of the lines. And even when you have come up with interesting content, there's still no guarantee that it will be to your liking.
I couldn't agree more. Whether it's writing a book, creating art, or studying alchemy, seldom can you really feel joy after seriously delving into the work.
Xingqiu and Albedo are getting into some deep topics now, but nothing suspicious has come up.
Speaking of illustrations, Albedo, I've long wished to express my sincerest gratitude for providing the illustrations in my novel. My novel didn't sell well in Liyue, so I must admit that I had some reservations regarding its potential. Yet you've consistently managed to select the most important scene of the chapter for your illustrations. This made me feel as though what I was trying to express could be understood after all.
Thank you. However, I took some risks in the illustrations, so I'm feeling slightly uneasy myself.
Risks? Did they come to life?
Light novel illustrations are typically centered around the characters, but this time, I adopted a different approach in the illustration for the last chapter.
Well, that scene was intended to depict the change in the world, so I thought it very fitting to draw only scenery.
Doesn't sound like anything suspicious has come up so far.
No, there was a crack in his alibi. My illustrations were sent for printing the moment they arrived in Inazuma. So, logically speaking, there's no way he could possibly know what the illustrations look like.
Oh, there you go.
Xingqiu, we have something very important to ask you now.
Oh? Why the solemn looks all of a sudden?
What's with the facade?
Huh? I'm afraid I don't follow.
Mr. Okazaki told us earlier that actually the weather at sea was very bad these last few days.
God, she actually
So when you said that everyone came running to the deck to see Mount Yogo, that couldn't have happened!
On top of that, the latest installment of A Legend of Sword will only be revealed at the Irodori Festival. Even we, the creators, haven't received a sample copy. If that's the case, how could you know what my illustrations look like?
Well...
The jig's up, Xingqiu. You were already in Inazuma before today, weren't you? Are you in some kind of danger but can't tell us the truth? Don't worry. The Traveler and Albedo are no pushovers. We can help you.
No, please. You misunderstand me. I suppose my lack of sleep is inevitably taking its toll on my mind. I didn't notice for a moment that you were testing me at all. I did in fact come to Inazuma early to handle some things. Let me consider how to explain this. Oh, this is most embarrassing.
Oh, well, if this isn't a coincidence, I didn't expect to see everyone here.
Huh? Tone-deaf Bard, what are you doing here?
I heard that the owner of this establishment has some fine-aged wines. I didn't want to miss the opportunity to taste them.
Paimon knew you couldn't possibly be up to anything good.
Says who? In fact, I come as the bearer of good tidings. I just bumped into Kujo Sara a moment ago. She said that the Tenryou Commission has apprehended the criminal who stole all those copies of A Legend of Sword. You needn't worry about it any longer.
Huh? The criminal who stole A Legend of Sword?
Did I say something I shouldn't have?
Oh no. The person they apprehended. Was it by chance an editor named Onodera?
Oh.
Apologies, Kujo-Sara didn't mention a name, but I saw her taking someone toward Hanamizaka.
Everyone, it's too late to explain. We must make haste and rescue Onodera.
Okay. Let me just think for a second here. We all knew that Onodera was going to come up again because they pointed him out in the beginning. Onodera, who's an editor, right? I think maybe Xingqiu got in contact with Onodera because Xingqiu maybe was self-conscious about something in his book and needed Onodera to make a last-minute edit. So Onodera is the one who... I'm not exactly sure, but what I think is that, for one, Xingqiu didn't write this book. Or maybe he wrote it, but he didn't write it. I think it's Onodera, that guy's handwriting. Because Xingqiu has bad handwriting, and they made sure to point that out before. And now Xingqiu feels bad because now this guy's involved and he's going to be seen as guilty. And, you know, the way Kujo-Sara does things, this guy's not going to see the light of day for a while. So I'm just saying, Xingqiu got Onodera involved in some way due to some kind of lack of confidence in something. And Onodera was kind of like all nervous and sort of panicky about it, did the thing, and now got caught anyway. So, also Venti heard noises, but he didn't hear any like crazy like shuffling, like people stealing stuff noises breaking in, but he did hear footsteps, right? So it's a staff member, which would be also Onodera. There we go. It's all coming together now. Maybe there's going to be another part of it. I mean, I don't exactly know the specific reasons as to why, but it's Xingqiu, a result of something, Onodera doing something as a reaction to that, and now we're here. I don't know half of what I just said. Let's continue.
Please, wait. Onodera is innocent.
Oh, so you must be the author of A Legend of Sword. I didn't expect to see others tagging along with you.
Anyway, you mustn't take him away. I can explain everything.
Well, good.
No need to worry, Zhenyu. I've just explained everything to Madame Kujo, and Kuroda has testified for me.
Yes. In fact, we were just getting ready to leave.
Oh, phew. What a relief. Wait a minute. Does everyone else here already know?
Well, to be precise, we had dispatched 2 additional squads here, in order to prevent the suspect from escaping.
Xingqiu looks pretty flustered. What exactly is going on here?
That has something to do with his signature.
Though it's most embarrassing, it appears quite a few people are aware of the situation now. There's no use keeping it a secret. In the end, I'm the one responsible for this whole predicament.
No, Zhenyu. It's only appropriate that I take responsibility for this. Everyone, please let me explain. For the Iridori Festival, I recommended the idea of selling newly released novels signed by the authors. Not only was this the first major project I was in charge of since joining the Yai publishing house, but Lady Yai also gave me a lot of support. However, I did not discuss our plans with the authors in advance. As a result, it caused a great deal of trouble for Zhenyu.
Yes, to be frank, calligraphy is not my strong point, so signing events are really not my forte.
Even though such an event will be difficult for Zhenyu, after telling him how important the plans were to me, he immediately boarded a ship to Inazuma to come up with a solution. So these past few days, Zhenyu has been actively practicing his handwriting. However, it takes time to sign each book, and we realized the time we reserved for the signing was not nearly enough. So I came up with the idea of moving the new books from the warehouse to my place. That way, Genyu could use these few days to sign them all. I thought everything would work out without a hitch. I never expected that someone would immediately realize that the books were missing from the warehouse. To make things worse, I was on vacation and staying with Genyu in my house these past few days. I had no idea that the situation had turned into such a huge mess. All of this happened because I wanted to prove myself through this event.
Onodera, I agreed to your proposal because I didn't want the readers to know of my unsightly handwriting. Also, I knew that Onodera had been misled by one of my prior signatures. At a previous event, the Yae Publishing House had requested autographs of authors so that they could be put on display. I practiced tirelessly for an entire day to finally deliver a stylish and elegant signature for the event. But, looking back on it now, I had dug myself into a hole by delivering that nice signature for the sake of my pride.
Hey, come on, you two. Loosen up a little. The theft was nothing more than a simple misunderstanding. Besides, everyone has something they do not wish others to see.
Yeah, that's right. All that matters is that Shincho...
No, you can't. Oh, God, no. 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 No.
Tirelessly for an entire day to finally deliver a stylish and elegant signature for the event. But, looking back on it now, I had dug myself into a hole by delivering that nice signature for the sake of my pride.
Hey, come on, you two. Loosen up a little. The theft was nothing more than a simple misunderstanding. Besides, everyone has something they do not wish others to see.
And the two characters on screen right now. Hoyo. Yeah, so, I mean, you know, obviously, Venti, mysterious as hell. And then there's Paimon, and she's got her whole thing going on, and, you know, sorry, I had to... It's just...
Yeah, that's right. All that matters is that Shincho and his books are okay.
Onodera, I think you should explain the truth regarding the stolen books to the rest of the people on Rito.
Yes, I understand. I'll apologize to everyone.
We should probably be heading back to Rito as well. Let's tag along.
Onodera, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be on leave these few days?
Well, about that.
I'm very sorry for all the trouble that I've caused.
Yes, Onodera, but why didn't you tell everyone earlier? If you had told us, we could have thought of some ways to help you.
That's right. We're a team, and we should be helping each other in tough situations like this.
Let's leave the past behind us now. Our first priority is to help Genyu with his signatures. How is your progress so far?
My progress is not what I had hoped for. Even after working through the night these past few days, I've only finished perhaps 1/10 of the signatures.
Oh, no wonder Shincho looked so sleepy today.
He's been busy.
I understand. Murata, go back to Yae Publishing House and get Aratani to book a room on the second floor of the Uyu restaurant. We'll be using it for Genyu's emergency calligraphy lessons.
Yes, Mr. Hirayama. It just so happens that my brother is a calligrapher. Should I ask him to lend his assistance as well?
Yes, good idea. Ah, you've just reminded me. 2 calligraphers from Liyue arrived today. We've worked with them before, so I'll go and ask them to help out too.
It seems I'm really in for it now.
No need to worry, Genyu. I'm sure you can do it. Didn't you finish the last chapter of your novel in just 1 week's time?
Yes, but writing novels and learning calligraphy are 2 entirely different skills.
Even though Xingqiu still has to deal with his handwriting issue, Paimon somehow feels a little relieved now.
I always used to prefer working alone in my workshop, but I've come to realize that solving problems with others also has its merits.
We also owe a special ode of gratitude to the mysterious person who has been leaving important info for us along the way.
Huh? You mean whoever left behind those stories about the 5 Kasen?
Pardon me, but what are you talking about?
Oh, right. We haven't had a chance to explain things to Xingqiu yet.
After some
I see.
explanation.
It
That's the
appears
word.
that Onodera and I were spotted when we were moving the books. Albedo, may I ask you one thing? Are you able to include me in a portrait as well? Not only do I owe the successful resolution of today's incident to that story, but I also hope that I'll remember this lesson.
No problem. Considering the similarities between the portrait and the events that have taken place, your proposal is very reasonable.
That figure was none other than Aoi no Okina himself. This turn of events had begun with an unnamed individual, under whose coercion, Aoi no Okina was forced to take drastic measures to retrieve a page of poetry. He knew nothing of this individual's true intentions. All he knew was that the poem had to do with an old acquaintance, Akahito.
Albedo really is something. He finished the portrait of Aoi no Okina in no time at all. Wonder how Xingqiu's calligraphy training is going at Uyu Restaurant. Hey, do you think whoever left those stories for us could be hiding somewhere nearby?
Possibly. Most likely. Also, let's see. Wasn't there supposed to be a theater troupe coming in? I might be misremembering that. It's been a day since I last recorded this, and, you know, my memory's bad. If there is a theater troupe coming in, then let's see, the next colors would be red and yellow. So I'm predicting we got to hang out with Klee already, but she could come back because Albedo is still here. And the red and yellow could just be them, Klee and Albedo. But if we are talking about theater troupe, it could be Xinyan and Yunjin. Those are just some of my thoughts. Or just completely different characters that fit in somehow. I don't know. Anyway.
Oh, hello? Mr. Storywriter? Are you here? Could you please help Xingqiu with something? He's a friend of ours, and the release of his new book is super important to him. Oh, what's that sound?
It's a cat.
It was just a cat. Looks like we can't make them reveal themselves that easily. It's getting late now. Well, let's go back and get some rest. We still have to go to the docks and wait for another ship tomorrow morning.
What was that? Did they just show someone? I, like, blinked. That was a weird camera angle.
Festivals always attract so many people.
So many complaints. What should I do? Ah, are you the traveler who my superior said would come and help us out? You came at the perfect time. We're facing a small problem here. As you know, the Iridori Festival is underway. In addition to all the things on sale, there's a lot of free entertainment programs available. But today, we received numerous complaints that a group of people have been hogging the Tanuki photo board. They won't leave so no one else gets to use it. What a headache.
Can you drive them away?
Well, we tried talking to them, but the original point of these entertainment facilities was to let people freely enjoy the festival. So in principle, it's open to everyone. And there's no time limit on usage. This means that as long as they haven't done anything technically illegal, even if they keep hogging it, there is nothing we can do. So, can you try negotiating with them for us? If these complaints can't be resolved and Madame Cujo finds out, I'll lose my bonus this month for sure.
Hogging a photo board, huh? We know who would do something like that. Should we go and have a look?
Thank you so much. You'll find them by the Tanuki photo board just east of the square.
Well, if it isn't Arataki Ito and his gang.
Okay, so there's the red.
I
No, that's the
knew it
yellow.
was gonna be them. Let's go and see what all this is about.
Alright, well, I'm a little confused.
Hey, traveler.
I was thinking like
Paimon.
red Oni,
What's
but like
happening?
yellow Geo, which is...
Oh, you came
Don't worry
here for the Iridori Festival too? Oh, see, I knew it! Great minds think alike, huh?
You're such a child. We're here to take care of a little problem.
Yo, right. Yeah, well, who's got a problem? The Arataki gang considers it our born duty to help those in need. Wait, huh?
The Arataki gang is the problem. The Tenryu Commission said you guys have been hogging the photo board and nobody else has had a chance to use it.
Oh, well, no, we haven't. It's kind of a long story. Hey, Mamoru, you're up. Explain the situation to these good people.
Yes, boss. The story starts 2 months ago, when we first found out about the Iridori Festival. As everyone knows, this is a festival all about showcasing culture, with books on all kinds of topics on display and for sale. Our boss is very forward-thinking. He thought we should seize this golden opportunity to publish some material introducing the Arataki gang and help craft a glorious public image.
He also said we can make some money out of it to support ourselves.
Well, that wasn't the main reason, obviously.
Of course that was your main reason.
At first, we had plenty of time. In 2 months, boss planned to write 60 pages.
But 1 month in, and he'd written a grand total of 1 line.
Well, I mean, come on, you gotta make sure the quality is up to scratch.
More like worst procrastinator ever.
So we cut some of the planned content, and figured it would still be fine if we could put out 20 pages in the next month.
But the day after that, the boss got a hold of this card game called Genius Invocation TCG. Everyone loved it!
It felt like we only played a few rounds, but before we knew it, half a month had gone by. I'm telling you, this game, it's pretty incredible.
I was just gathering inspiration for my writing. What?
Sure you were. Inspiration that has absolutely nothing to do with what you were writing about.
So then we only had 2 weeks left. No way was that going to be enough time to publish a book. Boss said we should just make a colorful flyer instead. That way we'd only need to think of a slogan.
That makes more sense. It shouldn't take too long to think of a slogan, right?
Yeah, it didn't take long at all. We came up with 30 slogans between us in just half a day.
But 30 was too many, and we couldn't agree with each other on which one to use. It took us a week to make the final decision.
That was when we realized we'd have to pay an expensive express fee for the printing, because there was so little time left.
And we couldn't afford it.
You gotta take it slow if you want to do something well. Pay an express fee and they're gonna do a rush job, and then there's gonna be all sorts of problems. The Arataki gang only puts out the very best into the world, And that is why I decided to give up on that project.
Sure.
That, yep, well said. You gotta do what keeps you happy. Same goes for humans and Oni alike. And it's not every day that you get to go to an Iridori festival, right? So priority number 1 right now is enjoying ourselves to the max!
And the way you chose to enjoy yourselves was to commandeer a novelty photo board?
So, at first, Boss brought us here to buy some drinks. He said there was some sort of Iridori Festival limited edition soft drink available.
That's right. This ain't no ordinary drink either. It's a special edition joint creation of Sailing Breeze and Yae Publishing House, as featured in the popular novel Pretty Please Kitsune Guji.
What?
But when we got to the festival, the staff wouldn't let us in because of our unusual outfits. They said we had to show up looking like our normal selves before they'd let us in.
We'd invested a lot of time and money into the way we looked, and then they accused us of spoiling the image of the city.
You guys look the same.
One thing led to another,
all
and by the
time.
time we finally got to Sailing Breeze's booth, all the drinks were sold out. We were pretty disappointed, but there was nothing we could do. Then we saw this photo board on the way back. Boss said we can't let the trip go to waste, so...
So you decided to take over the whole area for your own use?
I beg to differ. It's public property. We didn't commandeer anything. We're just making sure public resources get used to the max.
Yeah, boss is right. We're the ones making the most out of this thing.
Never let a single moment in your life go to waste. That's our policy in the Arataki gang, and we're out here making sure this photo board gets the most out of its lifespan, too.
Oh, brother, what a noble cause.
But we spent so much money on our appearance. We only had enough left for one of those drinks. We don't have anywhere near enough to buy books.
But you can't just take over this photo board for yourselves because it's free and you don't have any money. Other people have the right to use it too.
I guess when you put it like that, I can kind of see where you're coming from.
So come on, let someone else have their turn already.
But you know full well that the Arataki gang has a reputation to uphold. If I say I'm gonna make the most out of this board, then I have to live up to my words. If we just scrap our plan like that, we'd be going against our word. A gang's gotta have integrity, or it does huge damage to your prestige. That being said, we won't have to worry about any of that if we can settle this the Arataki way.
The Arataki way, huh? Paimon has a bad feeling about this.
So I, Arataki numero uno Ito, challenge you to an all-out, no-holds-barred, anything-goes duel. If you win, I will leave this board alone.
Beetle fight?
Oh, beetle fighting is an awesome idea! Just so happens I caught myself a true beast of an Oni Kabuto the other day. I call it Demon of Darkness. Unfortunately, I didn't bring Demon of Darkness with me today, so...
Well, that's a relief.
So, how are we gonna do this duel? Let's think. Yeah, wow, this is a tough nut to crack. Let me think for a second.
Hey, look! Isn't that Toma?
Hey.
Guess he's here for the festival too.
Oh, there you go. Red and yellow
Why
right
don't we
there.
ask Toma how to do this duel? Paimon bets he'll have tons of ideas.
Toma and Ito.
Toma! Toma! Over here!
Hey, Traveler and Paimon.
Alright, hold on. We need to talk for a second about that. Man, that scene, in my opinion, had its ups and downs. Love seeing Arataki Ito. But boy, do I feel like we spent a lot of time doing nothing just now. It was literally there just for, I mean, sure, it's character stuff, but it's character stuff that's like not super important because we already know how Arataki Ito is and stuff. This was just kind of reestablishing like his. It's like a reminder of like, yeah, he's kind of like doesn't really follow things through, or at least he does in a different way, and he kind of changes his mind all the time and makes excuses for as to why it's better the new way, which is also easier for him. Like we kind of know that about him already, I feel like. And we also have to have Paimon, of course, get annoyed with him as if she's normally annoyed with him, which she hasn't been until this very moment. So that's a whole nother thing. Whatever, it's more bad Paimon moments. And then yeah, I don't know. I just don't. If they made the scenes seem a little more urgent in a way where there was actually a crowd of people waiting to use this thing, complaining, but we literally just heard it from one guy, and then we go here and see these 4 dudes, and the place is relatively empty. Like, it just... Like, I get what they're trying to do, but they didn't show it right. So, like, yeah, it's a funny scene, but it kind of misses the mark, like, by a lot, unfortunately, because of, 1, the annoying Paimon, and 2, just repeating things that we already know, and then 3, the setting just not showing what they are trying to actually show you. So it's kind of mid, to be honest. I mean, this whole event has been pretty good so far. This is unfortunately the weakest part as of right now, and I hope we shift from this stupid little conundrum that we're having and go to something else. We need to escape this photo board problem and go elsewhere. Post haste. So let's do that.
You want the latest issue? Thanks for your support.
What a nice surprise meeting you guys here.
Look at all the people waiting to use the photo board.
Well,
in the middle of the night.
I heard that a certain well-known individual had made an
Sorry.
appearance at the festival and taken quite a liking to the Tanuki photo board. Since the Yashiro Commission is the host of this festival, I felt I simply had to come and meet them in person. Red horns. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the esteemed Arataki Ito, leader of the widely renowned Arataki gang.
This is
Is
their
that
first
right?
time meeting as well.
Toma, my bro, your eyes do not deceive you.
Or at least I think so.
And you are the housekeeper extraordinaire of the Kamisato clan. You're quite the celebrity yourself, you know.
Well, I'm flattered, Ito. And it's nice to meet you too, bro.
Whoa. There's a serious bromance developing here.
Okay, Paimon.
I didn't expect to run into both Ito and the Traveler here. Speaking of which, I kind of count as the host here, so is anything wrong? Don't worry, you can tell me anything.
It's all Ito. He wants to...
No, it's no big deal. We were just about to have a duel, and, we're trying to think of what format it should take.
Oh, a duel. In that case, I have a suggestion. Since your duel is taking place at the Iridori Festival, why don't you have a volunteering competition? Then, you can both do your part for the Iridori Festival while settling your duel at the same time. What do you think?
Volunteering competition? It sounds a little low-key. Not quite hardcore enough for the Arataki gang. I give this idea an interest rating of 2 points. 1 for the Traveler, 1 for Toma.
Boss means, 2 points out of 100.
Yeah, this job isn't the most high stakes, that's for sure. It just takes a little patience and responsibility. Also, since it's volunteering, by definition, there's no remuneration. All you'll get is this special edition drink from Sailing Breeze, as a small token of appreciation. On second thought, this is nowhere near enough for the prestigious Arataki gang. I don't know what I was thinking.
Wait a sec. What was that part about the, token of appreciation?
Oh, it's just a special edition drink produced by Yae Publishing House and Sailing Breeze. It's really nothing special.
Boss, that's the one! If we take this gig, we'll get that drink!
Oh, so, Toma, my bro, my guy, my dude. Maybe I didn't explain properly. When I said 2 points, that's out of a total of 2. If there's one thing the Arataki gang is known for, I kid you not, it's our patience and responsibility. It's an awesome idea, totally hardcore, practically tailor-made just for me. Traveler, let's do this for our duel, huh? It'll be amazing! Whoever volunteers the hardest wins. What do you think?
You didn't seem too interested in it just a second ago.
Hey, this is the mighty Arataki, above all bold-blooded Ito you're talking to here. I'm a say what I mean what I say, might sound mean, but I say it anyway kind of guy. And I say, we're gonna have this duel.
AKA doesn't want people to know he's only doing it for the drinks kind of guy.
If it's decided, then allow me to take the role of your judge. The volunteer work is simple. You just need to give your help to people who need it during the festival. I will assign some job requests that I've already received to you. If you're ready, we can begin.
Okay, our first job is to help a busy vendor. His stand is just nearby.
Please, get in line over here.
Are you the volunteers? Perfect timing. As you can see, there's a lot of dust and dead leaves around my stand. I've just been so busy with my customers these past few days. I keep meaning to sweep up, but I just haven't found a spare moment. Can you help me clean up the place, please? Thank you so much.
God, they got clapping guys. God damn it.
You're finished already? Wow, you work hard. You're wonderful people, all you volunteers. Thank you so much.
Let's see. Our next job is to help a visitor.
Wow, damn. They're actually doing really well.
Mister, come and help me. Hey,
The Arataki gang, I mean.
fancy meeting you here at the festival. But we don't have time to play games with you right now.
I'm not playing games. I'm in trouble. I heard they were selling a new kind of tamari at the festival, so I came to check it out. But I couldn't find it anywhere. And then I went and lost my current one. It's gotta be nearby. I still had it a moment ago.
Man, good luck finding
Can you help me,
it.
mister?
Oh.
So basically, every time we run into you, we have to go tamari hunting.
Publishing House really came through with this one.
Great! Now I can play the tamari game again. Thanks, mister.
Okay, one last job. We need to help move some goods at the port. Let's go.
It looks like Arataki already won, so I mean it's just over. You just have to go back and be like, oh man, you guys won. Congrats on getting the drink. You don't really have to volunteer anymore. I mean you could out of the goodness of your heart, but that ain't me.
Are you the festival volunteers?
I'm kidding. Kind of.
Great. I was just wondering what to do about these goods. It's been really busy lately and all the workers at the port are swamped. But I have to get all this fresh soy milk delivered to the warehouse as soon as possible. It'll go bad if it's left outside too long. Can you please help me take it to the warehouse? My coworker Takeuchi will be waiting for you there. Thank you so much.
You must be the volunteers here to save the day. You must be tired. Put down the goods and have a rest. I heard the Yashiro Commission has arranged for Sailing Breeze to prepare some special drinks for the volunteers as a way of saying thank you. Soy milk is actually one of the ingredients for the drink. It's freshly made every day. In fact, the last batch of soy milk we processed has just been sent over. You'll get to try it very soon.
What? So Sailing Breeze's special drink has soy milk in it? Ito won't be able to drink that!
Oh, right. Yeah.
Hurry! We've got to get to Sailing Breeze before he does!
Now things are getting intense.
If you're tired from walking all around
Oh, it's too late. No, we're fine.
What took you so long? I've been here ages. Completed my tasks a long time ago. So there you have it. When volunteering is the name of the game, no one volunteers harder than Arataki Ito. You lose, I win, and to the victor go the special edition spoils. Behold, the Drink of Champions, created by Sailing Breeze in collaboration with Yae Publishing House, and as featured in the popular work, Pretty Please Kitsune Guji? Woo! All this talk's making me thirsty. Don't mind if I do. Drink of Champions, it's time to come home.
Wait, there's beans. Oh, he's dead.
Woo! That's the good stuff! That was a mighty fine drink. Although, maybe it was past its prime.
Boss, they said they think there might be, beans in the drink.
Huh?
A mighty figure falls to the ground.
The boss is down! The boss is down! Quick, get him to a doctor!
What's wrong? Can't Arataki Ito drink soy products?
He's allergic to beans!
Oh, my goodness. Okay, quick, grab Ito and follow me. I'll get a doctor. I sure hope it's not too serious. I'm sorry, I didn't even consider this possibility. It was all my fault.
Nah, you're
Leave
fine.
Ito to me. I'll make sure he stands again. Don't worry, I'll see you later.
So, your friend is allergic to beans. It's a very rare condition, though I have heard about it. I'm so sorry that our drink caused such a problem. I feel terrible.
Nah, you're
If
fine.
you don't mind, please, take this. This is a special drink formula with no soy milk. I
Well-
could see that your friend enjoyed this drink a lot. Although it tastes slightly different without the soy milk, I'm sure this version will be more suitable for your friend. Please accept it, along with our sincere apologies.
We later find out that she put extra beans in it by mistake. Whoops.
Welcome home, Almighty Shogun.
It embraces its duty. It's already time for us to be at the docks. Let's go!
Okay.
The arrival schedule says ship stopover, 1 person. Does that mean we're only welcoming 1 guest today?
I guess so. I was expecting 2 people, but...
The figure on the wharf!
Hey.
It looks like Kazuha!
Hell yeah, Kazuha time. Hello, you legend.
Greetings, traveler in Paimon. I heard there would be guides for the Iridori Festival, but I didn't expect it would be you two.
We didn't expect to see you either! Returning as a guest for the Iridori Festival, no doubt.
I was a little surprised myself when I received the invitation. But after wandering the outside world for so long, it's good to have an opportunity to return to my homeland and pay respects to my old friends.
Kazuha, when we saw you in the distance just now, you seemed to be looking for something. What happened?
Ah, yes. You see, when I came off the boat with everyone just now, I suddenly heard light footsteps around me. I could tell they were not footsteps of a regular passenger. But by the time I turned around, the person had already disappeared. I only heard a splash come from below the pier.
Even though I didn't manage to catch a glimpse of them, I found this strange piece of paper by my feet.
Oh, does the paper happen to have a poem written on it?
Huh. How did you know? Fascinating. It's almost hard to believe such things could happen. Sure, here it is. Please, have a look.
All right. The Five Kazan Splendor. Akihito. Long have I been famed, and since my youth I had great ambition. I stamped every new verse with a scarlet seal, and thus was I known to all. But last year, when was presented our verses, mine was found to be taken from poets past. For the theft and deception, I was banished into the wilderness. The 5 radiant lights never shall be again. Ah, how the tides do shift.
Last time, Aoi no Okina's poem ended with a reference to Akihito. And sure enough, this is a story about him. The story this time basically says that Akihito got his name from his love of red seals. However, the Shogun discovered that he had committed plagiarism, and he was soon exiled.
That's no good.
If Paimon were to rate today's story, it sounds pretty unfortunate.
I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with this story. I too was once wanted as a criminal by the shogunate, so I'm not all that different from Akihito mentioned in this story.
But according to the story, Akihito was exiled by the Shogun because of his wrongdoings. You did nothing wrong, Kazuha.
Well, here's the thing about that, Paimon. That's just because we like Kazuha. It's all about perspectives. Because if you take it from the Raiden Shogun's perspective, he was in the wrong. I don't think he was, but, you know, when you go up against your leader, are you not the bad guy in their eyes? Just saying. Perspectives, Paimon.
Traveler, what are you thinking about?
Ah, by the way, you mentioned that your friend has been struggling because he's unable to sign his name quickly, right?
Yes.
In Liyue and Inazuma, there is a saying, that which has been stamped has also been signed. Perhaps using a seal could be a feasible solution. While sailing at sea,
yeah,
I
that's
sometimes
smart.
carve things to pass the time. If you wish to create a stamp for his seal, I might be able to help.
Hell yeah.
That's an idea. Quick, let's go tell Albedo.
That's really smart, Kazuha. I like that kind of thing. All right, and that is the beginning of part 3, but I will have to be taking another break to save my own sanity. But this has been fun. The Sing-Cho stuff was interesting. I like how the 5 Kansen stories, these poems that were being leaked to us, are giving us hints and also simultaneously being connected to what's currently happening. I know there's got to be something deeper to it. I'm still like on edge for the fact that Venti is around here. It's a thing. I'm going to go into a whole big thing, explanation or rant or whatever by the time we get to the end of this with the ideas that I have and what turns out to be what and all that stuff. But I am kind of just enjoying watching it unfold before me, and yeah, I'm very much in my mind and like still with like the Easteroth thing, and how, and also thinking about like Raiden Shogun's second story quest and that ending, and how time is all at once and stuff. Anyway, whatever. I'm gonna go on to a whole spiel if I get into it right now. But yeah, that was good. I already spoke about my issues that I have with some of the things here previously, and even in this recording as well, or in this part of the recording with the whole the Arataki Ito thing was fine. It was fun, but it was definitely, as of right now, unless if it ties back to something, or if something ties back to it, it was filler, and that feels unfortunate right now. But maybe I'll be proven wrong, and it won't just be filler. Maybe it will connect to something specifically. But it was just another opportunity to unfortunately make Paimon annoying, for Arataki Ito to be goofy for the sake of being goofy, and for you to do busy work, which you don't necessarily have to do, because what we're doing now with Kazuha is back to the main story, which is what we did with Xingqiu before and what we did with Venti before that. So yeah, that's just kind of where my head is at. But then I guess you could guess like the stuff with Klee and Yoimiya was also filler. They're putting these little filler moments in between stuff, which is fine because it's exploring the character. I just think the Klee and Yoimiya stuff was more... There was something more wholesome about that. And it also ties to like Alice in a way. And you had Yaimiko there. And it was just more... It was a more interesting bunch. Although they didn't fully deliver in a way that I would have preferred either. I wish Yoimiya made a connection to who Alice was. At least Yaimiko did, at the very least. Yeah, and then with the Arataki Ito thing, once again, Arataki Ito's voice actor is phenomenal. How he delivers some of his lines, he's so funny. It's so good. I do enjoy him. Like, I do enjoy his character. I'm just grasping at, I want just a little more from him. I want, like, they're good at making him quirky and funny, but like, just give me a little bit something else. A little bit something else. And set up the scene right. The scene wasn't set up right at all. It wasn't busy. At least put 3 other people on the scene staring at them, waiting to use it. You know what I mean? Like something. Anyway. Those are my things that I have to say about it. Overall, I am enjoying this though, because I'm very curious to see where it's going to eventually lead. Plus, whatever this Kuronushi, I think, character is going to be represented as. And I'm just straight up wrong, I guess. I was trying to associate the character with the color, but now we have Kazuha, who is Animo, but he's also a poet, like these Kansen in that way, and the whole stamp thing and how he knows how to do that, and like he wears red, but he's not pyro. You know what I mean? So I guess I was kind of off with that whole thing. I thought I had something, not quite. Kept thinking that Arataki Ito and Tomo were going to be the thing, but at the same time, felt like a little bit of a red herring to me, but it's not. It was just filler. Anyway, whatever. We'll get back to this in a second.
Albedo, we figured out a way to help Xingqiu.
Interesting. A story of the 5 Kasen appears again, and with a timely solution. A stamped seal, huh? Let me think. Indeed, it is an efficient solution. If we use a stamp, then Xingqiu won't have to struggle with his handwriting anymore. However... Since Xingqiu's signature has been previously revealed to the readers, it would seem insincere if he only used the stamped seal for his new books. But I have another idea. Using a seal is a part of it, of course. Let's go to Uya restaurant now to discuss my idea with everyone.
Real quick.
Yes, that.
So I don't know if they do this for books, for signings in Japan, for example. And once again, I'm only saying Japan because of Inazuma and stuff, and this is an event that is currently happening in Inazuma. When you live in Japan, you know, you guys sign up, be like, hey, I'm a person who's living here, all that stuff. And you get something called a honko, which is a stamp. It's just like a little cylindrical thing with a cap. You take it off, you stamp it, and you sign your documents and deliveries and bank stuff, like everything with this stamp. This is your signature in Japan. You nearly never actually sign your name like you would in, at least in America. And to me, this sounds a little weird. Only because of course you need to go through the process of registering yourself and getting this honko, this stamp. But there are a lot of names that are the same or repetitive or whatever that is. And of course you can argue that, well, the same kanji is not always used. True, but it could also be the same kanji used as someone else. In my opinion, the honko is not a real secure way of handling this kind of thing. It also takes more time. You have to, make sure that, God forbid, if you left it at home when you went to the bank or something, right? You're just screwed. You're done. You have to go back home and get the thing, and then good luck getting back there before 3 p.m. when they close. And that's just kind of what that is. Oh, don't worry, I'll go on the weekend. You can't. They're closed on the weekend. So it's like, how do you get anything done, right? And the honko kind of slows things down. It feels really cool to have. Honestly, it's a really nice feeling to be like, oh, this is my stamp. This is my name. Whatcha! I did the thing. It's cool. But in my opinion, a little outdated. But anyway, I just had to talk about that because they're going over this stamp stuff and seals, and I do find it interesting. And yeah, it could theoretically fix this problem. However, Albedo does have a point. He already started with signing the name. And we know those signatures are not all identical. Especially if we're talking about Xingqiu here. Like, he's already struggling to make his signature as perfect as possible, taking a long time to do a signature at a time. And most likely, guaranteed, they're not going to be identical to each other. That would be extremely rare. You can tell when something is going to be stamped. So when you start having people compare their signature to someone else's signature, whatever, you're going to be like, oh, there was less time put into mine, or whatever that is. It doesn't look good, right? So I totally get what Albedo is saying. I'm curious of what his solution is going to be, though. So let's continue. Sorry about that little tangent. I just had to share my thoughts on that. I kind of want to find my honko. I'm sure I still have it somewhere. Maybe I'll show that off someday. I don't know.
That's it, Zhenyu. Your writing has greatly improved today, which means yesterday's intensive training was effective.
My apologies, but I simply can't do it anymore. My hands are so sore that I can't even move them anymore.
God, these camera angles.
I should have known better than to read novels during calligraphy class.
You just had a 10-minute break. Come on, you can do this.
Guys get carpal tunnel.
When it comes to pushing a deadline, there's no one more brutal than Mr. Hirayama.
No wonder Lady Yai would always send the editorial director to handle troublesome authors.
Whoa, this is getting scary. It hasn't even been that long and Shincho's already zombified.
Mr. Hiroyama, we found a solution that might just solve our dilemma. In both Liyue and Inazuma, seals are widely used as the equivalents of a signature. If we use a stamp to leave the author's seal on the books, then we could make the signature process a lot easier. Of course, a seal on its own is not enough. So, I propose that each signature consists of 2 parts. First, we'll use a personalized seal. We can simply carve one using Chenyu's signature as the design. In addition, I'll also design a simple but elegant pattern that's easy for Chenyu to write. That way, he will only need to draw a simple pattern on each book.
Let me think. All right, I think that would work. Not only does it still involve the author's own handwriting, but the result should be very beautiful as well.
So, here's the thing about this. I may have misunderstood. Shincho has been practicing his calligraphy during this time so he could sign the books? Or did he already start signing the books? To me, it sounded like he already started to sign the books. But if he's only been practicing his calligraphy this entire time, then... If he already started to sign the books, this plan doesn't work. Because of the same thing that I said. Some people are going to not be getting this kind of thing. Things are going to be different now. I guess it might be okay. But it looks kind of weird to do that. If I'm mistaken and he hasn't signed any of the books yet, then I don't see the problem in just using the stamp on its own. Then again, I guess you could say it would be disingenuous. Like they were kind of saying that, but I was thinking of a different reason why. But yeah, okay. No, the plan makes sense, but if he already started to sign the books, which I'm pretty sure he did, this doesn't work anymore. It works for the rest of the book, sure, but it's now I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
So, what you mean to say is, I've been saved from this predicament?
Mr. Hirayama, it suddenly occurred to me that the reason we gave up on live book signings previously was because it would take too long for the author to sign each book. But if we adopted Calx's proposed method, we might have enough time to do signatures at the live event. And if all the authors signed their books in the same fashion, then Genyu's signature wouldn't look out of place.
If you think it's feasible, I would certainly be happy to design signatures for the other authors as well.
Yes, and you may leave carving the stamps to me.
In that case, I shall contact the other 2 authors participating in the new release event.
I do like that idea, though. Like,
it is a great
for him
honor
to
to
be able
use
to
a
sign.
signature designed by Calx.
I want to see
My
it.
pen name is quite complicated and isn't suitable for signing events. However, if we implement this new format, then it'll be a dream come true for me as well.
Great! Looks like everyone's on board with the idea.
I'm sorry to have kept you busy for so long, Genyu. Please, take the next few days to have a good rest. We'll handle everything from here. The books that Genyu already signed can be used as special prizes in future events held by the I Publishing House.
We did it. The event is safe.
Sorry to interrupt again. That answered my question. I just had to wait a minute. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Unless if they needed the books for inventory for the festival itself, then not so much. But if he only got through a few of them, then it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Okay. I'm all for this plan now.
Saved.
Thanks to everyone's efforts, Onodera and I are finally free of that mess.
That's right! You're finally free, Shincho! Maybe you should step outside for some fresh air.
Onodera, please inform Lady Ai of the changes in the event planning when you have a moment. She will surely like to hear about our new idea. You're a quick thinker, Onodera. As long as you exercise a little prudence, you'll be able to achieve great things in the future.
Got it. Thank you very much, Mr. Hirayama.
I suppose this is all a blessing in disguise, isn't it? I'm sure readers will be thrilled to hear that the release event will also have a book signing.
We still have some time to burn. Where should we go next?
Traveler, there you are.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, it's Ayaka! And Venti! That's an interesting combo.
I was just going to the festival venue to prepare the Ikebana lesson when I found a strange piece of paper on a flower stand. This bard just happened to be close by at the time. He informed me that you've also found similar papers recently. As such, we came together to find you two.
But the paper she found isn't quite the same as the ones we found before.
Here's the paper. Please have a look.
Oh, yeah, hold on. Okay, the 5 cost in splendor. Sumizome. I submerged the verses into clear water, and the truth did emerge. Secret writing on the paper notes. I don't know.
Huh. All the poems we found before were roughly the same length, but this one is only 2 lines.
And even though there are only 2 short sentences, neither of them are next to the title or centered on the page. The position of the writing seems to indicate that there is other content written on this paper besides these 2 lines.
Put it in water,
If we
you're gonna
take
see
the
it.
poem literally, it reads, "Dip this paper in water and see the truth naturally appear."
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I have an ancient text at home, specializing in ancient and exotic stories. It mentions a special ink that will show itself when wet and disappear when it's dry.
Got it.
So, shall we give it a whirl? It just so happens that there's a pond nearby.
Anything in the world that will satisfy my taste buds.
Wow, look! It's really working! More words have appeared on the paper! Let Paimon see what it says.
Okay. We got... Going over his poetry, I found that the plagiarized piece did not have his secret seal. I submerged the verses into clear water, and the truth did emerge. The truth verses were not washed away, but the text of that despicable crime faded. Aoi no Okina passed me by, just as he was writing a verse for Akahito. One storm had yet to settle, and it was already time to write new poems. Ooh. I'm just looking at these sentences. Like, I'm not going to spend too long on this, but the true verses were not washed away, but the text of that despicable crime faded. That, I mean, I'm thinking too much about it, but to me, that sounds like just a simple message of the concept of you, if you were to do something bad, like you commit a crime, right? You did that thing. But as time goes on, things can be forgotten. You know, like people may forgive you or forget that you ever did the thing, but you know deep down that you did that thing. Not saying that's connected, that idea is connected to this at all, but that's just what I immediately thought of, for whatever reason. I know Okina passed me by just as he was writing a verse for Akihito. One storm had yet to settle, and it was already time to write new poems. Yeah, this whole thing just sort of sounds like potential problems upon problems.
Story says that after Sumizomi got the collection of poems from Akihito and put them into a stream of water, the plagiarized words in the poem became blurry. Huh? Why would that happen?
You see, Paimon, in the past, when printing was not yet well developed, handwritten text could easily become smudged in books when exposed to moisture. To ensure the text lasted longer, they'd either write using a special ink or coat the paper's surface with a waterproof coating once the writing was finished. Such special inks are time-consuming and laborious to produce, and the waterproof coating could also prove just as difficult. However, since Akihito's poetry collection was an important gift to be presented to the shogun, surely one of those two methods was used to protect it. But as for the plagiarized poems, not only would they lack Akihito's seal, but the words would also react differently when exposed to liquid.
Which means Akihito didn't plagiarize his work. He was set up!
Yes, it appears that this is the truth that Sumizome's story is trying to convey. Although the story is saddening, I've decided on the subjects to use for Akihito and Sumizome's portraits. Kazuha, Ayaka, would you be willing to be the models for my paintings?
I would be delighted.
Yes, as would I.
There you go. The next two portraits should be ready in no time.
Yes. And now that all 4 stories have all been collected, the story of the 5 Kasen is now fully completed.
Well, I'm sure there's gonna be more to it.
Long ago, Inazuma had 5 legendary poets. People bestowed upon them the title of the 5 Kasen.
One year, the poet Suiko made his way to Tenshukaku and presented the Kasen's work for the shogun's perusal. But a page from the works of Aoi no Okina had been torn out, and Suiko was questioned regarding the matter. Suiko pleaded guilty. He admitted to drinking at the tavern the night before, and vaguely recalled a mysterious figure approaching while he was intoxicated.
That figure was none other than Aoi no Okina himself. This turn of events had begun with an unnamed individual, under whose coercion, Aoi no Okina was forced to take drastic measures to retrieve a page of poetry. He knew nothing of this individual's true intentions. All he knew was that the poem had to do with an old acquaintance, Akihito.
Akihito had once belonged to the 5 Kasen. Each poem he composed, he marked with a scarlet red seal, hence the Aka in his name. Such a distinguished writer was he, and yet one of the poems he had submitted the previous year was found to be plagiarized. Akihito was exiled for his crimes, and only 4 of the 5 Kasen remained.
Sumizome went over Akihito's poems and noticed that the plagiarized poem lacked his seal. She immersed his poetry in a stream nearby, and only on the plagiarized poem did the ink run. Aoi no Okina passed by and witnessed Sumizome's doing, which he then recorded in a poem. Thus transpired the events of Suiko's poetry submission, and this is where the story comes to an end.
So Kuronushi, was he the one who plagiarized, you think? That's what I'm wondering, but that might be too obvious. What's wrong?
Yeah. Ever since we completed the story of the 5 Kasen, there's still one thing Paimon hasn't been able to figure out. One of the 5 Kasen is called Kuranushi, right?
Kuranushi.
It's just that, how could the story of the 5 Kasen finish without him appearing at all?
Oh, have you really not noticed?
Huh? Not noticed what? This is no time to be playing games, Tone Deaf Bard!
What he means is that the story of Kuranushi was already embedded within the 4 poems.
Huh? Really?
That's right. The key lies in the poem that Aoi no Okina wrote after seeing Sumizome rinsing the poetry collection. An average person could never understand the scene of a young girl washing Akahito's poetry collection in a stream. Even Aoi no Okina couldn't figure out the meaning behind Sumizome's actions. He was simply reminiscing and thinking about his old acquaintances. However, for the perpetrator who framed Akahito, it was completely obvious. He was worried that if this poem was seen by the Shogun, then the Shogun could discover the truth behind the plagiarism incident. If that happened, then he'd be finished. So, in desperation, he threatened Aoi no Okina to make him tear out this poem.
Which means, the one who threatened Aoi no Okina is the same person that framed Akahito!
Kuranushi.
What? Kuranushi?
It makes sense why he's not included.
That's right. Though there are only 4 poems, they still managed to tell the complete story of all 5 Kasen. Since the Shogun mentioned in the poems is certainly not the one of the 5 Kasen, the only character left is the mysterious one with an unknown identity.
Oh, okay. Paimon is finally starting to get it now.
However, this also brings something else to mind. The story of the 5 Kasen has more or less reflected everything that's been happening around us lately. Which begs the question, is there a Kuranushi in our world as well?
Yes.
A Kuranushi? In our world?
Speaking of which, I wonder if our dear Kazuha has come up with anything.
Oh, right! Kazuha! He's been pretty quiet this whole time. Let's ask him!
Oh man, that 10-step gameplay, you gotta love it.
Hey, Kazuha! Are you okay? You've been standing in front of this blank canvas for a while, and you don't look so good.
Apologies for making a wild assumption, but has the story of the 5 Kasen reminded you of anything?
Yes. A few things did come to mind, actually. However, they were nothing more than some past incidents regarding my family. I don't mind sharing the stories, but I'd prefer not to bring you any more trouble.
Hey! We're all friends here, Kazuha. You can always tell us whatever's on your mind.
Kaidehara, please forgive my assumption, but perhaps you were thinking of the Raiden Gokuden?
The Raiden Gokuden? What's that?
It appears that Miss Kamisato and I were thinking of the same thing. But it also has much to do with the Yashiro Commission. It would be improper to speak of it here without the consent of Miss Kamisato.
It's fine. Those of us here are all trustworthy, so there isn't any harm in it. However, this matter is somewhat complicated and may be difficult to explain. Let me start with the Raiden Gokuden. As you all know, the Yashiro Commission's primary purpose is managing ceremonial and cultural affairs, and Inazuma's art of forging swords is a very important part of our culture. The Raiden Gokuden were once the top 5 schools of the forging art in Inazuma. Although these families were swordsmiths by craft, they also held many important positions in the Yashiro Commission. Unfortunately, of the 5, only the Amenoma art still maintains its artisan lineage. The descendants of the Ishin art are also still alive, but the craft has been lost to time. The descendants of the Ishin art are none other than the Kaidehara family.
Whoa! We knew Kazuha came from a noble family, but we had no idea about his connection to the Yashiro Commission and sword making.
Yes, but that's all part of the past now. The Ishin art was lost with my great-grandfather's generation. My grandfather was dissatisfied with my great-grandfather's lack of effort. When he was young, my grandfather traveled all over Teyvat to find a way to revive the family business. But it was to no avail. And in my generation, our last remaining family property was lost as well.
I heard my elder brother mention that the decline of the Raiden Gokuden happened very rapidly. In the span of a few decades, 3 of the families suffered various misfortunes and disappeared completely. Later, there was speculation that all of these misfortunes stemmed from some background machinations, meaning that someone wanted to wipe out the Raiden Gokuden. How
I gotta pause for a second there. Sorry, Ayaka. First of all, that's cool. The learning a little bit more about Kazuha's background, that he comes from this noble family, sword making family and stuff. That's pretty cool. Another thing is that I have a slight criticism, not with the story, not necessarily with the characters. Well, kind of, not really, not personality wise or any writing. Boy, Ayaka's voice right now is not the best quality. They did something with her microphone or something, or it's just, maybe it's just me, but for some reason, all the other characters sound fine. But whenever she speaks, there's a little bit of that, like, kind of like how my quality used to be for some of these videos. There's just a little bit of like a static lisp onto what she is saying, and I can't unhear it because it's just, everyone else is so clear. And although beautiful voice, there's some contortion here. There's something wrong with the microphone or something. There's some kind of connection issue that's causing it, and it's a little unfortunate. But anyway, I digress. Let's continue. I'm going back a little bit.
all of these misfortunes stemmed from some
If you hear that,
background
it's like
machinations,
at the end of her
meaning that
sentences.
someone wanted to wipe out the Raiden Gokuden. However, since not every family of the Raiden Gokuden came to
It's the
ruin,
S sounds.
such explanations were treated as nothing more than a conspiracy theory.
Indeed. I've also believed such ideas were just theories and rumors. However, I know that a major incident happened to my great-grandfather when he was young. Not only did it affect the Kaedahara clan, but it nearly jeopardized the Kamisato clan's position in the Yashiro Commission as well. After reading the story of the 5 Kasen, I can't help but feel like it's pointing me toward the truth behind that incident.
What exactly happened to your great-grandfather, Kazuha?
I still can't say. I need to speak with someone to verify the details. Let's meet here again at noon tomorrow.
Okay.
I will tell you everything I know then.
All right. That was Act 3. Now, we're moving into Act 4.
The 5 Kasen
Soon.
Plaza is significantly less crowded now, but it's still too early to relax. This is a serious matter, and we must remain vigilant. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Sarah!
Oh, it's you. Do you have something to report?
How's it going?
Really? Good. The Tenryo Commission has a responsibility to ensure public order and security during the Iridori Festival. If anything comes up, come to me.
Oh, you look really busy. Has something serious happened?
Just doing her
Nothing
job.
serious, really. We've just received a lot of reports in the past few days over things like line cutting, reselling goods at inflated prices, even troublemakers hogging the photo board. All minor incidents, but it all adds up to create a lot of work for a lot of people.
Yes. Yes, that do. So, Japan has a very interesting way of dealing with scalpers, people who are buying things to resell them. and it's good and bad in my opinion. It's a double-edged sword. One, that it prevents a lot of scalpers from being a thing in Japan, but what it does is that it replaces it with a new problem, and that it includes a oh man, how do I want to say this? I almost wanted to say it gotchifies things, but it's not exactly gotcha. I mean, it depends on the situation. It's more like a lottery, I guess, for a lack of a better word. So, for example, when it comes to events or getting a hold of more rare or unique items or merchandise, whatever that is, you very, very, very rarely can outright buy something. It becomes a lottery system where you have to go and say that you want the thing, and then it's by chance whether or not you get it or not. Yeah. It's kind of not great and kind of frustrating. And in some cases, you can kind of get screwed over as well. So, for example, someone I spoke to, one of my students when I was there, during the Olympics, in order to actually go to the Olympics to see the events, you had to essentially sign up for the lottery to see if you get a seat for that specific event. So you might think to yourself, well, I want to see this specific event, but there's no guarantee that I'll get it. So maybe I'll sign up for other events too, just in case if I don't get one of them. I could possibly get another, right? So there was a guy, one of my students, who signed up for like 6 different events or more at the Olympics, because he was just like, if there's a chance that I could be selected for one of them, that'd be great. So I'm going to put 6 down. He got like all 6 of them. So now he's required to pay for them. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but like, how much money do you think one seat at an Olympic event probably cost? And now the guy has to do that times 6 because he won all 6. It's like almost like the opposite problem. Like he got what he wanted, but the chances of that happening, like, what are they? So now he's screwed, and you can't sell the ticket. You can't scalp it. Like, you can't do anything. Like, you have to pay for it now because you put in all your information. It has your name on it. You can't be like, oh, no, and then it goes to someone else. It's solidified. It's done. You're fooked. So if you really want the thing, if you really want to go to the event, then you need to make sure that you go to that thing if you do happen to win the chance of going to the thing. There is no like, oh, I got sick the day before, you go in my stead. You can't do that because they'll check your ID at the door, and if your friend that you gave the ticket to is not you, they're not let in. You just lost your money. It's a problem, in my opinion. It's like, I get it. It stops the scalping, which is great. But they need to... I shouldn't even be complaining about it because it doesn't even affect me anymore. But boy, have I seen some people just have days, weeks freaking ruined because of this system. And it sucked for those people. So I can't even imagine. Like, I hope that they fix their shit. But it's also been like that forever. So I don't know. Maybe they're just kind of like, Shogunai, right? Can't be helped.
Still, I take the fact that so many people are turning to us for assistance as a sign that the Tenryo Commission is gradually regaining the people's trust. Shogun gave us orders to provide security at the Iridori Festival. This is a rare chance to change people's perception of the Tenryo Commission, so we cannot afford to slip up. Even if it's tiring work, we must rise to the challenge.
Well, no matter how busy you are, at least you still found some time to come here and buy an Almighty Shogun figurine, right? We want to buy one too!
What do you mean, figurine? I'm just patrolling these parts. In fact, I was just about to leave.
Sure.
No need to be shy. Actually, Miko told us that you got up super early this one time to make sure you could be the first in line to buy one of these figurines.
That Lady Gucci, how could she disclose... Never mind. To be clear, I have no intention to hide that which I do out of reverence alone. But there is one thing you must be corrected on.
Yeah.
Oh? What is it?
That is not a figurine. It's a statue of Her Excellency, the Almighty Narukami Agosho, God of Thunder. Do I make myself clear?
Almighty Narukami Oga... got it.
This particular statue of Her Excellency, the Almighty Narukami Agosho, God of Thunder, is a brand new addition. There will only be 300 available in this batch, and there is a limit of 1 per customer. Many people have been lining up since well before dawn to acquire one. I'm afraid if you're only showing up now, you're probably too late.
Oh, really? So you definitely must have gotten here pretty early too then. Did you manage to get one yet?
Normally, of course, I would come to purchase one myself. But on this occasion, my duties at the Iridori Festival had to take priority.
Aw.
We are required to report for duty long before the shops open. It is regrettable, but I had no choice but to forego the chance this time.
Aw, what a shame.
So instead, I had someone purchase one on my behalf.
There you go.
Oh, right! Wait, you can do that? Didn't you say they're limited to 1 per customer? This figurine is super popular. It must be pretty tough to find someone happy to buy one for you and not for themselves.
I anticipated the same at first, but Lady Guji Yae found a professional to assist me, saying she appreciated our tireless efforts during the festival period. I don't know who the professional is. I assume it would be either someone from the Grand Narukami Shrine or from the Yashiro Commission, but I did not ask. Given the time, I believe they should have completed the purchase by now. I am fortunate to have had Lady Guji's help this time. I likely would have struggled to find a candidate on my own. As well as being willing, they would need to be an early riser, and also tall enough to beat the crowds to the top shelf items.
Early riser and tall.
What was that sound?
Probably just the wind.
Really? Well, never mind. I've been here long enough. It's time for me to head to my next patrol zone. Stay safe during the Iridori Festival.
Another note. Oh man, I mean, Kujo, sorry, man. It's funny. That's just how about her job she is, but then also taking offense to the statue being called a figurine and how obsessed she is with the Raiden Shogun stuff, and just she's a collector, and yeah, it's funny.
Uh-oh, you found me.
Hello.
Sayu, what are you doing here? Oh, wait! Are you the professional? Shh! Quiet! She might still be in earshot. No way. I've been here since last night so I could buy a figurine. But after waiting and waiting, my eyes started to feel real droopy. And
Oh,
I
that's
only
not
meant to take a short nap, a really quick one. Oh, if I don't buy one of these figurines, the 10-year-old commission Tengu will lock me up for life.
Nah, but she'll probably
Sheesh.
cry
Goodness
herself to
knows
sleep.
what Miko told you. I guess my only hope now is to sacrifice my salary for this month and buy one off of someone who got here in time.
Let me negotiate.
Really? Great! Then, here's my salary. Please don't spend it all.
Well, I don't, at this point, if you messed up, I don't know what to tell you.
Why so glum? Didn't manage to get your hands on a statue of her excellency,
this
the
guy's an
almighty
asshole.
Narukami Agosho, god of thunder, by any chance?
Just by the way
Sell
his
it.
voice sounds.
I ain't selling. Not after all the effort I put in to get a hold of this. Go ask someone else.
Alright, Junpei. Freaking Junpei, man.
Huh, you didn't manage to get one either? That's strange. When I came to line up this morning, I checked with my friend who'd already bought one. She'd been lining up since before sunrise, and she was around the 100th in line. I was only 150 places behind her, so surely I should have gotten one.
Oh.
Something's wrong here. I'm gonna go ask the shopkeeper for an explanation.
Yeah, if there's 300 of them, that doesn't make sense.
So many people.
After coming all this way to Inazuma, and especially getting up early, I still walk away empty-handed. The first batch was smaller than I expected, and who knows when the next batch will come out. Well, since I'm here now, I guess I should buy some other souvenir instead.
I can't believe it. I am definitely done for this time.
Mm-hmm.
A whole load of people are saying they didn't manage to get one. Did the shopkeepers get the count wrong or something? Oh, why don't we go ask at Apekusu? Might as well. I guess there's nothing to lose.
Terribly sorry. I was otherwise occupied this morning and had someone else watch the shop. So I don't know all the details, but according to our records, we did sell the full 300.
Hey, what about those ones at the back? Aren't they for sale?
I'm sorry, those are display only. Please don't be too disappointed. We're only selling a limited number of these statues at the festival, and this was only the first batch. Please rest assured, you will all have the chance to purchase one in the future.
But when will the next batch be ready? Also, this poor guy came all the way from Mondstadt. He got here earlier than me and was at least 50 places ahead of me. Even he didn't get one. How do you explain these numbers?
Look, Reika's a champion. That chick being all like, this guy, this dude who came from another country. What the hell, man? Oh man, respect to Reika for pointing that out instead of being like, what about me? I feel like something fishy is going on here. Obviously, I think I don't know if it's either the shopkeeper or the person that was in charge while she was gone that is hoarding these figures, but she did also sound a little suspicious when she was looking back at the ones that were on display. So yeah, these numbers ain't right, as they're saying.
I don't know a whole lot about Inazuman festivals, but they do seem to have sold out pretty quickly.
I'm terribly sorry, but I've triple-checked the sales records for this morning, and everything seems to be accounted for.
Why don't we get the Tenryo Commission to investigate this?
Yeah.
The Tenryo Commission?
Oh.
No, no way.
But it's not your fault then.
Sorry, who are you?
Oh, are you saying this falls under the Yashiro Commission's jurisdiction?
Yeah, it does. We will follow up on this matter, so there's no need to go to the Tenryou Commission. They're busy enough as it is. That's weird. How come Sayu's so motivated to work all of a sudden? Shh. If the Tenryou Commission finds out about this, Kujo Sarah will come ask me about it. And then she'll find out that I didn't buy her figurine, and...
Let's say it a little louder. Right next to these people.
Anyway, we can't get the Tenryou Commission involved, not unless there's no other way.
Huh. Well, since someone's already on the case, I suppose I'll just wait for the findings.
Since I came all this way and didn't get a figurine, I guess I might as well look at what else is available.
Thank you both for your understanding. We will make an announcement as soon as the results of the investigation come out.
So we're supposed to be investigating, but we don't have any leads at all. Oh, maybe the customers really did make a mistake with the count. If only we had a witness who'd been here the whole time. You mean me? Sorry, I was asleep. Did I hear anything? Let me think.
I'll take these, please.
Thank you for your patronage. Please come again.
Thank you. Patronage. Oh yeah! Now I remember. I heard thank you for your patronage over and over again this morning. Huh? How many times? 300? I got it. There were at least 16 snores between each thank you for your patronage.
What kind of math is this?
That's not how you count it! 16 snores should be about 1 minute. And if we add on the time for moving the boxes and stocking the shelves...
This is wild to go by.
Right! Sales only started about 4 hours ago, so there's definitely a problem with the amount.
Also, your math could just be incredibly
Which
off.
means, even though I only woke up just now, I still have a chance of getting my hands on one. Maybe. Well, anyway, maybe I failed my mission because a bad guy did something tricky, not because I was being lazy. So then, who's the bad guy? Well, the shop was pretty strict with this promotion. Not only was there a 1 per customer limit, they even checked people's identity. So there's no way anyone could have bought more than one. And with SARS people patrolling the area, no one could have cut the line, right?
It has to be the shop owners themselves. Like I was saying.
Someone was up to no good. They definitely tried to find a way to sell the figurines at a higher price. Let's go ask the guy who says he had to put in a lot of effort to get a hold of one. Maybe he knows something.
Maybe he had some people buy the rest, like some back alley stuff going on.
You want to know how I got my hands on the statue? Dream on.
All right, Junpei.
Why? It's not like we're trying to buy yours off you.
Well, we did earlier.
It's a no, okay? No more questions.
Huh? How come?
How did you know?
We're professionals.
Huh? Oh, right. Yeah, we are professionals.
Okay, fine. Since you guessed it anyway. But let me be clear. Don't spread this around.
No, we're absolutely
I
gonna
came
spread
here
around.
bright and early to line up, but the first batch of statues sold out almost immediately. I wasn't very happy about that. So, I went around to the back door of a Pegasus to see if I could find a shop assistant to ask about when the next batch would be coming out. To my surprise, I saw him moving boxes and boxes worth of statues out of the store. Needless to say, I was all ready to march up and demand to know what was going on. But... well, yes. But I paid the shop assistant full price for it. So it was still a legitimate transaction.
No, because
it's not for you to decide whether it was a legitimate transaction or not.
Huh? It's the Tenryo Commission?
The Tenryo Commission has received reports that someone has been hoarding goods to resell at extortionate prices. Now, these are not classed as strategic materials, so some amount of price fluctuation is expected in the market. However, it is against the law for a staff member to abuse their position to forge sales records and misappropriate goods. We have already investigated the situation at Apeikusu. The sales records are correct, but in the cash box, there are 2 bags in which most of the cash has been replaced with stones.
But how can this be?
Please hand over your statue of Her Excellency, the Almighty Narukami Ogosho, God of Thunder, as evidence. We will compensate you for your loss once we catch the individual responsible.
Fine. So this guy was cooking the books. Never saw that coming.
Oh my god, how could you not? What the fuck?
You guys figured this out pretty quickly, Sarah.
In fact, we were only just tipped off. We're still working on the logistics of the arrest operation. Who's this?
Yikes! I've been spotted.
Nice ninjaing. This is Sayu.
Oh, you must be the professional Lady Guji hired. I was just wondering why I hadn't seen you yet.
We were investigating the missing figurines. Oh, I mean statues of Her Excellency, the Almighty Narukami Ogosho, God of Thunder.
Is that so? Then thank you. The Tenryo Commission will take over from here. Rest assured, we will get to the bottom of the matter.
So, about your statue.
Really? Thank you. So, where is the statue of Her Excellency, the Almighty Narukami Ogosho, God of Thunder?
Oh, yeah. Sayu spent the whole night investigating the staff. So, by the time she got back, she was just too late to buy one. Yeah, right. I definitely would have made it back in time to buy one, if only it hadn't been for someone stealing the statues.
I see. So in the end, you did not manage to purchase a statue, correct?
I'm sorry.
Don't blame yourself. The criminal is the one responsible here. The important thing now is to devise a plan to bring him to justice as swiftly as possible. According to the intelligence, the suspect has already started reselling the statues near the festival venue. But he is lying low and operating very discreetly. If we confront him head-on, he's likely to destroy the evidence and dash. Instead, we will seek to quietly surround him. But in order to achieve this, we will require one person to approach and distract him. Since you've spent the whole night thoroughly investigating this situation, I can think of no one else more suitable to gain his trust than you. Would you be willing to help the Tenryo Commission one final time?
What? Right. Leave it to us. Make sure you get in line early to buy your special edition.
Sayu lucked out there. Holy crap. Still, that's kind of... I mean, yeah. Kind of lucky that there was a criminal involved. Otherwise, there's not really an excuse that could be twisted to help out your story. Because, you know, let's say if she did wake up and there were still 100-something statues left to buy. there would still be a line. The reason why there might not have been a line by the time she woke up is because they were sold out, you know? So the line is going to disperse. But if there were still some to sell, the line could still be growing and just she was screwed. The moment she fell asleep, she was screwed. But yep, I guess it'll work out for her. Anyways, I want to say that although this is another segment of like you know, get to know the characters, kind of like how before we had the Yoimiya and Klee stuff, and then we had the Arataki Ito and Toma stuff. Now we have the Kujosara and Sayu stuff. I'm enjoying this bit right here. I enjoyed the Yoimiya Klee stuff too. But once again, the Arataki Ito Toma bit was just kind of a little meh. Just wasn't very interesting, you know. I think I won't repeat myself too much, but it's just that there could have been little things tweaked here and there to make it better or more believable. That would not have been too hard for them to do, in my opinion. I am interested in this little story though. Maybe it's just because of Kujo-Sara, perhaps, maybe. But it's like, you know, we're actually trying to solve something. We're tracking down a criminal. We're trying to figure out that whole thing. So that's just more interesting to me, I suppose. Yeah. The Klee and Yoimiya thing was like the intrigue of Alice in the background there, which was kind of like ended like, you know, whatever. But yeah, this one there's actually like something happening. So yeah, I think it's cool. Anyway. So we're gonna try to catch the guy in the act selling stuff. Seigo, by the docks.
Who introduced you? I'm trying to keep a low profile here, so I'm afraid I don't take any new business except for referrals by existing customers. That guy. Fine. He did technically buy from me, I suppose. But let me be clear. This product is highly sought after right now. I can't sell to you at the same price he paid.
The price has gone up again? But it's only been a few hours.
Well, you can take it or leave it. Believe me, there's plenty more room for upwards mobility on the price. It just so happens to be in my interest to get these off my hands sooner rather than later. Besides, good luck trying to find anyone else out there selling.
We gotta keep negotiating as long as we can.
He gave me a discount. Come on.
I don't have time for this. Just name your price.
$2. Oh, what are you gonna pick? Oh, all the way down. They're gonna say no to that, but sure.
Hey, at that price, why don't you just ask me to give it to you for free?
Wait, what?
Deal. Let's schedule a time for you to pick up the product.
Hold on. Paimon thinks that the price is still a little too high.
You think that's high? It'll be at least double that in a few days. You think this is a game or something? If you're not serious about buying, quit wasting my time. I should be moving on to my next location by now, not stuck here arguing with you.
The next location you move to will be the police station.
Aha!
You are under arrest for abusing your position for personal gain and falsifying accounts. Do not attempt to resist. The evidence is indisputable.
The Tenryo Commission? When did you... Wait, all that negotiating.
Why is everyone like, the Tenryo Commission? Like, dude, they're the freaking police. That's it, right? It's like you're robbing someone, and then a cop walks over, and you're like, a cop? What? Like, what are you? Anyway, it's just the second person who's surprised that, like, oh, there's a police force in a city. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, I guess you're just gonna get the money back. You know, and this guy probably would have said, I don't know if they would have. I mean, I'm sure the next transaction would have been the last one, no matter what you picked. But anyway, yeah, I'm expecting Sayu to like lose all her money somehow. Maybe by paying a fine or whatever, kind of like a karma thing. But maybe not. Maybe they're just gonna be like, oh yeah, you messed up and then you lied about it and then you got your money back and everything's fine. I don't know. Maybe they'll show mercy.
Stick 'em up!
Thank you for your help. The culprit has revealed the location where he stashed the statues, and we have sent people to collect them.
Great! So once Epekusu has counted the goods and stuffed the shelves, we can get back in the line to buy one, right? This time, I must complete my mission.
I'm afraid it's not that simple. The stolen goods will have to be kept as evidence at the police station for some time. They will not be available for purchase in the immediate future.
Paimon can't believe it!
I would be grateful if you could inform the shopkeeper about this. I should return to the station and see how things are going.
Although Sora didn't say anything, she seemed a little disappointed, don't you think?
Oh, of course.
Aww. Is there really nothing we can do?
I love how the quest was like the full name of the statue.
I see. Thank you. We'll make a compensation plan and announce it as soon as possible.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Although this statue of Her Excellency, the Almighty Narukami Ogosho, God of Thunder, was only intended as a display item, now that I think about it, why don't you have it, as a gesture of my gratitude? After all, it was our negligence that caused trouble for you all on this occasion. This is just a small gift, a mere token, but I do hope you can accept it.
Really? Sounds good. As long as we give this to Sarah, my mission will be completed. Uh-oh. I've been so nervous all day, and now I can finally relax. I feel really tired all of a sudden. Please, take this figurine to the police station. Sayu, signing out.
I don't know how I feel about that. Well.
Sarah, look what we brought you!
Oh. Is this?
We just grabbed it and came straight here. But now that Paimon takes a closer look at it, it's really well made.
Of course. This is a prototype designed by Yae Publishing House's top artist and crafted by the most skilled lacquerware master in Inazuma City. Otherwise, how could one hope to capture even 1,000th of the Almighty Shogun's majesty? Let alone maintain it. To do that, you must buy a special kind of shrine and worship it properly.
She's right behind me, isn't she?
It's also essential to clean it often to avoid a buildup of dust, and it's best practice to hire a craftsman to perform regular maintenance.
Sarah! Sarah!
What's wrong? These are the 5 principles for maintenance of the statue of Her Excellency, the Almighty Narukami Ogosho, God of Thunder, and I haven't even finished explaining the first one.
I never knew there was such a fuss over these tiny figurines. I'm surprised Miko never mentioned it to me.
Your Excellency, this is most unexpected.
I had some spare time, so I decided to come out for a stroll. Oh, did you buy this figurine yourself?
It was him.
Hey, what?
Yep. It's me.
I didn't know you liked little trinkets like these.
Your Excellency, I've yet to finish the defense arrangements for the Iridori Festival. Please excuse me.
Very well. Thank you.
Oh. I wanted to see more interaction between Sarah and A. But I guess she's just all up in her head fangirling right now and can't stand to be there. Which is, I can imagine being relatable to a lot of people when they're starstruck or something. But damn. Anyway.
Leave. She looks kind of sad.
I have another such figurine in Tenshukaku, a sample sent by Yae Publishing House. I don't need it, so I think I'll gift it to you.
Well, we already have one.
I shall not go back on my word. I have committed to giving it to you. What you choose to do with it is your business. You're quite free to give it to somebody else, if you wish. Or to save you the trouble, I can have someone from Tenshukaku deliver it directly. But, of course, your name will have to be written as the sender.
Why does all this have to be so complicated?
No more questions. Oh.
Good. I'll have someone attend to this shortly. Oh, and I wish you a pleasant and enjoyable Irodori Festival.
So you could choose yourself or Sarah right there. And then I guess you keep that one. I guess you
said he
get
would
one
wait
regardless
for us
from
at
that.
the 5 Kasim Plaza today. Let's go find him there.
Festivals always attract so many people.
Ah, you're here. It appears everyone has arrived. Last night, I visited a former servant who once worked for my family. I was able to learn the entirety of what happened all those years ago.
Nice.
In my great-grandfather's generation, the Ishin art was tasked with forging an important Goshinto according to an ancient forging diagram. Though all the craftsmen involved were very experienced, the process was still unsuccessful. Every blade that was forged was defective. When the deadline came, the blade still wasn't finished, so the craftsmen all fled and hid for fear of punishment. The Kaedahara clan and Yashiro Commission then conducted an investigation. My great-grandfather and the head of the Kamisato clan eventually tracked down the craftsmen near the seaside. However, they met fierce resistance from the craftsmen, and in the end they were unable to prevent them from escaping by sea. The Kaedahara clan was severely punished for the swordsmiths that had escaped, and the family gradually fell into decline.
Damn.
Moreover, I heard that the head of the Kamisato clan was injured by the fleeing swordsmiths, which combined with his advanced age caused him to pass away shortly thereafter.
Yes. The sudden passing of the family head left the Kamisato clan leaderless. Treacherous people took advantage of the situation and put the family's status in the Yashiro Commission at jeopardy.
Right.
This single incident had profound effects. Even after the position as head of the clan was passed to my father, the Kamisato clan still wasn't able to regain its prior reputation.
Okay. So that explains that. I was kind of wondering, like, so... Because I heard the Kamisato clan had issues. Like, Ayato before had said that he had to... he had a lot of weight on his shoulders. He had to kind of go through his story and build the clan back up, and then Ayaka got involved as well, and that made things even better. But I think it believes it mentions how his parents struggled and them passing away before things were like better and stuff, and them passing away at all made things not great for them either. But I never really knew why they had such difficulty. This explains a lot, and that's kind of interesting how it connects the Kaedehara's, like Kazuha's family history with theirs in that way. That's pretty interesting. I kind of dig that. It's not like the happiest thing, but it's cool how you kind of have this with the how character stories kind of intertwine in this way, right?
But thanks to my brother, everything is getting better now.
Yeah.
The failure to forge the blade was ultimately attributed to a lack of required skill and finesse. The Kaedehara clan and the Yashiro Commission always believed that was the case. However, the story of the 5 Kasen seems to imply that the failure didn't stem from a lack of skill, but rather, the diagram had been tampered with by someone. Miss Kamisato, I heard yesterday that the Yashiro Commission has still kept the diagram ever since the failed forging all those years ago. Might I ask you to do me a favor?
Yes, I understand. I will go back and search for the diagram. Please come meet me at the Kamisato estate later.
I'm guessing you got like a weapon from this? Like a sword? Alright, this is Act 4.
Everyone, I've managed to find the old diagram.
Though the diagram is well preserved, you can still tell that it's seen at least 3 or 4 centuries of history.
Whoa, that's pretty old. Is it still possible to find any evidence of tampering?
At this point, we can only try our luck and see how we fare.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at that.
Although the effect is not too obvious, you can still see that some words have now started to smudge. Kazuha, this is clear evidence that this chart was indeed tampered with. Someone framed the Kaedehara clan all those years ago.
Damn.
I see. But I fear that I've discovered this secret too late.
A little
When my
bit.
grandfather was young, he proposed reviving the Ishin art many times to my great-grandfather. But my grandfather was only scolded for being too foolhardy. Yesterday, the former family servant said that my great-grandfather even went to the Yashiro Commission to request that diagram from the head of the Kamisato clan. He then showed that diagram to my grandfather and asked him and his subordinates to try to forge the sword. Sure enough, my grandfather also failed. My great-grandfather then told him, if you can't find the secret within, then the Ishin art deserves to fade from the world.
That's pretty rough.
My grandfather left Inazuma in a rage after hearing those words. He didn't ever see my great-grandfather again, even till the day of his passing. Looking back at it now, the argument between the two of them was simply meaningless.
Yeah.
Oh, Kazuha.
I heard that your great-grandfather was very industrious when he was young, but later in life, he no longer bothered with the forging arts. It appears that his failure took quite a toll on him.
Kazuha, did your great-grandfather really say, if you can't find the secret within? Did he use those exact words?
Yes. The servant said that he personally heard those words, and still remembers them very clearly. My grandfather was so angry at the time that he smashed my great-grandfather's cherished bonsai tree.
Oh.
Yes, it appears that you understand my meaning. Kazuha, if your great-grandfather thought that the Ishin art lacked finesse, then after witnessing his son's failure, wouldn't he have said something more along the lines of, your skills aren't sufficient? But instead he said, if you can't find the secret within. Don't you find that a little strange?
Huh?
Was it a test?
Oh. So you're saying My great-grandfather may have very well known that the failure was due to someone's tampering?
Yes. The current evidence suggests that is highly likely.
I apologize, but would you all please accompany me to the Tenryou Commission?
So, thoughts. It might sound weird to say this, but if... Okay. So the great-grandfather says that line, right? If you can't see the truth within. Meaning that he knows that it's been tampered with, it's been altered. But then his grandfather, looking at it, is just trying to do it and he keeps failing. Not understanding the great-grandfather's meaning by that line being said. And that's where the argument is. It's not necessarily him failing to make the sword, the grandfather failing to make the sword, but rather that he can't tell the imperfections in the blueprint, in the recipe, if you will. Like he's, I don't know. I feel like there's a sense of pride there, where it's like I shouldn't have to explain to you why this isn't working. You should be able to tell. This is not our work. That's here, but they don't say it directly like that. Because everyone's got to... I mean, it's Kazuo we're talking about. He speaks in poems all the time. So I guess the rest of his family does too. And one guy, his grandfather, it didn't click for him at that moment because he's all worked up about his own ability. That's my guess of what's going on there. As far as who tampered with it, I guess we're going to have to find out.
After I became a wanted criminal, the Tenryou Commission seized my family's last remaining estate, which contained all of my family's old belongings. I want to inquire about the whereabouts of those belongings. If I can find them, we might be able to get some clues.
All right, let's get moving.
The defense is on the left side of the tower.
What are you all doing here? Did something happen on Rito?
Nothing happened.
Kujo Sara. Perhaps you still remember me.
Yes, I do. You're Kaedehara Kazuha, a wanted criminal during the Vision Hunt decree. However, your arrest warrant has since been repealed.
Woo!
Sara, we'd like to ask about the Kaedehara clan's property that was seized by the Tenryou Commission. Do you know where all their belongings are now?
Yes, the items seized at that time are currently stored in the warehouse next to the police station.
Convenient.
Since Kaedehara has come back to Inazuma, those items should be returned to their rightful owner.
Well, that's nice.
No, I'm afraid you misunderstand. I'm not here to reclaim those belongings. I just want to investigate them for a personal matter.
I see. All right, I'll inform the police station. They'll take you into the warehouse.
Thank you, Sara!
Kaedehara, about the Vision Hunt decree.
That's all in the past now, Kujo Sara. There's no need to mention it again. I know you've also had your own convictions and struggles. However, may I ask something of you?
Yes? What is it?
Currently, I have no plans to stay in Inazuma. As a result, those items from my family's estate are of no use to me. Madam Kujo, I believe you are a person of integrity. After our investigation is over, I'd like to ask if you can handle those belongings for me. Please, sell them, and use the money to help the poor.
Oh, my heart.
I understand. I'll be sure to take care of it. I've already informed the police station. There'll be someone to take you into the warehouse, so you may head there directly. As for all the belongings left by the Kaedehara clan, I will deal with them promptly.
Ah, you must be here to investigate the Kaedehara clan's belongings. Well, Madame Kujo's already informed me of the situation. Please, come this way. The Kaedehara clan's belongings are stored in this warehouse. Unfortunately, the items are scattered throughout in order to save space. My deepest apologies. However, I have clearly marked the corresponding items, so they shouldn't be too difficult to find. I'll be waiting for you at the door. Please, come see me if you require any assistance.
Kazuha, since the items are scattered throughout the building, I propose we split up and look for clues.
Yes, sounds like a plan. Thanks for your help, everyone.
So, man, just, I don't know, that scene between Kujo-Sara and Kazuha right there, that was good. That was a good scene. I like that a lot. You know, just two badasses being badass, just doing their thing. And I know it's like, what do you mean badass? They're not doing anything cool. Like, no, I mean, it's still very cool because it's like, you know, I already say enough good things about Kujo-Sara and her character and how it's, I say that she's very business and just does her thing, but at the same time, like, she still felt the need to, or at least she was going to, like, apologize or something to Kazuha for the Vision Hunt decree and what happened, and like that's the feeling you got, right? And then him on the other hand for not holding a grudge. Like, just two civilized people. I don't know, I just really appreciate that moment. And then Kazuha just being all like, sell my shit, I don't need it, like, and give that money to the people who do. Like, that's how did the guy continuously just remains being a legend through his physical actions and like his mentality about how to go about life and shit. Like, just, I don't know, just a genuine good dude. And then you know, Sarah with her honor and stuff, but still being a decent person. Yeah, I don't know, it's good. It's good shit. I like that. All right. I think I need to take another little break, and then hopefully the next time I record this, I can get through the rest of this. But yeah, I'm looking forward to how this conclusion works. How it all works out. I'm still like, I'm still kind of like, we got a big group here. We have Albedo, we got Venti still, you know, like, is there anything else that's gonna happen? I'm definitely seeing the parallels of the stuff between Kazuha's story and the Kansen, and oh man, there's so much. It could go, there's so many things that could happen. And I'm excited to see. We'll get to that shortly. All right. See you in a bit.
I'll be checking around here. You and the others can start looking elsewhere.
Oh, it's you. I'm currently investigating the sword rack.
Oh, since the Kaedehara clan was a family of renowned swordsmiths, then this blade should be super valuable, right? Oh, maybe it's a treasure of the Ishin art!
I'm afraid not. Although the sword rack is made of fine wood, due to the dire financial situation of the late Kaedehara clan, everything of value has probably been sold off already. The blade on the sword hasn't been sharpened, but there are many signs of use on the hilt. Perhaps Kaedehara used it for training as a child.
Let Paimon see! Oh, There seems to be a couple uneven characters etched into the scabbard. Kazuha. Wow, so it really was Kazuha's! Paimon can imagine what Kazuha was like as a kid.
I will continue investigating here and call you if I find anything interesting.
Okay.
Oh, it's you. Unfortunately, I have yet to find anything of value here.
Whoa, this folding screen looks pretty old though.
Yes, perhaps if it were better maintained, then it could fetch a decent price. However, I doubt it could be sold in its current condition. I was taking a closer look just now and noticed a large piece of dirt caught in the fabric fibers on the back side. The soil is deeply embedded into the cloth. That means a great deal of force was used when the dirt was lodged into the cloth. It's likely that this patch of dirt is from the very flower pot thrown by Kazuha's grandfather. Because this is not what we are looking for now. Let me think. If I wanted to leave a message behind, I would probably choose to leave it on something a little more special.
Albedo seems to be thinking pretty hard. We better not bother him. What did you find, Shincho?
I found quite the pile of old books. These books here are all related to smelting steel, and these are about the process of forging blades. This pile over here is all about plants and flowers.
The books about plants and flowers must have belonged to Kazuha's great-grandfather.
I skimmed through them just now, but I didn't find anything particularly worth noting. I shall take a closer look and let you know if I find anything.
I was gonna say, you skimmed through all those books? That's like... it's pretty intense.
There must be some around here somewhere.
What are you looking for, Venti?
Do you see all these pots here? Some of them are bound to have liquor inside, right?
Alright.
Hey! Everyone else is trying hard to help, and you're over here looking for a drink?
I merely jest, of course. Come on, we're close to uncovering the truth now. Why do you look so worried?
Well, Paimon doesn't really get why Kazuha told Sarah to sell all these belongings. What if we don't end up finding anything today? Then wouldn't Kazuha lose the chance of finding out what really happened all those years ago? You know, just saying.
I know you are worried about Kazuha, but if you ask me, he is stronger than you think. Since Kazuha made such a request to Sarah, that indicates he's already made his choice. Whether we find out the truth or not today, or whatever it turns out to be, he's ready to accept it.
Is this your Archon's intuition speaking? Ooh.
No, not intuition. Rather, I've lived for a long time now, so you could say I have some experience in reading people. Leave the things here to me. You two can look around elsewhere.
There's some
Everyone,
comments about that.
I've found something that you should all have a look at.
Oh, seems Kazuha discovered something. Let's go see what he's got.
This flower pot was in my house for a long time. I heard that it was left behind by my great-grandfather.
Yeah, the plants seem to have been dead for a while now.
Well, after my great-grandfather stopped studying the forging arts, he picked up the hobby of keeping bonsai plants. Most of his prized plants were given to others once he became seriously ill. But he specifically left behind this dead plant at the time, and even instructed my grandfather not to throw it away in his will. My grandfather deeply regretted that he never managed to reconcile with my great-grandfather, so he left the plant exactly as it was. But now that I think about it, my great-grandfather could very well have left it behind for other reasons.
Now that you mention it, this flower pot is kinda suspicious.
Yes. Let's take a closer look, shall we?
We finally found something! It's only a bunch of blank paper. Do you think someone already discovered the compartment and swapped the contents?
Gotta see the hidden
No,
message.
I do not think that is the case here. See the paper? It's quite yellowed, which means it's very old.
Yeah, the water.
You mean to say that these sheets have been written with special ink? Like that which Miss Kamisato found before?
Yes.
Yes, I agree with this hypothesis.
Okay, let's give it a dunk then.
There is a pond outside the police station. I'll use the water there.
All right.
Well, how did it go? Those weren't just plain old sheets of paper, were they?
It's a cookie recipe.
Just as everyone guessed, after I sprinkled some water onto the paper, writing did indeed begin to appear on it. It is a letter, written by my great-grandfather.
Oh? What does the letter say?
Is it something you can share?
It is. I'll tell you what my great-grandfather knew at the time, but before that, I wish to take you somewhere. Everyone, please follow me.
Kaidehara, why did you lead us to this beach?
It is. In fact, my great-grandfather and the head of the Kamisato clan tracked the fleeing swordsmiths to this very location. Our hypothesis was correct. My great-grandfather was well aware of the truth behind the defective blades. And it was right here where they encountered the culprit who framed the Kaidehara clan and the Raiden Gokaden. It reads, "To whoever reads this letter, I, Kaidehara Yoshinori, have been held to a certain secret throughout my entire life. I don't have much longer in this world, and after much consideration, I finally decided to disclose the matter. All those years ago, when I was pursuing the swordsmiths alongside Commissioner Kamisato of the Yashiro Commission, I was not injured by one of the fleeing smiths. Rather,
it was night, and after the clues led us down to shore, I waited for the culprits to show themselves. However, there were no swordsmiths in sight, only a single eccentric stranger. This stranger claimed to be the one behind the failed forgings, and said that he had been patiently waiting for us. He then threatened to destroy the Raiden Gokaden. That person was of able body, and in a blink of an eye, myself and the accompanying samurai had been defeated. Commissioner Kamisato was severely wounded, and I barely escaped death myself. My hat had fortunately blunted a blow to my head. The unusual stranger could have easily claimed my life at that moment. But, after noticing my appearance, he stopped his attacks and sternly asked if I had any connection with the name Niwa. I answered that it was my father's surname, and after my father disappeared, I was adopted by the Kaedehara family. Upon hearing my answer, the stranger paused. After a long silence, he suddenly said, "Tell her this. My name is Kuni Kuzushi." He then turned and left.
Wow. So that's what really happened.
yes. My great-grandfather and the head of the Kamisato clan escaped from death and learned that the forging diagram had been tampered with by Kuni Kuzushi. However, due to the encounter, the head of the Kamisato clan was worried that my great-grandfather would be falsely accused of being involved with the perpetrator. So even on his deathbed, The master of the Kamisato clan cautioned my great-grandfather to never speak of what happened, because the perpetrator said he would destroy the Raiden Gokaden. My great-grandfather worried that the perpetrator would still return for vengeance. So, to protect his loved ones, he closed the family business. He said, "As the leader of the Kaedahara clan, I am deeply ashamed to witness the decline of the Isshin art. But as a father, it is my priority to ensure the safety of my children and grandchildren." Yes, that's right. If my grandpa had somehow discovered the secret behind the tampered diagram all those years ago, perhaps my great-grandfather would have told him the truth. Unfortunately, he failed to catch any of the hints in my great-grandfather's words. Miss Kamisato, it appears you were unaware of the happenings that my great-grandfather described here. What are your thoughts?
I suppose the reason the head of the Kamisato house never spoke of this to the family was due to similar safety concerns. If the perpetrator was capable of tampering with even the Shogun's diagrams, and could single-handedly defeat many men, then he is not an ordinary enemy. I will discuss this matter with Brother shortly, and investigate the identity behind the one called Kuni Kuzushi. Rest assured, we will act cautiously.
To be honest, as I read the letter, I felt much turbulence in my heart. But now I've managed to calm myself. My great-grandfather said in the letter that he did not wish his descendants to blindly seek revenge and be deceived by things of the past. Though he was in a tight situation when he wrote these words, I feel like they are still valid nonetheless. I think what's most important for each person is not the past, but the present. Even though we must carry the burdens from the past, there are also things we wish to strive for. Therefore, knowing the truth behind what happened is enough for me. I will live on just as my great-grandfather had hoped. That being said, if the enemy from all those years ago is still lurking and plotting to stir up more trouble, then I definitely won't turn a blind eye. These are simply insights I've gathered from all that I've experienced. Thank you all for accompanying me in my search for the truth behind that incident.
Great! Now that we're done here, let's head back to Rito.
Hold on. Pardon me for the silence. Kuni Kuzushi? We're giving Scaramouche another name, huh? Okay. I mean, it is, right? They used his model. Or is that just supposed to represent another character similar to him? Because they never showed all of him in the flash, the thing. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be him. That's... I mean, obviously there's more to find out. I want to look up the meaning of that. Kuni Kuzushi meaning. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty... Yeah. Yep. Okay, well, I won't read all of that. It's essentially destroyer of a nation. Something like that. I guess that's the meaning. Wow. I don't... I mean... Boy, Scaramouche is quite the character. I even think earlier on I might have brought him up as an example of things that I'm worried about going forward in the game. I don't know if that was this video or a different video or maybe a few videos. But man, wasn't expecting him to be in a weird way name dropped in this. But hey, that's something. Okay. Man, there's things I want to say. But I think it's better if I just watch right now. That's wild though. I fail to realize how long Scaramouche has been around. But it would have had to have at least been I mean there would have been the Archon War, and then there would have been after the Archon War, that's when you would have A sacrificing herself so Makoto could live as the Archon for Inazuma. But then after that was dealt with, Makoto made a body for A? Right? Or something like that? But then Makoto dies during the calamity 500 years ago. Am I mixing that up? Because then A had to make another body for herself. I'm getting that a little confused, I think. Either way, I'm trying to get to the point of, I think whatever happened was about 500-ish years ago. Not exactly on the dot, but within that time frame of what we just saw. I did not realize that Scaramouche was around for that long, but that makes sense. He's been around for as long as before the current puppet Raiden Shogun. Damn. It's just something I don't think about, you know? I can say that about a lot of things. Like, a lot of this is like in my head and then it's out and then I don't realize it or remember it until it's relevant again. So it's like I haven't been thinking of Scaramouche and his whole thing for a bit. So I kind of, yeah. I'm gonna find out more, I guess. Let's see this. Let's go.
Today is the final stage of the Iridori Festival. Not only will there be Shincho's signing event, but Albedo's painting of Kuranushi will also be unveiled. Let's take a stroll through the festival venue. Maybe we'll find everyone there.
Festivals always attract so many people. How about you sit right here and enjoy my Inazuma snack?
Hello, traveler. Paimon?
Albedo, why is the portrait of Kuranushi all covered up? Paimon wants to see what your Kuranushi portrait looks like.
It's not time to reveal it yet.
Don't worry. The unveiling ceremony will be starting shortly. You'll see what it looks like then. I will say that I'm most satisfied with this particular work. I even made a special trip to see someone in order to complete it. They gave me some very valuable suggestions. Is that so? Anyway, there is still time before the ceremony. You may have a look around the venue first.
Festivals always.
If you're tired from walking all around the festival, how
Well,
about you...
hello everyone.
Hello.
Hey! What are you two doing together? Don't think we didn't see you two chatting up a storm just now. The moment we came over, you stopped talking.
Is that so? I'm afraid you're just overthinking things.
We were merely discussing wine and food. I'm sure you two wouldn't be interested.
I don't believe you for a second.
Speaking of good sides with sake, I personally prefer fried tofu.
Forget it. Even if those two are plotting something, they'd still never let us know.
True. Also, that's a dangerous combo right there. Guy, Miko, and Venti.
Traveler, Paimon, it's a pleasure to see you.
How's the signing?
Indeed it did. Thanks to you, the signing event went off without a hitch. And I must say, the readers seem most satisfied.
Shinto, is it just Paimon, or are you on the lookout for something?
You aren't mistaken, though I'm ashamed to admit it. But in fact, I have been on the watch for tourists from Liyue. After all, I came to Inazuma under the pretext of evaluating a potential investment. If an acquaintance were to see me sitting here, then there would be no way to hide the truth from my father. Fortunately, the crowds of readers that came flocking over have kept the usual tourists at bay. Oh, I should mention, Shu is also unaware of the real purpose of my trip. If you happen to meet him, please, remember to keep it a secret. Then, please accept my thanks in advance. I'm sorry that I can't chat long. There are still readers waiting in line. I'll see you later at the unveiling ceremony for Kuronushi's portrait.
Don't miss the official stall of the Yaoi Publishing House.
He's getting to talk to everybody right now.
Ah, greetings, traveler. Paimon.
Oh, Ayato! We finally get to see the busiest person of all.
Yes, there were many things which required my attention these past few days. Fortunately, the Iridori Festival is proceeding smoothly. The Tri-Commission cooperated closely to prepare this festival, so at long last, I can take a break today.
Brother and I are very grateful for your help.
Toma sure is taking his sweet time.
Yes. Today is one of the rare occasions when Brother isn't busy. I was going to buy some books, but he said he wanted to come along. His treat. However, he forgot his wallet at home, so he asked Toma to go back and fetch it for him.
Paimon didn't think Ayato could ever be forgetful like that.
Brother always works diligently, and it's rare for him to ever put his duties to the side and relax. So, Toma and I really cherish such moments when he's forgetful.
Interesting. It's like, you are human after all. Interesting.
came here to take in the sea breeze. Such a bustling atmosphere is never really to my liking. I knew you were still worried about me. Thank you, but please, don't worry. The things I said in front of everyone weren't just pretty-sounding excuses. Look. See this familiar harbor in front of us? Before, you could sit here all day without seeing a single ship pass through. Instead, all you would see were soldiers from the Kanjo Commission, guarding against possible intruders. But now, it's become a bustling place. Not only are foreigners coming to Inazuma again, but traffic between here and Watatsumi Island has also been picking up.
Yeah, Inazuma has already started to change, huh?
I was thinking, in some ways, each and every one of us are similar to this country. It might take a different amount of time for different people, but there will inevitably come a day when each person can let go of their burdens. And when they finally let go, they are free to follow the wind as they please.
Well, he's currently getting sake with
for the portrait's unveiling ceremony.
Kitsune, so.
Let's head over to the Five Kasen Plaza.
Everyone, welcome to the magnificent Iridori Festival. Today, we have ushered in the final stage of our festival.
Is it actually going to be Scaramouche?
And now we will reveal the final portrait of the Five Kasen, Kuranushi, which was done by none other than our guest artist from Mondstadt, Calx.
Paimon has no idea what Albedo's portrait looks like. Oh, this is so nerve-wracking.
Let's all count down together. 3, 2, 1. Huh? What's this?
Oh.
This piece depicts nothing but a background. I suppose Calx must have forgotten to include the character. Let's hear some words from Calx himself regarding the creative process behind this piece.
I forgot the character! Shit! Punches the canvas, tears a hole through it. Festival ruined. No, I'm kidding. No, that makes... I was gonna say, there's no way... I mean, like, I predicted, like, is it gonna be Scaramouche, Wanderer, whatever, like, so, like... Or, like, a silhouette of that character. But... I mean, at the same time... We only know because of the insight that we get as a player. The visuals that they give us, right? They wouldn't necessarily know. If they did actually show an actual detailed picture of Scaramouche, I might have either called A, bullshit, or B, if there's something sketchier that's going on. If Albedo, once again, or something, knows whatever that we don't. Because he did mention, like, oh, I went and spoke to a friend to get some ideas, and like, you know, it's like, well, who's that friend? I don't know why it would go in that direction, but it would make me pretty, you know, confused and a little more sus than I already am in some ways. But yeah, I'm sure the empty portrait, or at least, well, there's a background but no person there. I feel like he's going to explain along the lines of how this person is purposely left out of the story. It's intended. So why should there be a portrait of them too? It's hard for me to explain it in a few words, so let's hear how he explains it.
Hello, everyone. First, I would like to say that it was an honor to be invited to create the portraits of the Five Kasen. The Five Kasen are legendary figures from ancient Inazuma, famous for their works of poetry. As time passed, poems were composed about them, and they became the subjects of many stories. I learned from existing sources about those stories that the character of Kuronushi is the deepest and most differing of the 5 Kasen. Moreover, Kuronushi lacks a dedicated chapter among the stories. It's as if he is a behind-the-scenes role of the 5 Kasen. Perhaps we can assume that every creator had a different understanding of Kuronushi. So, in the same way, I also wanted to leave this character to everyone's own imagination. After all, the Irodori Festival is a place for everyone to express their minds through creative works.
Yep, that's Albedo for ya. His super logical explanation is sure to win everyone's approval.
But I will say, man, it makes sense in this context. But boy, have I heard this excuse in others where it doesn't make sense. All right, quick tangent. I went to art school. I studied animation. I did that for 4 years. It was a time. And I remember working hard on my projects, some more than others, but I remember I'd have like some illustration class or creative arts class or something, you know? And I'd spend all night, as you do, being a procrastinator and a night before something is due, working on something, right? Hours. You know, sacrificing sleep to get it done. But then I'd go to class the next day and you have this specific experience. There was one person in the lobby, one of my fellow students, who was also working on their homework before class starts, but in that lobby. And it's literally just an abstract piece. But like, because it's a rush job, like 5 minutes before class starts. And in these classes, there were often critiques where we had to put our work up and everyone looks at it and, you know, shares their insights, speculates, asks you questions, you answer, you present your piece, right? This is very normal. So when it's this person's turn with a scribbled mess that they made 5 minutes before the class starts, you have like the teacher or other students like, oh, wow, that's what does that mean? What does it mean? Like taken aback by this 2-minute fashioned together thing. And then of course you'd have the students say, well, it's up to self-interpretation, isn't it? I made it this way to see what do you take from it? And it's like, it's the most bullshit excuse an artist could make for something. It's such trash. And I apologize if anyone thinks differently. But come on. This wasn't something that someone mulled over in their studio or in their private time. This was a freaking college student hungover as shit doing their homework 5 minutes before class starts. You cannot begin to tell me that excuse is justified. Of course, me being me, if you guys know how I react to my things and I tell it like it is, I call out bullshit and I called them out on the spot. I was like, dude, you made that 5 minutes ago. What do you mean? What's it actually mean to you? Man, yeah, that didn't go over too well. Oh boy. I wonder why people don't like me sometimes. That's, you can't, I mean, it's, truth fucking hurts. What can I say? Anyway, I mean, but in this scenario, with this, because of what we went through and what we experienced, I get it. This was like a a day's thing, more than a day's thing, like a few days thing. This is something that Albedo had been considering the whole time, that he's been thinking and working towards. Unless we get a scene where it's, you know, like 10 minutes before the festival starts and he's just like, God, just paint a background. It's whatever they want. Like, you know, I'm like, that's not, Albedo's not going to do that. So, yeah, how he explained it, it makes sense, especially because of the context. But literally, if there was no context and Albedo just showed up and he was like, it's whatever you want it to mean, like that, I'd be like, I mean, come on, dude. Anyway, yeah, sorry, I just had to share my own personal experience and like when people say this shit and how it's like just not, that's just not what that is. Makes sense here, but in other situations, not really. I honestly have a problem when it comes to abstract art in general. Some of it is okay, but generally I'm just kind of like, you could just kind of do something random and then you give it that message. And it's like, oh, you're so profound. For me, when it comes to abstract stuff, it's usually the method, how you go about it, that makes it a work of art. Because, you know, yeah, we could talk about Jackson Pollock and how he did this stuff and how messed up and tortured he was, or we can just talk about splattered paint on a canvas. It's about his life and how he got to that point to represent or to express himself in that way, right? I don't look at a Jackson Pollock painting and I'm like, oh, there's a submarine. Like, I don't, like, that's not what you, not for that. That's not the point. But anyway, that's my rant. That's my my art school stuff. No one cares. Let's just continue.
Well, it seems that our adventures at the Iridori Festival have come to a close.
Are you sure?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Well, the notes.
Oh, right! We still haven't figured out who left those stories of the 5 Kasim for us to find.
But I have an inkling.
Really? Come on then, who is it? Tell Paimon!
First, it's someone that knows every one of us.
Well, that makes sense. Otherwise, there'd be no way to give the right paper to the right person every time.
Also, they are connected with the Kadehara clan.
Right. Even though they were using stories to hint us toward Shincho's troubles, the real goal was to lead us to solve the secrets of the Kaidahara clan. Paimon gets it now. Well, at least Paimon thinks she knows. Let's go! We'll get to the bottom of this.
Mm-hmm. That person. So... that person. I am actually a little stumped with this. Because I really wanted it to be Venti. But my brain is telling me Ayato. Because he hasn't been around. And he's also part of, you know, the Kamisato clan. And it might not be him physically putting the notes, but his people. Which is why, like, you'd have Kazuha like, oh, it's like someone was here, but then they're not, because they're that, like, they're very ninja, you know? That's my guess. I think it's a whole Ayato thing, because we started with him and now we're kind of ending with him. That's my guess.
Yes, in fact, before doing the portrait of Kuronushi, I visited the person who left those stories and confirmed a few things.
Mm-hmm.
I think my current approach to this portrait is the most correct one. After all, there are some things that are better left obscure and out of the public eye.
Mm-hmm.
Are you asking about the one who left the stories of the 5 Kasen? I do happen to know their true identity. But things may be a little more complicated than you think.
Oh.
The person who left behind the stories of the 5 Kasen probably chose to do so for Kaedehara's sake. After all, if they wanted to simply tell me what happened, there'd be far easier ways of doing it.
Are you discussing the person who left the 5 Kasen stories? They are indeed a meticulous person who's good at reading the situation.
I mean, okay, hold on. It's... oh, God. Do I go back on what I said? Bro, it's either Ayato or Yaimiko. Why wouldn't Ayaka just straight up say it's Ayato? That's what's throwing me off right now. Now I don't know. There's no way that's Scaramouche. That'd be crazy for everyone just to be chill about this, even though they wouldn't really know him. Right? Would they know him? Have any of these characters met him? I don't think so. And why would he help? He wouldn't care about this. So it's not that. I still want to say Ayato, but why? But Ayaka's answer, I didn't like. It's one of the two. They're both the ones that like plan this stuff from the very beginning. I just can't. And it's more complicated than I think. Why would it be more complicated than that? I feel like if it was Yaimiko, she'd go about it a different way. Whatever, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm sticking with Ayato.
Your way. Take part and win prizes.
The one who left the stories of the 5 Kasen.
Yeah, it's not you.
I'm afraid you guessed wrong, Paimon. It wasn't me.
Okay, good.
Huh?
It's Ayato.
Really? Paimon thought for sure you'd be the sneaky and tricky one.
She was my second guess.
But seeing as you stumbled upon me, you aren't far from finding that person now.
Mm-hmm.
Because other than me, there's only one person left.
It's Ayato. Yes? Yeah.
To be honest, I am very grateful to the one who left those stories for us to find. This journey allowed me to uncover the truth behind my family. And I am also very fortunate to have you to accompany me and find the answers.
Okay. I was right.
You're the one behind the stories of the 5 Kasen.
Second guessed myself for a second there.
Don't you think you overdid it a little? Leading all your friends on a wild hunt like that?
As it just so happens, one of the reasons I'm here today is to explain the details behind this wild hunt.
Paimon wants to see how you'll explain yourself out of this one.
First of all, the start of this whole incident was due to mere happenstance. You see, Lady Yai happened to catch sight of Xingqiu and the editor carrying the books away one night. She thought it was interesting, so she asked me to tease them a bit.
Huh? So it was Miko after all! Paimon knew it! This thing had Miko written all over it!
That's right. But using the story of the 5 Kasen to guide you to the Kaedehara family's secrets was my personal touch.
It was to both of them, technically.
As for my roundabout approach, well, that was something which I had no choice but to do.
No choice?
Yes. Due to a certain incident that occurred earlier, I happened to notice the bonsai plants left behind by Kaedehara Yoshinori, as well as the blank papers hidden inside. I knew there was more than meets the eye regarding those papers, but it took me some time to figure out the secret behind the ink, the kind that would only appear when exposed to water. What Kaedehara Yoshinori said in the letter is very important for both the Kamisato clan and the descendants of the Kaedehara clan, especially Kazuha. The Kaedehara clan used to be subordinates of the Kamisato clan. It was my ancestors who were unable to protect them all those years ago. So now, this obligation fell on my shoulders. Although he has the right to know the truth, the closer he draws to things hidden out of sight, the closer he also draws to danger. I had to confirm whether Kazuha has both the will and ability to be privy to the truth. Of course, I could outright tell him the truth that I had discovered, but maybe he doesn't have the will that's required. In that case, the truth would only become a burden to him. If he lacks the ability, then he wouldn't be able to find the truth in the first place, in which case, it would be better to keep him away from danger altogether. Kaedehara Yoshinori left his message in a roundabout way precisely for this reason. For a long time, I yearned for a suitable opportunity to convey this matter, right up until the night when a legend of sword was smuggled away.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. Yeah, it wasn't only Kazuha. You brought all of the rest of us into this plan of yours.
I figured you would ask this question eventually. I merely saw that this matter would be of value to you. And more importantly, I hoped that while Kazuha and Ayaka were looking for the answers together, they would have some reliable friends by their side. Reliable friends who would be willing to protect them and make measured decisions. Friends who would spare no effort to lend a helping hand in times of trouble. Because it is also very likely that you will face the same enemy together in the future. You already know the answer deep down inside, don't you? The answer is actually hidden in the portrait of Kuranushi.
Oh.
When there is no one else near the portrait, you can confirm with your own eyes. As for the means of revealing that answer, well, you have used it many times before.
Oh! Oh! If that's what I think it is, that's actually kind of baller. If that's... I said baller. Did Albedo utilize this invisible ink to actually have a portrait of a character there? So we have to get the portrait wet to see it or something? I mean, I don't... That would be... That's kind of crazy. I kind of... If that's... Or are we just going to use like elemental sight or something? That'd be weird if it was elemental sight because it's been water this entire time. Anyway, let's see. It's
getting pretty late, so nobody else is around now.
Splash water on it.
Yato must have been telling us to splash water on the portrait,
yes.
Right?
Sounds like we stabbed it.
It's the Balladeer!
Okay.
So he was the one behind the trouble all those years ago!
When there is no one else near the portrait, you can confirm with your own eyes. As for the means of revealing that answer, well, you have used it many times before. Also, there's one last thing that we must discuss.
Oh?
I mentioned earlier that the occurrence of a certain incident made me notice the bonsai plants. I wish to tell you of that incident now. It was just after the Shogun announced the abolition of the Sakoku decree. I heard that something had happened at the Tenryo Commission. They had discovered signs that someone had entered the warehouse storing the Commission's articles of evidence and confiscated items. But nothing was stolen. I felt something unusual about that incident, so I told Kujo Sara of the Tenryo Commission to treat it as if nothing happened. She was not to increase the guard or relocate the warehouse contents. In the meantime, I sent a member of the Shumatsuban to keep watch over the warehouse. And sure enough, someone was sneaking in and rummaging through the belongings of the Kaedahara clan.
You mean he was also looking for...
I let him search for a while, but in the end, he found nothing. Soon after, he had to leave Inazuma by boat.
Why didn't you send someone to catch him?
Wow.
The best way to protect a secret is to treat it as if it doesn't exist, is it not? Besides, the identity of this person is not hard to guess. After he left Inazuma, I carefully checked the Kaedahara clan's belongings one by one, and eventually discovered the papers in the hidden compartment of the flower pot. I am certain that the papers are the secret which the infiltrator sought to find, though he couldn't confirm whether this secret existed at all. So, now on to my final question. Which part of Kaedahara Yoshinori's experiences was the secret that needed to be protected?
It's a middle one.
I don't have an answer to this question.
Well, it could be a bunch of things.
So, I'll leave it to your future self.
I won't pause.
As for now, please, enjoy yourselves at the Iridori Festival.
I was gonna explain my thoughts on that, but it's whatever. Oh, okay. I guess I have a chance. All right. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense now. And I like how they did that, because if it was just Albedo with the portrait and it had Scaramouche on it right away, the balladeer, I would have been like, there's no way. And who the hell did he talk to about it? But because Ayato had been keeping a lookout and the balladeer had been here the whole time in secrecy doing his thing, then yeah, there was visual at one point in time that he could share with Albedo. Wow. That's crazy. Honestly, I thought we were gonna get more venti stuff, but no, they just keep hyping up how dangerous and kind of how spooky and just the balladeer and just how everywhere he is, kind of just doing his own thing. Yeah. Okay. And I guess it makes sense that at first I was going to kind of argue, like, why do this now, though? Why conveniently now, balladeer? But it is this festival, and it's the whole topic, and like and how that is connected to other things, or I don't know. It's just I buy it. It's fine. Oh man. Okay. All right.
So this is a day in the...
You know, according to the arrival schedule, there should be one last ship arriving in Rito today.
Oh yeah.
But the Iridori Festival is coming to an end. Who would be showing up now?
Yeah, I don't really know where we go.
Oh, it's almost time.
From
Let's
here
go to the
with
harbor
this.
and take a look.
Because all the main plot points have been completed as of right now, right? Oh.
Traveler Paimon, nice to see you again.
we are not here representing Watatsumi Island's administration. We were invited as individuals. Things are quiet in Watatsumi Island at the moment, and I wanted to buy some books. So I decided to make the trip here. Goro was not greatly interested in the Irodori Festival, but he said if I was going to Rito, he would join me.
Her Excellency is traveling outside of Watatsumi Island and also meeting her pen pal today. As her general, it is my duty to ensure her safety at every turn.
Her pen
Pen pal?
Goddamn.
Yes, we started corresponding just recently. My pen pal and I share very similar tastes in light novels, and we always have a lot of interesting thoughts to share. Of course, there are also times when we fiercely disagree. Since we were both coming to the Irodori Festival this time, we decided to take the opportunity to hold a book review session and discuss our views on various novels in more depth.
Sounds pretty professional. Hey, since you both like novels, why don't you try writing one together? Who knows? Maybe you'll shake things up on the Inazuman literary scene.
That's a very interesting idea. It's almost time. Goro and I must go to meet my pen pal at the agreed-upon location.
Kokomi, Paimon's super curious about this pen pal of yours. Can Paimon come with you? Don't worry, Paimon will just watch from a distance and won't interrupt anything.
I don't believe you.
Let me think. Yes, I think it should be fine for you two to come with me. Alright, let's go together.
Kokomi walking up with the squad.
This is the meeting spot.
There's no one else around. It looks like we're early.
My. Who have we here?
There we go.
Miko? Oh no, Paimon hadn't counted on running into Miko. She and Kokomi are on different sides, and they also believe in different gods. Or are they gonna end up having a fight?
Lady Guji of the Grand Narukami Shrine. No wonder. I was just wondering where that air of superiority was coming from.
If it isn't the leader of Watatsumi Island, who looks as soft as a jellyfish, but whose words sting like one too.
Uh-oh, this is getting out of control fast!
Paimon, nothing's
Hello.
happened.
Nice to meet you, fried tofu with all the frills.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine, soul of the deep.
Hey, what's going on here? Miko is Kokomi's pen pal?
Yes, Paimon.
No, it can't be. Look at them. Clearly they already knew each other. Does that mean...
It's just a cover-up.
Whatever are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm simply here for the book review session with Miss Soul of the Deep. Let's go. The venue for this meeting is in the Konjo Commission headquarters up there. The view is excellent, making it a perfect place to drink tea and discuss creative ideas.
Who holds a book review in the Konjo Commission? You seriously expect anyone to believe that? You're not here to talk about shaking up the Inazuman literary scene. You're here to talk about shaking up things in Inazuma as a whole.
But counterpoint, Paimon. Who fucking cares? It's fine. It's probably a really good thing. Anyway, let's move on and not act like this is a big deal, because it's fucking not. Imagine.
Watatsumi Island will soon hold formal talks with the shogunate on Inazuma's future development. It's essential to have an informal meeting like this one before the formal talks begin.
Right, especially with someone outside of the shogunate like myself, who is in a good position to test out where each party draws the lines. But this is just our first meeting. It's a little too early to announce it to the general public.
Huh. Okay then.
By the
Right.
way, where is your general? Didn't you say he would be joining you?
Oh shit, I keep forgetting about this.
That's right. Where did Goro go?
Goro went to buy some books for me. He won't be attending the book review.
Oh, what a pity. I was rather looking forward to seeing his fluffy ears again.
Oh man. Poor Goro.
Traveler, I'd like to talk to you for a moment.
What's up? I'll be back, Miko. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
I have been getting the sense that Goro does not like having to deal with Gujiai. So I was initially reluctant to bring him to Rito with me this time. I noticed he instinctively hid as soon as he saw her just now. However, Goro has a strong sense of responsibility and will feel ashamed when he next sees me. So, I would like to give him the task of buying some books for me to make things easier for him. But Goro rarely buys anything. So, as a favor from me, I'd like to ask you to accompany him.
You buy the stuff for me.
Kokomi, you focus on the meeting with Miko. Leave the books to us and Goro.
Thank you. I made a list of the books I'd like to buy. Please, pass it on to Goro.
Okay.
Goro? Are you alright?
Oh, it's you. I wasn't expecting you-know-who to show up. It completely caught me by surprise. I had no idea what to say to her. Next thing I knew, I'd apparently already taken cover. I came here to ensure the safety of Her Excellency, but now I'm useless. I've become a burden instead.
Yes. Yes, you have.
Goro, don't be so hard on yourself. Actually, Kokomi asked us to give you a very important task.
Oh, Her Excellency's purchase list. Got it. This is how Her Excellency wants me to make up for my mistakes. No problem. Just leave it to me.
I mean, I am gonna say that, like, if you're a general of an army, but you're also acting as a bodyguard, and you leave your post because you're embarrassed, you did just fail. Miserably. Not that she would get assassinated or anything, but I mean, like, if she did, guess whose fault that is? At the same time, I haven't been made to act like someone I'm not and solve people's questions through some blog thing and get, like, flustered all the time by some kitsune lady. I don't know, maybe some people would pay for that. I'm just saying. I don't just...
Goro, let us come with you. We can show you around the Iridori Festival while we're at it.
Ah, thank you so much.
I do find it strange that we have, like, this kind of segment after the main story
There is
part.
a children's storybook on this list
But-
called Night at Mount Yogo. I think this is the stand where it's being sold.
A children's storybook?
Yes, it's for the children of Watatsumi Island. Her Excellency says that this book is simply written and very useful for learning new words. Hello. I'll take 5 copies of Night at Mount Yogo, please.
Thank you for your patronage. Wow, you're a lucky customer. There's a coupon in one of the books you just bought, which entitles you to a free gift.
Wow! Goro got a free gift! That's amazing!
Here you go. A toy fox. It's all yours.
Hell yeah.
What? A toy fox?
Are you okay? The hair on your tail is standing on end.
Fine. Thanks for the gift. Could you maybe, look after the toy for me? Yes. As a thank you gift for coming with me to buy the books.
Seems like Goro still hasn't recovered from seeing Miko.
He is traumatized.
Next up, this isn't the focus of this trip, but let's go buy a light novel. It says on the list that Her Excellency had an editor called Onodera purchase the latest issue of A Legend of Sword for her in advance. Well, we'd better not keep him waiting too long.
Oh, we know him! We'll lead the way!
Please be mindful of your personal safety at all times.
Excuse me, are you Mr. Onodera? I'm here to pick up the new issue of A Legend of Sword for Soul of the Deep.
Hello there. Yes, I have the book right here. I heard Soul of the Deep is the VIP of the Iridori Festival, but couldn't make it here in time for the signing event due to the shipping schedule.
Oh, also, if you have these books available, please give me one of each. Thank you.
All right, let me see. Oh my goodness, it's your lucky day today, sir.
Oh?
You were the 100th reader to buy the Saga of Hamavaran. That entitles you to receive a special edition version with a review personally written by Lady Yae herself.
Are you serious?
Are you okay? You don't look very well.
I'm fine. Thank you for the books. Her Soul of the Deep asked me to buy this book
Smooth.
after all. I'm sure she'll be very happy to receive a special version with the chief editor's review.
Goro does not look like he's enjoying this at all. Paimon doesn't know if he's lucky or unlucky.
Oh, one other thing. Because of the amount of your purchase, you're able to enter the Yae Publishing House's lucky draw. Please come with me, right this way. Sir, please take your lucky draw whenever you are ready.
Just turn the handle and a prize ball will come out. Maybe today's your lucky day.
Come on, Goro, go for it!
Let me see. Oh, wow. Incredible! You got the golden ball! That's the grand prize!
You did it.
Goro, you're a lucky dog today! So what is the grand prize anyway?
The grand prize is a full collection of each light novel published by Yae Publishing House. Not only is the prize awarded personally by Lady Yae, but you will also have the chance to shake hands and take a photo with her to commemorate the occasion.
What? Not only do I have to meet her, but I have to shake her hand and take a photo with her too?
You gotta encounter her anyway.
What? This guy won the Yae Publishing House's grand prize? Wow, that's so lucky!
An entire set of all their light novels. That's worth a lot of money.
Excuse me, ma'am. Could we discuss this? I don't actually want the light novels.
Damn.
Huh? You mean you want to give up the prize?
Goro, don't prize? If you don't want to see Miko, that's fine. We'll figure something out.
No, that's not what I meant. I'm not giving up the prize, and, I can cope with the ceremony and the picture taking.
Then what did you mean?
But I have a request. I would like to ask Yae Publishing House to change the prize from light novels to books on agricultural science of equivalent value.
Agricultural science?
Yes. The land in Watatsumi Island is quite barren and always yields a poor grain harvest. We've been looking for new ways to improve the residents' lives.
Okay.
One of her Soul of the Deep's core objectives for
really
the Iridori Festival was to purchase some works on crop cultivation and aquaculture. If I can get these books as my prize instead, we can save a lot of money, and Soul of the Deep can buy some other useful resources too.
I see. I understand your request, but I don't have the authority to grant it. Lady Yae will have to have the final say.
Yeah, you'd have to talk to her anyway.
I will contact Lady Yae now. Please wait for our reply at the 5 Kasen Plaza. Depending on the situation, Lady Yae might need to negotiate this matter with you further in person.
Okay, understood.
I mean, it's not a bad request, but I don't think she sells those kind of books, so it's like other people are getting involved now too? Theoretically?
Goro, that was pretty brave of you. You clearly don't like having to deal with Miko, but you still agreed to the ceremony and even made your own demands.
You think so? I guess I got a burst of courage when I thought about Her Excellency's orders and the people of Watatsumi Island. I am the General of Watatsumi Island's armed forces.
We know.
How can I let something like this defeat me? I'm ready now. I feel like I'm back on the battlefield. Even if Yae Miko does come to negotiate with me, I won't let myself be pressured by her.
Let's see this interaction.
You still look pretty nervous though, Goro.
Well, probably because I just realized she might make a cunning counter request just to toy with me.
Oh, absolutely.
Sorry for keeping you all waiting.
How did it go? What did Guji Yae say?
Lady Yae has agreed to your request to swap the light novels for books on agricultural science.
That's great!
But
Additionally, Lady Yae says that she will include a few extra works, considering your intended use for those books. You may accompany me to Yae Publishing House's warehouse to select your preferred books. I believe your return ship leaves tomorrow night. We will package the selected books and take them directly onto the ship for you.
You'll package the books? Then, what about the ceremony?
Lady Yae said selecting the books may take up a lot of your time and energy. To ensure you have fond memories of the Iridori Festival, she decided to cancel the ceremony. Although, she did leave you a letter. You can read it on your own time.
Oh.
I didn't think Yae Miko would cancel the ceremony. Huh. I was so convinced that she would try and make a fool out of me. Now it seems like I was overly suspicious of her.
You still have a letter to read, man.
Anyway, I'll go with the editor to pick the books now. I won't trouble you guys anymore.
See you tomorrow, Goro.
Great! See you tomorrow night!
Okay.
Kokomi and Goro will be boarding their boat home soon. Let's go down to the harbor and see them off.
Traveler Paimon, thank you for coming to see us off. Very worthwhile. The book review session was a big success, and I feel very positive about the forthcoming talks. Goro also made a great contribution. He procured a whole batch of useful books for Watatsumi Island.
I may have won the prize, but ultimately, it was Yae Miko who gave us all these books for free. If I have the chance in the future, I must thank her properly.
Speaking of, didn't Yae Miko send you a letter yesterday? What did it say?
I want to know.
Oh, I almost forgot. I'll read it now.
Dear Goro,
Oh,
I suppose you must have been extremely nervous when you heard about the prospect of the award ceremony and the photo. It came as a surprise indeed to learn that not only did you accept those conditions, you also made your own demands. Your courage has won my respect.
Aw.
Those books are a token of my goodwill to Watatsumi Island, and also my gift to you. I do hope you like them.
Okay.
Ah, yes, I'm sure that by this point you must be feeling ever so grateful for my kindness, and are looking for a way to repay me, yes? Well, here's your chance.
Here we go.
Yai Publishing House will host an event next month.
Oh, no.
And we are looking for someone to dress up as a character from a light novel and interact with the fans.
Yep.
Goro, you are not only patient, but also very beautiful. Why don't you come and help us? I'll prepare a tailor-made outfit just for you.
Oh, no.
Oh, and by the way, it'll be a woman's outfit.
I knew it! I knew she was up to something!
Wow. Oh, man. Oh, and that's it. That is the end. That's how it ends. Okay. Wow. Okay. Of course, Yaimiko was gonna have to ask for a favor in return. Oh boy. Alright. That was funny. So, I want to share my overall thoughts about this real quick. I know this video is so long, so many different parts, a bunch of sessions, but and I've had this cough for days now. In short, I thought the main story of this was very interesting, and finding out that information about the balladeer. He had the other name, Kunai Zushi. You know. Anyway, the balladeer. That was interesting. That was. I like the parallels between the Kansen, what the characters were doing in the moment, but also how it hints and ties to Kazuha's backstory with his family associated with the Kamisatos as well. Like I said, I like how these things kind of like intertwine, and it really does. I recently mentioned this about a Honkai Impact 3rd reaction, how you have all these stories with these characters and how it gives them this history that they have, these origins, and then what these characters are currently doing today. And when you find out about all this stuff, it gives you that sense of how of the world building and how time has moved by, and the things that people have done and the things that people are currently doing, and the reaction to the past actions, and so on and so forth. This continuation of storytelling over time, and I really do appreciate that and like that. Plus, there was the mystery element. There was Ayato, who knew everything, but of course he's not going to come out and say it because he didn't know how Kazuha would feel about the situation. And it's his choice whether or not he wants to pursue that. And then also having that happen with amongst friends and with Ayaka as well, because it's someone representing the Kamisatos and like all this stuff. Like it's between Yae, Miko, and Ayato. Like I'm definitely seeing like how they are, and I've seen this for a while, and people have kept saying it, but they are definitely like the masterminds, of like as far as these characters go. They're very much thinking ahead and planning things out for other characters to self-discover something with like a little bit of a guiding hand, right? So it's Miko approaches Ayato to plant these seeds, and she's just like, and grow them however you will, and then he goes with his plan and he does things in his way. in a very meticulous, thought out way to make it as interesting, but with enough time to gauge whether or not it should continue, if these people who are involved are ready for such truths and such. It's very interesting. It's a very, just thinking about that kind of mental state, like their mentality of like thinking this far ahead, like how to approach these ideas and such, is very interesting to me. And then you have the little filler stuff in between each part, right? And the only reason I'm calling it filler stuff is because it doesn't pertain to the main story. Yes, it takes place in the event where the main story is taking place, but it in itself, these little filler things between these parts, they're not for the overall thing. Not really. So like I said, the first one, which I believe was the first one, was the Klee stuff. Klee and Yoimiya. And that was wholesome, right? That point being wholesome, and then a little bit of like, oh, Alice name drop, right? Like there's that. And I like how that was put together, because you got to see Klee being adorable, and Yoimiya and how she is coping with not being able to do fireworks and stuff. However, she too is still looking after Klee, and she's just a genuine good person, just trying to help out and also distract herself from not being able to do what she wanted to do, which, you know, put her in a slump. It's like both of these characters are upset that they can't explode things, but Yoimiya, of course, being the adult in that situation, is like wants Klee to have a good time, and she shares her own experience about like how she had a festival ruined for her, right? So that is very wholesome to see, that she's like, just because I'm moping around and I've been sad in the past, I don't want this kid to feel the same way. They don't deserve that. Like we need to make sure that they have a good time. So we're going to find a way to have a good time. And of course you help with that as well. So that's very wholesome. That's sweet. Going back, and then afterwards, the next one was, the Arataki Ito thing, which was like, once again, Arataki Ito's voice actor freaking kills it every single time he plays his character. He's just such a big personality, and he's honestly a very, very interesting character on screen to watch and listen to. And then Toma's cool too. Toma's best boy still, and their dynamic, I like that. Those are the nice things I have to say about it. The situation itself was kind of whatever. It was lame. It felt like a waste of time. I would have much rather if the scenario was something different, or at least presented in a different way. I know that it's so hard to put so many characters on screen at the same time and blah blah blah, but it's like, they've done it before. Like, even like I said, even if they put like 3 other people on screen just to represent that there's more people there that are upset about how he's taken up the photo poster picture thing, whatever, like something. We literally just heard like, oh, people are complaining, and then there's no one there complaining, and it's like, okay. It's also taking place, like, I know it could have been just however the player showed up to that thing, but it was like nighttime, and so it looked like super empty. I don't know. It was just kind of, I just felt like we could have had those characters in a different scenario. Maybe same idea, him causing some kind of ruckus or trouble, but it just needed to be presented better, because I didn't really care. And then the actual gameplay activity of that was go around and do favors, and sure, and you knew you were going to auto lose anyway, so it kind of felt like I'm just doing busy work right now. I don't know. That's pretty much how I felt about that. Like, that was probably the weakest part of the entire thing. Now after that, we have, what was the next thing? It was oh man, what was the next thing? Why am I drawing a blank? I am completely drawing a blank. wasn't there something else? Oh yeah, it was Kujosara and the Sayu thing with the figure. How, I mean, okay. So as you can tell, kind of forgettable, unfortunately. It wasn't bad, but I hate to say it, Sayu is kind of one of the more forgettable characters in this game to me. She doesn't really stand out much. She's okay when she's on screen, but whenever I see her, I kind of feel like your presence unfortunately doesn't matter much to anything else that's happening. Which is weird. It feels like that's bad to say because she does have a part in the Archon quest and whatever, all that stuff. But it's kind of like, I'm not sure if I like this little sleepy trope of a character, because that's really all they have ever been and all that they ever are. You could argue that maybe Arataki Ito is the same way because he's straight up comic relief. But there had been moments in the past where we do see more of his how he thinks and why he's motivated to approach things in a certain way. With Sayu, she's just kind of like, I'm sleepy and I fuck up when I'm sleepy, and I'm sleepy all the time, and that's just kind of what I get from her. Even though this was the only time she really actually screwed up, but I don't know. The best part about that was, of course, Kujosara, because she's actually a really well-written character, in my opinion. And even getting a little bit of the Raiden Shogun herself to make an appearance later on, and like how Kujo reacts to that and like bounces and stuff. Even though I would have liked to have seen more of an interaction, I totally get it, and it makes sense for her to be this obsessed fan, but also too shy to actually be around her in person and just want to do a good job and all that stuff, etc. So yeah, that one was okay, but I had trouble remembering it, and it was just like because not much really happened. But at the same time, it was still more interesting, the Arataki Ito stuff. So I don't know. I did like it at the time, but I did forget about it. Now this one right here that we did, this one was okay. We got to see more of a lot more of Goro, and I'm interested in this one because it's actually shining a light on that Goro and Yae Miko situation a little bit. I would have loved to have seen them actually talk with each other in person. That would have been great. But I once again understand why Goro would not want to do that. Is Goro a bad soldier, bad general, bad bodyguard for the way he acted initially? Absolutely, 100%. This guy sucks at his job, apparently. That's crazy considering how gung-ho he is for his job. But Yae Miko, if anyone's able to make anyone screw up, it's going to be her, I guess, with how she acts and does things. So it is what it is. Maybe that's harsh for me to say about Goro, but at the same time, like, it's your excellency. You're here to escort her, and you bounced. It looks really bad. And then they turned it into comic relief, and it's okay now, and whatever, and it's whatever. Anyway, I don't know. It was cool. It's weird, but simultaneously, like, it's something that I did want to see. The Yae Miko and Goro back and forth, and the best we got of that is this letter at the end here, and just, man, I want to know how this even started in the first place. Did Goro originally have to owe her a favor one verse for something, and he got stuck with this whole thing? Or like, how did he stumble into this mess? What did Yae Miko do? What did he do? Why does she have his soul? You know what I mean? I have a lot of questions about that. So, okay, so yeah, as far as story goes, main story, great, awesome, loved it. The filler stuff, kind of, better at some points, not so much at other points, but I get why it's there. It's whatever. It's fun, I guess. I can't talk too much about the gameplay stuff because we didn't really get to see much of that. I'm sure there were things that you got to do, but that doesn't matter too much, I suppose. It's fine. Then, as far as other things, how this was presented, I enjoyed a lot about this. I really like seeing Albedo's art stuff too, because it looked pretty, and it looks very much like how it always does, like with these things. There's not a lot of people, but you're moving from point A to point B, all that stuff. And yeah, overall it was fine. Technically though, with actual technical issues, there were two things I noticed. Is one, Ayaka's mic something was happening with that. She had bad quality. And I don't know if it's something that they didn't catch, but every single one of her lines was screwed up in some way. And that was very unfortunate to hear, because everyone else sounded fine. And it was just her with these staticky, lispy S sounds at the end of her words that or at the beginning, just whenever there was an S in any of one of her words or sentences. Go back and listen to her speak and listen to someone else speak and how they pronounce the S sound. It's very different, and you can hear like this staticky noise, and I recognize it so well because I had to listen to myself and my audio when I was when my equipment was like going crazy on me. So, for example, I'm using these headphones, and I've been using them for a while. These are plugged in. My current issue is that sometimes I unplug it, and it causes problems. That's on me. But before that, these are originally wireless headphones. And when they're wireless, for some reason, the audio quality isn't great. I could still hear things fine, but when it comes to recording it, for some reason, I got like some staticky, weird noises. And if you go back and listen to anything that was taking place during Liyue that I recorded, you can hear the difference in how the characters sounded in game versus how they probably sound now when you go to listen to it. The problem had been fixed since then, and it's literally just because they needed to be plugged in. Now it's fine. It's a direct connection, whatever that is. But that quality that I had in Liyue playing through those cutscenes, how those characters were sounding, like listening to Ning Wang, for example, who was a really big example of the problems that were there. Ayaka sounded like she had something very similar going on. Maybe not as bad, but like there's some technical issue there, and it really took me out of the moment because I just kept recognizing it. Other than that, the only other issue was that when we had the flashback with Ayato, there was one part where his flashback voice wasn't echoed. There's no reverb on it when all the other lines were. That was like, oh, they missed that. That was an obvious miss too. Once again, not the end of the world. We got it. We still obvious flashback. It was also a flashback that wasn't necessary because we literally just came from that scene, and if we just extended it, we would have got that information. Like there wasn't really a point to cut that conversation in half, go do the thing, and then remember back to that conversation. That doesn't make sense. We didn't have to do that. It's, once again, not the end of the world. These are just nitpicks at this point because, like I said, I'm going to critically talk about all of this stuff as I go through it. And because this was a pretty big event, quite the presentation here, there's a lot of things I want to talk about. But yeah, overall, characters were great. Storytelling was really good. The filler stories were and there were some tech issues here and there, but not enough to make you like upset from the experience, I should say, other than Ayaka. But yeah, overall, this was pretty enjoyable. Boy, this took a long time. This took like 4 days. This was a long event, and I'm glad that I finally got to it, and now I can continue with other things. And yeah, but this was fun. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate it. And let's give a little outro now. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to leave a like. You can subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Leave your comments down below if you have thoughts to share. And also check out the description for additional ways of how to support me. Thank you very much. And until next time, shine on, you crazy diamonds. Later.